Chapter 101. When Lauren and others pushed the door open, Professor McGonagall was drafting a formal document. Lauren quietly stepped forward and stretched his neck. He could vaguely see the words Hogwarts, permissions, and jurisdiction on the header of the document. This was so rude. Hermione pulled him back and warned him with her eyes, "Be quiet in front of Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall was no longer as angry as she was last night. Her eyes wandered over several people. "I have no intention of exploring what secrets you are hiding. Everyone behaved inappropriately during their student days. I also don't believe you will raise fire dragons and explore black magic. But no matter what you are doing, remember, don't hurt yourself and don't hurt others." "Professor McGonagall, we will." Hermione's voice was weak. Everyone knew that Professor McGonagall was more concerned about them than angry. "You have violated school rules. Each of you will be deducted 30 points, plus a week of confinement." They were laughing and joking on the way here, but when the butcher's knife actually fell, it was still a little unbearable. "Goodbye, Professor McGonagall." Lauren said goodbye politely and pulled a few people who looked confused out of the office. In the hall, many little wizards gathered around the hourglass recording the Academy Cup score. The four Laurents were already prepared to be scolded. Ron's feet were trembling. He was thinking about how he would go over and recognize the 120 points later. The little wizards quickly noticed the mournful expressions on several people's faces, and understood the culprit of this deduction of points, and swarmed around them. "Hey, this is a big loss. We exchanged 120 points for Slytherin's 60 points. Although Seamus said it was a loss, his tone could not help but smile. "Malfoy and Crabbe also count as a night trip, 30 points each. Well done, I say." Dean cheered. Harry and the others were dumbfounded. How could they be so happy? "Why are you so happy?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "You still want to hide it from us?" Simo spit out their conjectures like a barrage. The four of them were not in the dormitory last night, and Malfoy and Crabbe also had their points deducted. The two academies are incompatible with each other. It is easy to think of things like a fight or a midnight duel. 4 against 2, Gryffindor must have given Slytherin a hard lesson. Ah, this Lauren was speechless. "Just say it is, this wonderful misunderstanding does not necessarily need to be clarified. I'm definitely not going to win the Academy Cup now. Aren't you sad?" Hermione couldn't help but ask. She was worried about the Academy Cup. "You brought Slytherin down." Seamus looked excited. Snape always looked for opportunities to deduct points, and they might not win the championship by the end of the semester. Now a few people turned into water ghosts and dragged Slytherin into the water. For most young Gryffindor wizards, this is a more satisfying thing than winning the Academy Cup. The truth is known only to a few, and they suddenly become one of the most popular and admired figures in the school. Everyone except the Slytherin students regarded them as heroes. The Hufflepuff students were particularly proud and showed off. Gryffindor and Slytherin overturned, and now they are in first place, defending the House Cup. Whenever they passed Lauren, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, they always clapped and whistled and cheered, "Thank you, you are the pride of Hufflepuff." It sounded strange for Hufflepuff to say this to several Gryffindors, and even Ravenclaw felt uncomfortable hearing it. So Lauren and the others try to avoid appearing in public places. Hermione made a detailed review plan for several people to give them something to do. But the effect was not very satisfactory. Lauren always fell asleep next to Hermione as soon as he finished his homework. He planned to make a small bag out of cooling material, or something smaller that would be more convenient than a suitcase. With the experience of the last box, the space should be larger next time. In fact, only he could see the silver light that entered the book of fantasy. Whether you are reviewing or getting magic storage equipment, using a fantasy book is a better choice. The library is not a place to sleep. Hermione lowered her voice and kept pulling on Lauren's arm, trying to stop him from resting his head on it. "I have completed the review goals you assigned yesterday." The two men wrestled with the position of their arms. The excuse to review was blocked, and he was not as strong as Lauren. In the end, the little witch was defeated and there was nothing she could do against him. Lauren lay down again, and Hermione sighed, turning the pages of the book unconsciously. Harry put down the book in front of him, quietly glanced at Lauren who was sleeping, and said in a voice that only Hermione and Ron could hear, "Yesterday afternoon, I heard Quirrell promised Snape in an empty classroom. He gave in to the demands. Yesterday, he left a book in the library and returned to get it. He was alone in an abandoned classroom and heard the conversation between Snape and Quirrell. Quirrell kept sobbing and must have given in. Oh! Ron covered his mouth, so Snape is finally going to succeed. We have to stop him. Harry's eyes sparkled with the fire of justice. Hermione interrupted the two of them, we can't deduct any more points. Don't cause any more trouble. Go to Professor McGonagall or Principal Dumbledore. Because what happened with the fire dragon last time had already disappointed Professor McGonagall. She didn't want to do anything wrong again. Harry retorted, we have no evidence, and Quirrell would definitely not dare to testify against Snape. No plan could be reached through discussion, so the matter was put on hold for the time being. The next morning, Lauren, Hermione, Harry, and Ron all received notes at the breakfast table. Professor McGonagall informed them that the confinement would begin tonight and asked them to go to the foyer to find Mr. Filch at 11 o'clock. Confinement is no longer unfamiliar to these people. After the troll incident, Snape's confinement made them accidentally discover Harry's Parseltongue. If it's still a snake this time, you're really lucky. But finding Filch in confinement obviously had nothing to do with snakes. When the twins learned that they were going to find Filch for confinement, they didn't even eat breakfast and came over to teach them their experience. Who has dealt with Filch the most? We've been matching wits with Filch since first grade. George and Fred's eyebrows kept twitching, almost flying. His office has many chains that will hang you by your thumbs from the ceiling. Remember, when you are being whipped, the harder you scream, the better. If you don't make a sound, he will keep increasing the force. The cookie in Ron's hand dropped onto the plate in shock. It wasn't until I saw the happy expressions on the twins' faces that I realized that these were all threats. Ron's face turned red and he clamored to really hang them up and whip them. After 11 o'clock in the evening, several people came downstairs to the foyer with anxiety. There were also Malfoy and Crabbe here, and they had almost forgotten that these two people were also considered night wanderers and received the same punishment as them. Filch forbade anyone to speak and could only listen to him, remembering the time when he could physically punish students. Work and hardship are the best teachers. In the past, students like you could be hung up for several days. Lauren and the others followed Filch all the way and had no sense of his threatening words. This was far different from George and Fred. After walking through the dark field, Filch finally handed them into Hagrid's hands. Chapter 102. It turned out that this time of confinement was to work with Hagrid, and Harry and the others felt happy. I'll be back at dawn to clean up their remains. Filch put down his harsh words, turned around and walked towards the castle, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Hagrid. Harry greeted happily, intending to talk about Norbert, but Crabbe was beside him and he was stopped. Come on, we have business to do in the Forbidden Forest tonight. Hagrid said nothing more and led a few people towards the hut. Lauren inspected the Forbidden Forest at night with great interest. He had not been there yet at night. Just tonight, Harry will encounter Voldemort, who is hunting blood, but Voldemort is easily repelled by a centaur. This is unrealistic. Even Voldemort, which is parasitic on Quirrell's body, cannot be fought off by a centaur. Obviously, this is another troll-like plot. It seems unreasonable, but that's what it is. Lauren didn't dare to put his hope in nothingness. The wand was hidden in his sleeve, with thunderbolt piercing, fire blazing and flashing fluorescence by his mouth, ready to make some big noise at any time. As long as he can attract Dumbledore's attention, Fawkes can bring the principal over in an instant. As they walked, Hagrid explained the situation tonight. According to the past rules, you should be allowed to chop wood until your hands cramp. But there are other things today, and we have to go deep into the forest. Crabbe objected eagerly, I won't enter the Forbidden Forest. If there is anything, the servants should go in, not me. At most, let me write a check or something. If my father knew about this, he would. Hagrid is just like that servant. Although Malfoy said nothing, he had similar thoughts. Hagrid was a little angry when he heard this. I will tell you that Hogwarts is like this. Listen, if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. If you don't do it, get out. It was the first time for Lauren and others to see Hagrid so angry, and they remained silent. Crabbe stared at Hagrid angrily, but then lowered his gaze. Okay, Hagrid said, now listen carefully, what we are doing tonight is very dangerous, don't do anything unnecessary. Hagrid led a few people all the way to the hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and asked them to wait outside before he went inside. Everyone else looked at the Forbidden Forest curiously. Only Hermione saw a giant crossbow and a full quiver on Hagrid's back through the crack in the door. On top of that, there was a familiar box sitting next to the table. That's Lauren's box. Hermione looked delighted but said nothing. She grabbed Lauren's sleeve and pointed it out to him. Lauren saw the box and looked at Hermione with the same joy. He guessed that it was Charlie's friends who took Norbert away and the box returned to Hagrid. Hagrid came out fully armed, letting Yaya explore the way in front, and led a few people deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Harry noticed that Hagrid had a small pink umbrella on his waist under his leather jacket. He thought that he probably knew a little secret about Hagrid. The Forbidden Forest was dark and silent. Hagrid stopped in front of a fork in the road, pointed to a spot of light on the grass and said, "Look over there, you guys, did you see that shiny thing on the ground? It's silvery white, and that's the blood of a unicorn. This is a special situation, so your work is different from usual. A unicorn in the Forbidden Forest was seriously injured by something. One of them died last week. We must try to find this poor unicorn and treat it. This path is my patrol route. It is generally not dangerous. Okay, now we divide our troops into 2 groups and follow the blood trails separately. What if the thing that hurt the unicorn finds us first?" Malfoy couldn't help but ask. Hagrid said, "As long as you are by my side and Yaya, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you." Hagrid thought it was a creature in the Forbidden Forest that had hurt the unicorn. But Lauren knew that it was Quirrell who was possessed by Voldemort, and he was determined not to split his path. Under the protection of Hagrid, they met Voldemort in a weak state. With Hagrid's high magic resistance and high physical attack, they still had a chance to fight and dragged Dumbledore to help. If the troops are divided, a few young wizards and Yaya will be a meal for them when they encounter even a half-disabled Quirrell. "Hagrid," Lauren interrupted, "remember the Acromantula from before." Hagrid thought that Lauren was afraid that the Acromantula would harm them. "Remember, don't worry, Aragog has ended hibernation, and his descendants have also woken up from hibernation, and they will no longer be hungry for food. You said that an outside creature broke into the Forbidden Forest. That guy may have done what happened this time." Hagrid looked uncertain, a little surprised and scared. "You're right, I almost made a big mistake." In the end, there was no division of troops. Instead, 6 young wizards, led by a hybrid giant and a hunting dog, chose a path and gradually explored the depths of the Forbidden Forest. They walked forward in silence, staring at the ground. Every now and then, a ray of moonlight shines down from the branches above, illuminating a silver-blue bloodstain on the fallen leaf. If anyone looked at Lauren, they would notice that the blue light in his eyes was very bright. In his eyes, the blood of these unicorns was filled with ink. Full of energy, but also full of harsh curses. This unicorn is dead, and only the blood of the dead unicorn will have a severe curse. But Hagrid didn't know that. He wanted to find the poor little guy as soon as possible and save it. Could it be the werewolf that killed the unicorn? Harry asked quietly. "Hey! Werewolves can't deal with unicorns. Don't be fooled by their appearance. Unicorns are not creatures to be trifled with." Hagrid was relatively optimistic. In addition, werewolves generally do not live in the Forbidden Forest. They not an animal. The group walked for nearly an hour, going deeper and deeper into the forest. The trees became thicker, the branches and grass were tangled, and the path was almost impassable. The blood stains on the ground became denser and denser, and a lot of blood was splashed on a tree root. There were tangled branches in front of them, and a clearing could be vaguely seen on the other side, and there was movement in the clearing. Hagrid took the 6 young wizards in one arm and protected them behind a thick oak tree. Carefully, he moved closer and looked through the gaps in the branches. A mysterious man wearing a hood leaned over the unicorn's neck, making a sucking sound from his mouth as he drank the unicorn's blood. The unicorn's body is covered with silver-white hair, which shines brightly in the moonlight. The slender legs were stiffly straightened, and the mane was spread on the dark leaves, exuding a miserable light. Angry, Hagrid raised his crossbow and shot the arrow. "Call out!" The mysterious figure looked like he had eyes on his back. With a wave of his hand behind his back, the bow and arrow were swept away and nailed to the tree trunk next to him. The arrow body was inserted halfway into the tree trunk, and the arrow feathers kept trembling, showing the anger and power of the hybrid giant's arrow. The mysterious man turned around and raised his finger towards Hagrid like a wand. The entangled branches were shattered by the huge force. Hagrid was like being hit by a cannonball, and was knocked straight into the oak tree where Lauren and the others were hiding. Several young wizards vaguely heard the sound of tree trunks cracking. Crabbe stayed in place watching this scene, his eyes flashing with fierce fire. If he had this kind of power, he could kill everyone from Malfoy to Potter. Hagrid. Harry immediately jumped in front of Hagrid. For a moment, the scar seemed to suddenly catch fire, a sharp pain shot through Harry's head, and his vision blurred. Run! Harry, Hagrid shouted, standing up and pushing Harry away. He leaned close to the oak tree, broke the trunk with a push of his shoulder, then raised the trunk and threw it at the mysterious man. The situation of the encounter was completely different from what Lauren thought. Hagrid could still resist. This kind of harm would kill their child. There was no time to make any noise, so he pulled Hermione and Ron beside him and ran back quickly. Malfoy ran faster than them. Throwing the tree trunk, Hagrid didn't even look at the results of the battle behind him. He picked up Harry and Crabbe who were stunned and ran away. Although they couldn't see the scene behind them, everyone knew that the tree trunk smashed over would not cause harm to this mysterious man. Hagrid's blood was rushing. He had never encountered danger in the Forbidden Forest. He attacked recklessly, forgetting that there were students around him to take care of. He made a huge mistake tonight, and he wasn't wronged this time. As the keykeeper of Hogwarts, if anything happens to a little wizard here, he should pay with his life. With the two little wizards under his arms, he was running as fast as he could. There was a sudden tug on Harry. Harry was snatched away by a mysterious man using magic. Harry was unconscious, and his stiff body was like a dead tree, flying towards the mysterious man. Harry! Hagrid glared angrily, put down Crabbe and turned around. Suddenly, an arrow shot at the mysterious man. Although it missed, it interrupted his magic. Harry fell from the sky. A silver-maned figure leapt into the air and picked up Harry. He quickly shot a few more arrows at the mysterious man and ran towards Hagrid. Firans! Hagrid couldn't help but tears falling on his beard. The mysterious man was about to pursue him again, but two more centaur figures jumped out of the jungle, bending their bows and pulling their strings, and arrows flying. Seeing that there were more people, the mysterious man took the unicorn's body and disappeared. Ronan! Bane! Hagrid greeted the two centaurs gratefully. He felt that his heart could no longer supply blood and his head was a little dizzy. After the mysterious man disappeared, Harry's headache disappeared and he slowly woke up. Crabbe pretended to be frightened. Lauren also gathered with Hermione and Ron. He looked at these centaurs carefully. The upper body was a human body, the lower limbs were the body of a horse, and several male centaurs were naked. In Lauren's field of vision, there was a faint light flowing on them, similar to the starlight in the sky. Fierans! Bane, a centaur with black hair and a black body, roared angrily, "What are you doing? You let a man ride on your back. Don't you feel ashamed? Are you an ordinary mule? Remember. Firenze, we have sworn an oath and will never disobey God's will. Didn't you see that Mars is very bright tonight, and didn't you see the omens shown by the movement of the planets?" Without caring about the people around him, the black centaur Bane poured out his anger towards the silver centaur Firenze. Firenze was not angry, his voice was steady and calm. "You didn't see clearly who this is? This is the boy from the Potter family. We have to get these human ponies out of this forest quickly. Didn't you notice that unicorn? Think about why it was killed? We should side with humans if necessary." Another centaur, Ronan with a red beard, red hair, and a brown body, was uneasily digging the soil on the ground with his hooves. He said, "I believe Firenze did this out of good intentions. What does it have to do with us centaurs? What centaurs care about is the prophecies of the stars. There is no need for us to follow humans like donkeys." Bane was extremely angry and ran away slapping his hooves. The conversation between several centaurs was very subtle. Lauren began to think that Bane's words were blaming Firenze for losing his identity as a centaur, and letting humans ride on his back was a shame for centaurs. But Firenze's words suggest that the situation is not that simple. Bane was blaming Fezrin for saving Harry, which went against Bane's understanding of the astrology. It seemed that he had seen from the stars that Harry should die at the hands of Voldemort. There is also the phrase "Mars is very bright tonight." Lauren looked up at the starry sky. The bright moon was surrounded by black clouds, and no other stars could be seen. If there is a stargazing class today, it will be another random report. Recalling Flamel's words, Lauren had a strong premonition that the Book of Abraham should be opened tonight. Bane's departure eased the atmosphere. Hagrid took Harry off Firenze's back and held him in his arms for a while before letting him go. Harry's thoughts were confused. After thanking Firenze, he quickly ran to the group of young wizards. Hagrid began to tell Firenze and Ronan what happened tonight. Let me tell you, Hagrid doesn't need magic at all. His body is the most powerful weapon. Ron waved his hands in excitement, imitating Hagrid's action of standing up to break the tree and throwing it. After escaping from danger, fear and apprehension quickly turned into excitement. Harry was just about to answer when he heard Firenze calling him from behind. Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood can be used for? Harry shook his head blankly, I don't know. Firenze told Harry that the blood of unicorns can extend the life of a dying person, but killing pure unicorns will also be cursed by life. Being cursed like this is worse than death, unless it's just to delay time so that more powerful magic can reshape the body later. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hiding in the school with powerful magic right now? Firenze's hoof stepped on the stone, making a tapping sound. Magic stone. Harry answered silently in his mind. Firenze asked again, can't you imagine that there are people who have been waiting silently for many years, eager to make a comeback? There are people who are clinging to life and waiting for the opportunity. Inexplicably, Professor Trelawney's prophetic voice echoed in Lauren's mind, the alternation of the old and the new, the wave, the Black Forest. It seems that it not only confirms the Albanian forest, but also has some similarities with the current scene. More than one person heard Firenze's question, and everyone knew the answer to the question, Voldemort. The little wizards seemed to have an iron claw gripping their hearts. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked stiffly, the answer echoing in their minds. Crabbe kept his head lowered, trying his best to control his distorted face and suppress his manic laughter. He knew, that the glory of pure blood would never end. Malfoy on the other side was just confused, endlessly confused. His father was a famous Death Eater, and Voldemort's return seemed to be only good for them, not bad. But then, the Malfoy family is not doing badly now. If Voldemort were to rule the wizarding world, how much profit would the Malfoy family make? His father had to meet with officials from the Ministry of Magic every month, and a good part of their family fortune was lost as a result. But my parents didn't seem to have any objections to this. They occasionally mentioned that scenery back then, with nothing but fear on their faces. Over the past 10 years, banquets of all sizes have been held at Malfoy Manor. Aurors, Ministry of Magic officials, and pure-blood relatives all had only fear of Voldemort. During that glorious time, many purebloods died at the hands of Voldemort. Chapter 103. The little wizard walked in front, while the centaur and Hagrid protected them from behind. 9 people with 22 legs stepped on the fallen leaves of the forest, making a rustling sound. Immersed in their own thoughts, I don't know how long they have been walking. There are fewer weeds on the path, the trees are less dense, and the view is gradually broadening. When he looked up, he had arrived at Hagrid's hut. Lauren and the others looked back and saw that the 2 centaurs had disappeared at some point. I want to put away my weapons. I can't take these to Hogwarts. Please wait for me. Hagrid said angrily. Further ahead is the greenhouse where herbal medicine classes are held, which is very close to the castle. Crabbe didn't want to waste time here, so he said in an impatient tone, you don't need to send me, I can go back by myself. After saying that, he walked towards the castle. He couldn't wait to get back to writing. Fanja, go and watch him. Hagrid ordered, patting the hunting dog's head. There would be no danger from the edge of the Forbidden Forest to the castle, but out of duty, he still asked Yaya to escort him. Malfoy looked around and followed Fang. Hagrid, would you like to take care of the injury? We can go back by ourselves, Lauren said. Harry then remembered that Hagrid had resisted a powerful spell, and looked at Hagrid with concern. Hagrid smiled and slapped his chest hard, look. Nothing happened. The thick palms collided with the sternum, making a clanging sound. Lauren smacked his tongue. As expected of a giant, he endured an impact that almost broke the tree, but nothing happened. Charlie's friend sent the box to me, and said he was almost caught by Professor McGonagall. Hagrid entered the room, his voice penetrated the wooden house, a little dull. He quickly came out again, with the giant crossbow and quiver removed from his body, and stayed in the house with Lauren's small box in his hand. I knew you were going to be imprisoned, so I applied to Professor McGonagall and asked you to come over. Hagrid handed the box to Lauren with a smile. No wonder this confinement was so strange, suddenly switching from Filch to Hagrid. Lauren reached out and took the box. After all, it was his first alchemical work. It felt good to find it again. Charlie's friend also said something about Norbert, the fire dragon, when he sent the box back. They said that Romanian researchers may not be able to hatch a fire dragon so smoothly and keep it so healthy. Hagrid tried his best to draw the little wizard's attention away from the mysterious man just now. That is not what they should care about. Things. No one wanted to mention the fire dragon thing again. Harry looked directly at Hagrid. Do you remember what you said the night we first met? That night, Hagrid taught the Dursleys a lesson and revealed some things about that year to Harry, which he told Harry. Some people say he's dead. I think that's pure nonsense. He probably doesn't have much humanity left in him, so it's impossible for him to die. Lauren, Hermione, and Ron were standing by, listening silently to the shocking news. He tried hard to reduce his presence, wishing he could put an invisibility cloak on himself. Don't care what those centaurs say, they only care about the moon in the sky. Hagrid wanted to make a haha and not talk about this. Hagrid, you know Snape is trying to get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry didn't want to hear these nonsense anymore, so he made the matter clear. Voldemort is his master, and he wants to use the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect himself. Enough. Hagrid was angry with himself. This is not something you should get involved in. There are levels arranged by various professors below Lua, and Professor Snape also participated. He is not that kind of person. And Voldemort, you don't need to worry about it as a first-year wizard. Dumbledore will deal with him. Hagrid always believed in Dumbledore. As long as he was around, no one could offend Hogwarts. As the two people yelled, the atmosphere became tense. The moonlight emerged from the dark clouds, and the breeze ruffled their hair. When they reached the foyer, Hagrid turned back. Lauren and the others stood on the steps and watched Hagrid walking back in the white moonlight, one step at a time. The figure of the hybrid giant was actually a bit desolate. Harry felt guilty for his tone just now and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Sleep well, Hagrid. Lauren shouted in a low voice. What? Hagrid turned around awkwardly, his voice loud. Harry was still in a daze, but Hermione saw the right moment and kicked him. Forced to react, Harry waved his hands and shouted clearly, sleep well. You too. Hagrid's voice was filled with laughter. The four little wizards then entered the door and walked into the dim corridor. Nothing was said, no one apologized. But Harry just felt relieved, and even tonight's experience didn't seem so bad. Harry wanted to talk about his scar, but the moment he saw the mysterious man was so painful that he almost lost consciousness. That mysterious man must be related to Voldemort. Last time at the opening party, the scar hurt when I saw Snape. Harry believed that this was one of the evidence against Snape. But taking a look at Lauren next to him, he thought that he could only tell Lauren this kind of thing after Snape was brought to justice. Let's wait until tomorrow for a chance to talk to Hermione and Ron alone. I still think Hagrid is very powerful. Snape will definitely not be able to defeat him. Ron was still sighing at Hagrid's violent fighting heroics. Hermione's face tightened. We must work harder to practice magic. We can't just run away like today. She and Lauren worked hard for a while and then gave up. Lauren was also reflecting on it. It seemed that since he learned the iron armor curse and basic combat skills, he had not put much effort into improving his strength. There is no chance to stay on the battlefield tonight and send off flares. Let's practice dueling with each other in the future. Harry also thought it was necessary. He never wanted to experience the feeling of flying in the air and waiting to die. Ron was very interested. How about we set up a dueling club and bring other little wizards in? It must be cool to have a lot of people sparring together. Senior students don't want to play with brats. In the first grade, apart from a few of us, the most powerful one should be Malfoy. Lauren ruthlessly broke his illusion. Are you going to drag him along? How is it possible to start Dumbledore's army in first grade? In the original book, Harry had built enough reputation and was able to build a team despite internal and external troubles. Now they are still little brats in the eyes of others, and probably not many people will pay attention to them. Then it's just us, the duel club. Ron was still very interested. He was keen on this kind of thing and it sounded cool. Ron's shadow waved in the light. Could you give our duel club a name? How about the Ultra East Magic Sleeping Club? Lauren drawled sleepily. What does Far East mean? Only the word magic can be understood. Sleeping in broad daylight, are you referring to yourself? The bright voices of the young people blended into the weak candlelight, illuminating the path in the shadows at night. Snape was hidden behind the doorpost, his bloodless face and satin robes like marble and shadow, half pale and half dark. His right hand was clenched, and a delicate button was wrapped in his fist. These students always remind me of my youth, don't you think, Severus? Dumbledore stood under a lamp with a smile in his voice. Snape didn't reply. Dumbledore continued, Lauren is a good student, isn't he? I don't know if I'm talking about Hogwarts students or some other students. Snape did not answer the question. Did you think about what happened today before you asked me to put pressure on Quirrell? Even when facing the greatest wizard, he did not hesitate to show a sarcastic smile. Unicorns are friends of wizards. The dim candle light gave off a faint light behind Dumbledore. His face and beard were in the direction where the light did not reach, and Snape's mocking could be clearly seen. Dumbledore knew that Snape did not know that Voldemort possessed Quirrell and hunted unicorns to support his collapsed body. Perhaps Snape thought Quirrell was trying to gain evil power through unicorns. But Dumbledore knew very well that the 2 unicorns died because of his plan. He did not do anything, had no intention, just a little careless negligence, and killed 2 unicorns. Silence, long silence. A certain boys' dormitory in Gryffindor. It's already very late. I walked a long way tonight and the little wizard who came home late was very sleepy. Harry and Ron took a quick shower and then went to sleep. The silver light passed by, and Lauren's consciousness sank into another space. In the bright library, Flamel was reading Bel Canto and the Origin of Hymns wearing a pair of glasses, like an old scholar. I thought you wouldn't come tonight. Flamel put his glasses on the tip of his nose, lowered his head, and looked at Lauren through the top of the lenses. I think tonight is the day when Mars will be bright. Is there anything you want to remind me? Lauren asked. In fact, as I said, all interpretations can only be made by yourself. Help from outsiders will bring errors, and your disclosure of information will bring disaster to outsiders. Flamel said slowly, as if he didn't care. What he said was the same as what he didn't say. Lauren gained nothing. He exited the book of fantasy and disappeared from the spot. The bright light in the library dimmed, and circles of water like ripples appeared on Flamel's body, illuminating the surroundings. Memories flow back hundreds of years. The Black Death, Hebrew scholars, and the Reformation are all distant things in the history books. What was the name of Queen Elizabeth I's sister? Flamel fell into thought, and the library fell into darkness again. With the moonlight coming through the window, Lauren looked at the cover page of the Book of Abraham in front of him. The soft yellowed bark paper, the brass ring that reflects the light, and the imprints pressed on the paper are no different from before. Opening the title page, it was still the same as before, with a horrifying warning written on it. Then turn back and see the snake devouring the stick, the snake on the cross, and the snake in the spring. The pictures are no different from the original ones. Lauren could already understand part of the Hebrew text above, but it was simply impossible to interpret the book accordingly. After flipping through the entire Book of Abraham, he still found no changes. But at some point, Neville's snoring disappeared, and so did the others' even breathing. The originally quiet dormitory suddenly became silent, and goosebumps quietly crawled onto Lauren's hands, back, and scalp. He looked up suddenly, and no one else in the dormitory was anywhere. As Lauren looked at the empty dormitory, the color quickly disappeared. The yellow patterns on the curtains, the black wooden bed, the white clouds on the quilt, and the silver-white moonlight outside the window. Everything in his eyes was fading and quickly turning into black and white, except for the Book of Abraham in front of him. A great fear enveloped Lauren. Magic? When? He didn't notice at all. He forced himself to calm down. There's no way this book actually changed Hogwarts. With Dumbledore here, nothing could take away the color from Hogwarts. He also didn't have any feeling of being teleported. Whether it was apparition or portkayat, he would feel strong discomfort in his body. Moreover, within Hogwarts, defensive magic prohibits space teleportation. The most likely possibility is that he was pulled into a fantasy by this book unknowingly. If he can't wake up, his roommate will notice something strange about him tomorrow at the latest and seek help from the professor. Regardless, he's safe now. Lauren flipped through the book in front of him. The pictures and text were still the same as before, without any strange reaction. Then the answer should be found in this fantasy. Rolling out of bed, Lauren began to explore this weird space. He pulled his slippers and turned around between the beds in the dormitory. The sound of the slippers rubbing against the floor was particularly noticeable in the silent space. There is no other mystery to the bedroom besides losing its color. Looking out through the window, not only the moonlight, but also the distant mountains and forests turned into dead black, white, and grey. The area outside the dormitory must be explored. Lauren prepared himself mentally, opened the bedroom door, and walked out. In an instant, the black, white, and grey tones turned into colorful. The simple small wooden door of the bedroom turned into an exquisite door decorated with gold paint, and the single door turned into one side of a double door. Originally this door was connected to the Gryffindor Tower corridor, but now Lauren entered the lobby of a luxurious palace. Pure white marble and dark red carpets covered the hall, which was empty. On the high platform in front, there is a golden throne. On the dome, a huge candlestick in the center emits bright light. Together with the candlesticks at the four corners on the four walls, there is no shadow in the lobby. Looking around, there is no other exit. The palace lobby is completely enclosed. He turned back and tugged on the door just now, but it didn't move at all and could no longer be opened. Lauren didn't want to shout, "Is there anyone here?" If there was someone here, there would be a problem. All clues point to that throne. Lauren quickly stepped forward, stepped up the steps, and inspected the throne. The exquisite craftsmanship carves a resting lion, a girl playing the harp, and a knight carrying a spear and a shield. Ruby, sapphire, and all kinds of luxurious and colorful gemstones are inlaid on it. Everywhere reflects the dignity of the seat owner. The weirdest thing is that there is a mirror placed on the throne cushion. An exquisite, half-human-sized mirror. The mirror is facing down, and the back of the mirror is also made of gold and inlaid with various colored gemstones. Lauren carefully turned the mirror over, trying to examine the surface. Kikik. The clear and strange girl's laughter suddenly sounded, echoing in the palace. Lauren's pupil shrank, and what was reflected in the mirror was not his face, but a girl wearing a crown. The girl's skin was almost sickly pale, her plump lips were bright red, and she stared directly into Lauren's eyes. The silent hall, the weird laughter, and the face in the mirror that was not my own. Everything here stimulates Lauren's adrenaline. Chapter 104. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lauren held the mirror in his hand and stood there, not daring to move. Seeing Lauren's frightened and embarrassed look, the girl in the mirror could no longer hold back her weird laughter, and the sharp and sinister chuck turned into ha ha ha. The girl's smile became bright and beautiful. Anyway, at least it was not so scary. Were you teasing me just now? If Lauren wasn't afraid of getting into big trouble, he would have thrown the mirror to the ground, pulled out his wand and given her Thunderbolt Pierce. No, I am responsible for answering a question for you. The girl replied with a smile. Lauren could still see a bit of pride in succeeding the prank on her face, and he understood this expression very well. Lauren looked at the girl in the mirror, and the girl looked at Lauren outside. The conversation could not go on for a while. After a long time, Lauren asked, "What's your name? Are you sure you want to ask this question?" The girl tilted her head and frowned in question. The face of a girl, the expression and gesture of a little girl, but Lauren always felt that there was some disharmony between the two. "No, it's just out of politeness, asking a stranger's name." Lauren slowly put the mirror back on the seat, this time with the mirror facing outward. The girl smiled shyly, "You can call me Mary." "Hello, Mary. I want to know how to get out of here," Lauren said while moving, trying to get out of the reflection range of the mirror. "This is not a problem. After I answer your question, you can leave by yourself." Mary pursed her lips. Lauren noticed something was wrong. No matter how he walked, he was directly in front of the throne and within the reflection range of the mirror. Looking back, the door is also directly behind. So it's not that the throne is turning with him, but that he's staying put. Lauren remained calm and pretended to think, "Any questions?" Mary looked hesitant, lowered her head and looked down, as if she was flipping through something. Then she read out word by word with difficulty, "The standard of judgment lies in your questions and my answers. The behavior of both parties must be recognized by both parties, that is, effective answers to meaningful questions, but the answers are not result-oriented." Lauren was stunned for a moment. Is this some neat, strict, logical French clause? Is the magic contract so down to earth? In this case, can the CPU of the artificial intelligence in front of me be burned? He thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "What is the last digit of pi?" "That's not a question," Mary replied immediately. "So fast?" Lauren asked again, "This sentence is wrong, so is the previous sentence right or wrong?" Mary was at a loss. Lauren couldn't see her hands, but Mary seemed to be clicking her fingers, muttering, "Right, wrong, wrong, right." With each word she spoke, one finger at a time. This scene didn't last long. After a while, she lowered her head again and read out the obscure words, "The subject who makes the judgment is included in the object being judged." She raised her head with a relaxed smile, "The question is meaningless." Lauren felt that this place was no longer scary at all, and the magical things had more of a scientific feel. He had a lot of questions in his mind and wanted to test this Mary. As if sensing Lauren's malice, Mary shrank back and made a fearful gesture, "Don't waste time, unless you want to stay here forever." Lauren felt a little pity, as many classic paradoxes had just appeared in his mind. How to refine the Philosopher's Stone? Lauren finally remembered that he was interpreting the Book of Abraham. Just as Mary was about to speak, Lauren remembered the strict terms and added, "Please give me a refinement that is in line with the background of my time, is feasible, does not exceed the limits of my ability, and does not violate my moral standards." Method. Giggle. Mary in the mirror looked like an amused little girl. "What you said is very good, but I can't answer this question." That's right, if it were really that easy to obtain the method of refining the Philosopher's Stone, Nico wouldn't ask for help from a Hebrew scholar. Only then did Lauren think carefully about what to ask, which would be helpful to him, and the answer would be specific and realistic. How to defeat Voldemort? How to become powerful quickly? Finally, he said slowly, "I want to know how to use Nico Flamel's magic stone to restore the werewolf Bates and the blood-cursed orc Nagini to normal human bodies." The question is established. Mary smiled sweetly. The corners of the girl's mouth pursed slightly, and the arc became more and more exaggerated. Her laughter turned into a sound that was sharper and harsher than before, but it was difficult for Lauren to hear it clearly. The whole space buzzed. The mirror began to shake violently, and the palace shook with the mirror. "It's like it's about to collapse at any time." Crack! The mirror cracked, and the laughter and shaking stopped. Mary in the mirror raised her right hand in front of her eyes, her face gloomy. Lauren saw her hands for the first time. The fingers were long and as pale as her face. The nails were scarlet blood, and they were even really flowing. The nail of Mary's middle finger clasped the nail of her thumb. The girl's green-white fingers contrasted with the red nails, showing a kind of enchanting beauty. With a snap of his fingers, his nails made a crisp sound. A drop of scarlet blood broke through the mirror and flew straight towards Lauren's eyebrows. The world fell silent, and only this drop of blood was flowing, emitting a strange light. Lauren wanted to hide, but his whole body was stiff and he could only watch the blood fall. Bo! It was the sound of blood falling on Lauren's brow. Wow! The whole world shattered into silver mirror fragments like a mirror. Lauren suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him was the curtain of the Hogwarts student's single bed. Through the gap in the curtain, he could see the dark ceiling and the bright moonlight outside the window. The objects were all in vivid colors, and Neville's snoring could be heard in his ears, as were the subtle breathing sounds of the other roommates. Everything just happened was like a dream. Lauren touched his eyebrows, and there was a cold feeling there. There was a drop of moisture on my fingertips, but it was not sticky and greasy, and it was definitely not blood. Looking at it through the moonlight, it looks transparent, like water droplets. An ancient book written thousands of years ago brought him into the illusion without knowing it, and could wake him up in the real world with a drop of water. What a magnificent magic this was, and Lauren felt a sense of awe. After thinking about it for a moment, there were no memories that were suddenly implanted in my mind, and there were no answers to the questions. Then he silently greeted Mary just now, saying that both parties agree that the question and the answer must be valid at the same time. He agrees with a hammer. Is blood the answer? Lauren enters the book of fantasy to ask Flamel if this is normal. The silver light passed by and came to the bright library again. Flamel, I need to talk to you about the Book of Abraham. Lauren shouted. Didn't I tell you? Outsiders can't help, and you can't reveal information. Flamel's voice came from behind. Can you, an artificial intelligence, be so unlucky and cursed? When Flamel heard the term artificial intelligence for the first time, he felt it was very appropriate. Maybe, who knows about ancient magic? Lauren choked, he couldn't say he was poisoned and restarted. Then can you tell me how Nico interpreted this book? Sorry. Flamel spread his hands. Chapter 105. As before, there is no answer. It seems that from the beginning, Nico did not copy the memory of the Book of Abraham and the Philosopher's Stone into Flamel. Lauren could only speculate based on some clues. The girl named Mary and the mirror both suggest many things in themselves. After opening the Book of Abraham, he first entered a colorless space that was exactly the same as reality. This is a mirror, a reflection of the space he is in. As he walked outside, he walked out of the scope of the mirror, entered the real mirror world, and came to the palace. When he opened the luxurious mirror, the girl Mary was in another mirror space. The mirror where Mary is standing is completely opposite to the mirror where he is, reflecting each other. So he couldn't step outside the confines of that mirror. Until the end, he and Mary's question and answer reached some kind of magical contract conditions, and the space, or dream, collapsed, and he woke up. This was certainly not the case with Nico, who was able to relay the content for Hebrew scholars to translate. What Nico interprets should be the content of the text. Although there were changes in the interpretation process that led to him, it did not cause any harm to him. Except for the last scene, he felt no malice. From the analysis of the short conversation, the text is neat and the logical expression does not seem to be an attempt to murder him. Because of the special content of this book, he was unable to communicate with other people, and Nico tried his best to avoid contact with him because of the prophecy. The progress of Lauren's interpretation was interrupted, but his only desire for the Philosopher's Stone came from curing Bates and Nagini. Nico's magic stone can also be used to try to cure werewolves and blood-cursed orcs. The idea of deciphering the Book of Abraham is not so urgent. Learn the language in the book step by step, and you can also translate the text if you take your time. Lauren felt relieved, his consciousness returned to his body, he closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. They stayed up too late yesterday, 11 o'clock at night was already after curfew, and their confinement had just begun. From Filch to Hagrid, there is also the exploration into the Forbidden Forest, witnessing a battle, and back again. It was almost dawn when I went back to the dormitory to sleep, and I slept very deeply. On Sunday, grey clouds covered the sky, a storm was brewing, and there was thick water vapor in the air. It happens to be on the weekend, so there is no class. Lauren opened her eyes, waking up from a dreamless night's sleep. Neville and Seamus were no longer in the dormitory and Harry and Ron were still asleep. It was almost summer, and Lauren had already changed out of his thick sweater and was wearing thin clothes, but today the weather was a little cooler. He opened the box gently, took out a shirt and added it to his magic robe to protect him from the cold. When Grandpa Bates was in London, he bought a lot of linings to wear under magic robes, and the prices were not cheap. He stretched and shook his neck to make the clothes fit better. My legs and feet feel a little sore. I walked for almost 3 hours last night, so soreness is normal. Perhaps we should go to Madame Pomfrey's and drink some potion. After Lauren filled her empty stomach, she headed straight to the principal's office. He wanted to tell Dumbledore what happened last night about Voldemort and Quirrell, and about the centaurs who seemed to deduce from the stars that Harry should die at the hands of Voldemort. To be honest, centaurs who have lived in the forest for a long time know that there is a magic stone hidden in Hogwarts. Either Dumbledore was too bold, or the centaurs are really good at astrology, it can all be seen. When the horseman comes to teach part-time in the future, he will definitely study this course carefully. Lauren pounced, and Dumbledore was not there. I don't know what I'm busy with. Maybe the principal is off on weekends. He turned back and walked to the library, intending to finish his homework for the weekend. Along the way, most of the people I met were senior students. Their eyes were focused on him and they moved with him. Lauren thought that the little wizards would pay attention to him before the storm of points deduction and confinement had passed. This is normal, at least Hufflepuff students won't shout "You are the pride of Hufflepuff" when they see him. But there were always witches greeting him with a smile, some he knew and some he didn't. Hey! Lauren! Lauren, you look good today. This looks great. There were so many compliments like this that Lauren realized something was wrong. Quickly walking into the library, he wanted to use the transfiguration technique to get a mirror out and see what was wrong with him. At a glance, he saw Hermione right where they usually sat. He looked happy because he could ask someone directly. What Hermione saw was Lauren, who walked in quickly and sat next to her. The boy was wearing a clean black magic robe, and a brand new snow-white shirt could be seen through the collar. The fabric looked very soft and exuded a light reflection. He has red lips and white teeth, a slightly invisible smile, and a red mark between his eyebrows that makes people unconsciously focus their attention on his face. This position is next to the window, and the sky outside the window is dim, making it difficult to tell whether it is morning or near dusk. But Hermione felt that the place was slightly illuminated by Lauren sitting next to her. Hermione, is there something wrong with me? They look at me strangely. Lauren leaned closer and whispered. Hermione felt that Lauren's breath was too close, which made her feel a little itchy. She moved to the side and said in a low voice, "There is a red spot between your eyebrows." Red spots. Lauren suddenly thought of the blood dripping on his eyebrows last night. He took a book, turned the cover into a mirror, and looked at his changes. His eyes were focused on the center of his eyebrows. The red mark was not the color of scarlet blood, but a little lighter than blood, red but not bright. I rubbed it with my fingers a few times, but it didn't rub off, and there was no raised feeling, just like a mole between the eyebrows. Lauren felt his magic power, there was no change, it was the same as before. Except for the red mark, there is nothing wrong with the whole body. Hermione glanced at Lauren unconsciously, watching him sway his eyebrows. Didn't someone trick him into it? Could it be a prank on their part? No. Lauren kept rubbing the red mark, but there was no change for a while, and then he gave up. Anyway, he didn't find any harm. He planned to go back to ask Flamel in the evening, or wait for Dumbledore to come back and let him take a look. He shifted his attention from the center of his eyebrows, and then saw his whole face in the mirror. His face became whiter, and the blood on his lips became much darker. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that this scene is somewhat similar to the girl Mary in the mirror. Pretty good looking. Tisk, he's so handsome. He praised himself with a smile and casually changed the book back to its original shape. Hermione was amused. How could anyone praise herself so confidently? I must have not slept enough last night and my mind is a little confused. Why did she think Lauren was good looking when she just came in? Even if the two of them were too close, they would feel a little awkward. Shyness turned to anger. What's so interesting about this kind of person who has a bad personality, loves to make fun of others, and is also narcissistic? Do your homework. The quill in Hermione's hand was heavily dipped into the ink bottle. She pulled it out and made a heavy rustling sound on the parchment. Just do your homework, why are you so fierce? Lauren muttered, took out a pen and paper and started writing. Chapter 106. The sound of paper and pen meeting continued until noon. The sky outside the window became darker and the wind blew harder, reminding people that heavy rain was coming. Let's go have lunch. Lauren put away his pen and stretched his body. Hermione cleared the table slowly, put the homework written on a whole page of parchment into the textbook, and put it in her book bag. She always carries many books with her. Lauren heard her roommate Parvati Patil complain that when school first started, Hermione carried 20 books with her and had to memorize them all before changing them. She was so scared that the girls in the same dormitory with her did not dare to approach her. Lauren looked at the bulging book bag and quietly advanced a plan in his heart. Hermione was coming to the library in the afternoon, and her book bag was left in the library. Under the watchful eyes of Mrs. Pants, the two walked out of the library side by side and headed to the auditorium for lunch. Dumbledore was at the guest table, eating lukewarmly. Harry and Ron were starving themselves, pouring bread, steak and broth into their stomachs. Lauren and Hermione sat down opposite them. Hiccup. Harry let out a long and contented burp and said with a happy expression, "I feel like I just stuffed a cow into it." Ron kept nodding in agreement, his cheeks puffed out and his mouth full of food. When did you get up? Lauren's eyes wandered around the food on the table, thinking about what he would take. Just now. Harry said with inexplicable pride. He noticed something different on Lauren's face. What's wrong with your eyebrows? What's that red spot? I have to find a way to undo the poison that Snape gave me. Lauren opened his mouth. The content of the Book of Abraham cannot be said, since it is all fabricated lies, and Snape is even more convincing. Harry nodded and believed this statement. Snape was indeed not a good person. On the other side, Lauren, who had finished making up the lie, saw hot mango sauce rice pudding on the dining table. His pupils were shaking. What kind of dark dish was this? Warm mango sauce is poured on the rice, which is called hot mango sauce rice pudding. Sure enough, telling lies will lead to retribution. Lauren felt sorry for himself in his heart and took a few big pieces of fried pork chops. While Lauren's grief and anger turned into a huge appetite, Harry was thinking about how to avoid him and discuss the scar with the other two. Fortunately, he didn't waste much time. After Lauren finished eating, he saw Dumbledore leaving from the side door and chased after him. Harry said, "Hermione, I have something to tell you." Headmaster Dumbledore. Lauren trotted to catch up with Dumbledore, who was walking slowly to eat. "Lauren, it's best not to exercise strenuously after meals. This is the secret to my longevity." Dumbledore smiled warmly and winked at Lauren. "Besides, you look good today." Lauren ignored the topic and started talking about last night's experience, the mysterious man in the Forbidden Forest, and the centaur's horoscope predictions. "Even if I had already gone to the unicorn tribe in the morning to make amends." But upon hearing the death of the 2 unicorns, Dumbledore still had a sad look in his eyes. After listening to Lauren's words, he asked slowly, "I noticed that your friends are still trapped in a mystery. Why don't you help them?" "Oh boy," Lauren's eyelids are twitching. "I'll report the situation to you. You want me to lead someone to train with you?" He didn't answer the question, and the 2 of them passed the monster statue and took the spiral staircase to the principal's office on the 8th floor. Lauren sat down calmly, his movements were relaxed, and Dumbledore's mood was lightened. "Is Nagini awake?" Lauren asked. "Summer was here and hibernation should have ended long ago. She has been awake for more than a month. I left her to be taken care of by Professor Sputro. She couldn't get used to staying in the office," Dumbledore said while pouring tea. "What about the crown? Did you destroy it?" Lauren held the cup in his hand. As early as in the Albanian forest, he had talked about the room where Ravenclaw's diadem was hidden in the Room of Requirement, and he did not pay attention to the progress of Dumbledore's mission to destroy the Horcrux. "Oh, actually, I don't know where the Room of Requirement you mentioned is." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and talked about the train. "I only found a room full of exquisite things when I wanted to go to the toilet once. Chamber pot room." Lauren just watched Dumbledore talk nonsense. Professor Trelawney could hide a sherry bottle in it, and he didn't believe that Dumbledore hadn't discovered the Room of Requirement in all these years. "I can take you there, right now." "Ahem," Dumbledore said without any sign of being exposed. "In fact, I'm not sure what impact destroying or touching that Horcrux now will have. After all, it's too close, and he is." The last sentence was unclear, and the old guy with the white beard wanted to fool him again. "I will take care of it later," Dumbledore said at last. Lauren took a sip of tea and no longer cared about the crown. "There is one more thing, for a reason that cannot be said. Can't say is emphasized." He pointed his right index finger to his eyebrows and showed the red mark to Dumbledore. "I hope the principal will help me check this red spot." "Oh, I thought it was your unique outfit." Dumbledore understood that "cannot tell" referred to the cursed book. He stretched out his index finger and gently touched Lauren's eyebrows, then quickly took it back. "Except that it can't be erased, it's just like nature." Dumbledore looked interested. He was very sure that Lauren didn't have this mole last night. Just for a moment, Dumbledore's magic became active. Lauren was sure he used a lot of checking magic on himself, but he didn't feel it at all. "Now I really have no choice but to accept it. Even Dumbledore can't do anything. What can he, a little wizard, do?" "Do you need to talk to Nico?" Dumbledore asked. Lauren shook his head and refused. The fact that Nico didn't give Flamel this memory said a lot. Things related to the Book of Abraham can only be figured out by oneself. He bid farewell to Dumbledore with a heavy heart and walked out of the principal's office. He was blown away by the cold wind and realized that the old wizard in white robes had been talking nonsense for the whole conversation and said nothing useful. On the other side, Harry was telling Ron and Hermione about his experience last night in an abandoned classroom. "When I saw that mysterious man last night, the scar was very painful. That man must be related to Voldemort. I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed of a man wearing a hood and wandering around the castle." Boom! Thunder exploded. The first heavy rain in the summer of 1992 fell from the sky after brewing for a long time, swallowing up this ancient castle in the rain. The next school year is coming to an end, the end of the semester is really approaching, and the atmosphere in the school has become tense. Everyone is in a hurry to and from class, their steps are quick, and they want to fly. There is 1 week left before the end of term. On the long table in Gryffindor Hall, Neville stuffed the bread and steak into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and drank a large glass of pumpkin juice to take the food into his stomach. Then he hurriedly got off the table and ran to the door of the auditorium, then turned back and ran back to pick up the notebook left on the table. The entire meal process takes no more than 3 minutes. Looking blankly at Neville's quickly disappearing figure, Lauren felt his stomach feel a little bloated and painful. How could he eat this? Why doesn't he put the book in the library? Hermione asked curiously. Harry explained helplessly, if you don't take it with you, Neville will forget where he put his things and it will be more troublesome to find them. He now spends all his time doing endorsements, afraid that his report card will disappoint his grandma. Fortunately, thanks to the review plan Hermione had assigned them earlier, they didn't have to be so urgent. Should we go to the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor to practice dueling tomorrow? Lauren asked. Oh. Ron closed his eyes in pain and wanted to say nothing, but he swallowed his words under the threat of Harry and Hermione's gazes. Since the last incident in the Forbidden Forest, they had been practicing dueling in an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor whenever they had time. Harry and Ron mainly practiced the iron armor charm, one attacking and the other defending, constantly releasing spells on each other. When he got tired, he stopped and watched Lauren tease Hermione in a magic duel, and then was taught a lesson by Hermione in a physical duel. The two of them always talk about the inexplicable score. Lauren relied on Flamel, and his strength faintly occupied the first place among the four. Although Hermione had the first mover advantage, Harry was catching up quickly. Only Ron is firmly at the bottom of the pile. He resisted and worked hard, but faced with two teammates hanging on the wall and a hard-working king, he really couldn't catch up. I can only be at the tail end of the crane with peace of mind. Although there were only 4 people, the final name of the club was the Duel Club. Among Ron's suggestions of Weasley and Friends, Lauren's Eastern Siesta Magic Club, and Harry's Anything, I Can Do It, Hermione made the final decision on this normal name. They chose the 4th floor because it was convenient to check on Lu Wei's situation. They were convinced that Quirrell had succumbed to Snape and they were about to take action on the Sorcerer's Stone. But Snape seemed to be more patient than they thought and remained silent. After the heavy rain, the temperature rose rapidly and the weather became sultry. The final exam came in such sultry heat. Some subjects only require answering questions, while Transfiguration, Charms, and Potions classes all require practice. In the stuffy classroom, Professor McGonagall said with a serious face, "Don't try to cheat. Even AP, failure, or AD, terrible, is better than cheating. Character is more important than grades." Blank parchment and silver-lined quills were handed out to the little wizard. The quill pen is a quill pen specially used for exams and has an anti-cheating charm on it. The blank parchment is the test paper for this exam. The bell rang, and test questions appeared on the blank parchment. The little wizards had their heads buried, and the only sound in the classroom was the rustling of quills on parchment. The author of Elementary Transfiguration Guide is. Magic schools actually have questions like this. Emmerich Switch, Lauren wrote very quickly. Although it was a little biased, it was indeed very basic content. Affected by some distant memories, Lauren enjoyed the scene of answering exam questions very much. The more he wrote, the more excited he became, and the faster he wrote, the faster he got. The continuation of the word traces the shape of a creeper vine on the parchment. Lauren turned the pages of the test paper so loudly that he had already turned the pages before the others had finished even half of the first page. Sitting next to him was Dean, who was about to cry, screaming in his heart, "Professor McGonagall! This man is attacking me with soul magic." The branches of transfiguration include transformation, disappearance, calling, appearance. After writing the last question, Lauren threw the pen into the ink bottle coolly, looked up and stared at Professor McGonagall, with "I want to hand in, schwang, paper, by," written all over his face. Be the first person in the room to finish answering the test paper and walk out of the examination room. Especially when the exam time is not over halfway, such behavior can put severe pressure on the little wizards who are still answering the questions. Professor McGonagall walked up to Lauren, glanced at the creeper-like squiggles on the test paper, and then glanced at Lauren, who had a stern expression and wanted to cause trouble. Her slightly old fingers tapped the corners of the test paper twice, and the ink on the parchment seemed to come alive. All the words written by Lauren quickly squirmed towards the location where Professor McGonagall's fingers tapped, and finally condensed into an ink dot. Professor McGonagall tapped the test paper again, and the ink dots extended a sentence, "The handwriting is too sloppy, please answer again." Lauren looked at Professor McGonagall in disbelief and complained vividly, "You are targeting me." With a touch of Professor McGonagall's finger, the ink spots and the words disappeared. She stopped looking at Lauren and turned back to the podium. Although the answers are all correct, there are more than a dozen spelling errors and the handwriting is almost unreadable. An imperceptible smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's lips. She wanted Lauren to calm down and take the exam carefully. As soon as the exam was over, all the parchments folded in half on their own, flew up and landed on the podium to be folded. Professor McGonagall took the test paper and left. Dean stood up immediately with a sad and angry expression. Lauren, give me a door opening. He was so disturbed by the sound of Lauren turning over the test paper that he couldn't remember several questions. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, and then he couldn't remember more questions. I must have failed the test this time. The practical exam begins with the charms class. Professor Flitwick found an empty classroom and asked the first-year wizards to walk into the classroom one by one and take the exam one by one. Hermione was one in front of Lauren. She went in nervously and came out with a sad face, looking aggrieved and angry. I must have failed the exam. Is it so difficult? Lauren was very confused. With Hermione's strength, would she fail the test? Hermione stared at the culprit in front of her with bright brown eyes, but thinking that it would be his turn to take the exam soon, she silently accumulated her anger and said nothing. Lauren entered the classroom with doubts. Professor Flitwick stood behind the table, with a thick pile of books under his feet before he reluctantly served the table. There was a pineapple on the table. Lauren! Professor Flitwick greeted him enthusiastically. Here, let this graceful pineapple tap dance from one side of the table to the other. Lauren was still confused. This shouldn't be difficult for Hermione. Why would Hermione say she failed the exam? Good professor! He waved the magic wand, and the pineapple seemed to come alive, twisting its waist awkwardly and swinging its fat body. After completing the preparatory exercises, Pineapple became flexible and began to march with a tap dance. Perfect! Professor Flitwick looked very satisfied, and his beard stood up with a smile. I have to add a few points to your warm-up exercise. Tasteful aesthetics. Lauren thanked him and walked out of the classroom. Hermione was waiting for him outside, her eyes blazing. It's all your fault. You argued with me before that Grape can't do ballet and should do hip-hop. Speaking of this, the little witch said in a sad voice, I asked Pineapple to dance ballet, but she didn't correct herself until halfway. Professor Flitwick will definitely give me a P. Chapter 107. During the Easter holiday assignment, Professor Flitwick mentioned problems related to making fruit dance. Lauren, just for fun, argued with Hermione about which dance was appropriate for Grape. Just now in the examination room, when Hermione heard the test questions, her mind was filled with the process of arguing with Lauren. She was so nervous that she couldn't help but let Pineapple start dancing ballet. It wasn't until halfway through that she realized she had made the wrong dance. Pfft! Lauren couldn't help laughing after knowing the whole story. Seeing Hermione's murderous look, she suppressed her laughter again. Hermione haha, don't worry, there are other exams later. He tried his best to control his smile, the muscles on his face were a little stiff due to too much exertion. When Hermione saw that this guy was still laughing, she was so angry that her teeth started to itch. She clenched her fists and punched him on the arm, feeling much relieved. After Harry and Ron finished their exams, they walked to the restaurant together. Lauren's arm received an angry punch from the girl from time to time, trying hard to pretend to be in great pain. My grades in charms must be very poor, Hermione said with tears in her eyes as she kept repeating the mistakes she made during the exam. I also failed in the written exam. Regarding the characteristics of the levitation charm, I only answered 7 points and didn't write anything. The floating spell cannot be applied directly to the human body. Harry and Ron shivered in the background. You know what? I thought I answered pretty well before this. Although there is no O, it should be an E. Harry murmured. Ron nodded stiffly. I only wrote 3 points about the floating spell. I thought I could get full marks for that question. The exam was conducted amidst the relief and struggle of the little wizards. Perhaps considering that this was the first exam for first-year wizards, the professor prepared novice benefits for them. The test questions are basically selected from the Easter holiday homework. As long as you are careful when copying your homework, you can get a good score. For the practical exam of Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall chose the same method as Professor Flitwick. Let the little wizards come to her one by one to demonstrate the transformation technique, and Professor McGonagall will grade them based on their performance. Students who have completed the exam are warned not to reveal the content of the exam. But in fact, it doesn't matter if it is leaked. This is a practical exam. If you can, you can, and if you can't, you can't. You listen to other little wizards talking about the key points of spellcasting, and your mind thinks that you know it, and then your hands and wand tell you that you know how to use a hammer. While waiting, Hermione's fingers moved uneasily, simulating the trajectory of waving the wand, while she muttered various key points of transfiguration. Lauren lined up behind her, not daring to say a word for fear of being beaten. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall's voice came from inside. Hermione took a deep breath and walked straight into the classroom. A few minutes later, she came out with a smile on her lips and a relaxed expression. Seems happy with the results. Lauren Morgan. When Lauren entered, Professor McGonagall was putting a snuff box into a small box, as if to treasure it. The front of the snuff box is painted with the Hogwarts school crest, and the other sides are the iconic animals of each house: lion, eagle, badger, and snake. The watercolor colors are bright and lifelike, and there are exquisite hollow patterns on them. Professor McGonagall poured out a white mouse from another box, turned the mouse into a snuff box. The more beautiful the box, the higher the score. If there are rat whiskers or fangs on the box, points will be deducted. But Professor McGonagall felt that there was no need to emphasize this to Lauren, as she knew Lauren's level. Thinking of the intricate, colorful snuff boxes I saw just now. Lauren's breath froze. Hermione, what kind of ultimate scroll king are you? With mixed emotions, Lauren waved her wand. His snuff box basically copied Hermione's idea, but replaced the animals with swords, gold cups, crowns, and lockets. Professor McGonagall frowned. This child was obviously very skilled in transfiguration, so why was he always sneaking around? She pursed her lips and was silent for a while, then said, "From the perspective of transfiguration, it's perfect. But I can't give you the same score as Miss Granger. You can change into a snuff box again." Lauren waved his hand. He didn't want to spend time designing the shape of the snuff box. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. That's it. As long as it passes the test." What words are this? What does it mean to just pass the test? Lauren's words made Professor McGonagall, who was extremely well behaved, laugh angrily. She watched Lauren walk out of the classroom, thinking about how this kid usually behaved. He is extremely talented and can always finish the first few new things he learns in each transfiguration class, but he always muddles through and is lazy in paddling. The homework is always excellent, but he never takes the initiative to answer questions in class. He is kind-hearted and always loves to tease people, especially poor Miss Granger. She made up her mind to focus on this problem student next school year. The potions practical examination is conducted in colleges, and the little wizards prepare potions at the same time. The test question drawn by Gryffindor's first-year students was to prepare the forgetting potion alone from beginning to end. It wasn't difficult, but Snape made it more difficult. While the potion was brewing, he stood behind each student for 5 minutes, watching them closely. If you have experience in brewing potions, or any experience in taking exams, you will understand the pressure of having an invigilator standing behind you for a long time. Lauren doubted himself for several steps. When he paused, Snape would make a sound of disgust like "Chi." In the end, those who made no mistakes while being watched were perfect, and E, exceeded expectations. Those who successfully brewed the potion were A, pass, those who were frightened and cried were P, failed, and D, terrible, T, troll. There was something wrong with Neville with this scoring system. He was frightened to tears by Snape, but reluctantly prepared the amnesia potion. Snape disliked Neville's bottle of darker forgetfulness potion, which contained tears and snot. Lauren secretly wondered if, as a potions professor, Snape should try out the potions brewed by his students before giving a grade. The last exam was History of Magic, and the last question was about which eccentric old wizards invented the automatic stirring crucible. When Professor Binns asked everyone to put down their quills and roll up the parchment for answering questions, everyone couldn't help but cheer. They can easily play for a whole week until the results are announced. All the exams are over, and the bright and hot summer has truly arrived. The group followed the crowd onto the sunny meadow, chasing butterflies and pulling at flowers and plants. After a while, Harry and Ron went crazy and disappeared. Lauren and Hermione ran across a section in the bright sunshine, enjoying the smell of green grass. Hermione seemed to be unloading a heavy burden and walked briskly. "It's much easier than I originally thought. In fact, there is no need to remember the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct and the history of the Elf Rebellion." Lauren complained, "There is also a whole history of magic textbook." He was sweating slightly and opened his clothes to let the wind blow more comfortably. The white shirt seemed to glow in the sunlight, reflecting the boy's fair face and the strange red mole between his eyebrows, which was particularly eye-catching. The girls on the lawn greeted Lauren warmly. Lauren also noticed that the mole was too noticeable, so he cut out a strand of bangs from his hair to cover his eyebrows. Out of some small thought, Hermione pulled Lauren away from the crowd. They walked down the slope to the lake and plopped down under the tree. Hermione curled up her legs and put her head on her knees, and Lauren lay down directly. Over there, a large squid basked in the warm shallow water, and the Weasley twins, Ron and Lee Jordan, gathered around to watch Rolf gently fiddle with its tentacles. Lauren wanted to fish when he saw the lake, but he gave up thinking of the unethical fish and grindalow in the lake and the need to prepare fish food. Watch quietly as they play with the giant squid. Lauren didn't say anything, and Hermione didn't want to say anything either. This kind of weather made people unconsciously lazy. The two of them didn't have to work hard to find a topic, they just sat together under the tree, feeling the breeze blowing from the lake, feeling relaxed and comfortable. Over there, the Weasley brothers were eager to try, and they also stretched out their hands to fiddle with the tentacles of the giant squid. Perhaps they used too much force and disturbed the big squid. Its tentacles were raised high and slapped on the water, making a splash. The group of people who were hit by the lake were even more happy. They cheered and thought it was a very fun game. Lauren and Hermione smiled unconsciously. Under the blue sky, an owl flew past, its snow-white feathers illuminated very beautifully by the sun. After a while, Harry ran over panting and squatted next to the two of them. Hagrid knew that we had finished the exam and asked us to go to the hut at night. He prepared the first crop of pea pods for us. As he said this, he saw a group of people playing happily with the big squid, their eyes bright. Without waiting for a reply, he threw his legs away and ran over. In this way, Lauren and Hermione leisurely watched a group of people being beaten to death, laughing from ear to ear. The wind was blowing, and Lauren fell asleep at some point. The sunset was like a flame, burning the entire sky, and a warm glow enveloped the castle and forest. The big squid slowly sank to the bottom of the water, and Harry and Ron walked towards the two of them. Their clothes had been dried using magic by George and Fred. "Come on, let's go to Hagrid's place for dinner," Harry said happily. Hermione smoothed back her wind-tossed hair and lowered her head to wake up Lauren, who was sleeping. The four of them set out towards the Forbidden Forest, and met Yaya at the edge of the forest. Its tail was wagging so that no shadow could be seen, and it was circling around the little wizards. Hagrid was sitting on a chair outside the hut, his trousers rolled up, facing a large bowl, busy shelling pea pods. "Hey! Is the exam over?" Hagrid greeted happily, "You're in time, come and see the first pea pods this year." 4 people gathered around and helped deal with it. The last bits of the sun sink into the horizon and night takes over the sky. In the hut, Hagrid poured the fragrant pea soup into bowls for several people, along with the mixed boiled pea pods. The soup is pea pods boiled with onions and chicken. The boiled pea pods are also seasoned only with salt and olive oil. A simple and crude method, but it becomes extraordinary because of the ingredients. The little wizards had a great time eating, and except for Hagrid's signature rock biscuits, all other dishes were finished. Hagrid put away the tableware and took out a large ball of white unicorn hair from the wooden box and handed it to Lauren. "This is a thank you gift from the unicorn tribe. They think that if it weren't for us, the mysterious man would hunt many unicorns. You happen to want this, so I got some for you. These long white hairs are smooth, thick, and shiny, not just the tail hairs, but also the manes. It is full of magic power and contains no impurities." But Lauren was a little embarrassed. "This won't be like last time." He didn't finish his words, but Hagrid understood what he meant, and Hermione quickly retracted her hand. Could it be the hair from the 2 unicorn corpses last time? Although Lauren needed fresh unicorn hair, he had not thought about harvesting hair from the corpse after seeing the miserable appearance of the unicorn last time. "Don't worry, unicorns will not desecrate the corpses of their own kind," Hagrid said in a cheerful voice. "This is combed from a living unicorn." Lauren suppressed her joy and put the unicorn fur away. Ron sighed, "Everything has been good since the confinement. All my wishes have come true." Harry heard this and touched his scar. "No, he's not good. He kept having nightmares after returning from the Forbidden Forest. When he heard all your wishes come true, something flashed in his mind, and he hurriedly asked Hagrid, "Hagrid, have you wanted a fire dragon for a long time?" Speaking of Norbert, even though he had been sent away, Hagrid was still happy. "Yes, this is my long-cherished wish. Every wish comes true, how could it be such a coincidence?" Harry looked anxious. Do you remember the night you played cards and won the fire dragon egg, and what did the person who lost to you look like? What does he look like? Hagrid recalled the situation at that time. I didn't see what he looked like. Except for Lauren, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had shocked expressions on their faces. You made a drinking bet with someone and won a fire dragon egg worth hundreds or thousands of galleons, but you didn't know what the opponent looked like. Hagrid said, what's so strange about this? There are a lot of weird guys like this in the Pig's Head bar. He wears a hood and refuses to take off his cloak. Harry froze in place, motionless. Hermione also realized that something was wrong. How could someone bring illegal dragon eggs with them to the bar and lose to others casually? Lauren sighed that Quirrell was really sincere. The salary of Hogwarts professors is not low, but professors mostly get rich because of their side jobs. How many years of salary would Quirrell, who used to teach Muggle studies, have to put in before he could buy a genuine dragon egg from the black market? Just give it to Hagrid simply like this. Do Death Eaters have any intelligence buffs? You are the villains. What about Veritaserum? What about the Imperious Curse? Let's use some villain tactics. Quirrell couldn't use the Imperious Curse, and Voldemort couldn't do it either? Although Hagrid has high resistance to demons, with Voldemort's attainments in black magic, not to mention half-blood giants, pure-blood giants will not be able to withstand them. It seemed that Voldemort was in such bad condition that he couldn't even cast the Imperious Curse. No wonder Dumbledore finally let Harry go solo with him. Under repeated questioning from Hermione and Harry, Hagrid recalled. When chatting with the man about the fire dragon, he mentioned that he could even deal with a three-headed dog, let alone a fire dragon. I showed off to him that I could make the three-headed dog fall asleep by listening to some music. Hagrid said this, covering his mouth. I shouldn't have to tell you this. Upon hearing this, Harry pulled Ron and ran towards the castle, and Hermione quickly pulled Lauren behind. Hey, where are you going? This was Hagrid's voice. No strenuous exercise after meals. This was Lauren's voice. The same thing is that no one pays attention to them. Harry said his guess as he ran. Hagrid told a stranger the way to get through Lua, who must be related to Voldemort. They need to tell Principal Dumbledore the news as soon as possible. Running all the way into the hall, Harry was very tired, but he didn't dare to relax at all. He looked at Lauren. How do I get to Dumbledore's office? You want to see Dumbledore? Why? Professor McGonagall's voice sounded from the other side of the hall, and she approached holding a stack of books. Harry swallowed, not knowing what to say. Others didn't dare to say, but Lauren was quick to talk and said sternly, we suspect someone is trying to steal the Sorcerer's Stone and want to tell the principal. When Professor McGonagall heard about the Sorcerer's Stone, she was so shocked that she dropped the book in her arms on the ground, but she did not pick it up. I don't know how you found out about the Sorcerer's Stone, but it is strictly protected and is foolproof. Her eyes were full of stress. Now, you should go back to your dormitory to rest. The end of the exam does not mean you can violate school rules, unless you still want to be detained. After saying that, she waved her hand and the book that fell on the ground flew back to her hand. Professor McGonagall turned and left. Professor McGonagall! Hermione shouted. Principal Dumbledore received the letter and went to London to deal with urgent matters. He will not be back until tomorrow. Professor McGonagall's voice came from afar. Lauren didn't know if Professor McGonagall knew Dumbledore's plan, but he always felt that the acting was a bit stiff in the scene where Professor McGonagall just dropped the book on the ground. Tonight. Harry became more determined. Snape didn't dare to take action when Dumbledore was at school, but he will take action tonight. Even this letter might have been forged by Snape. Chapter 108. What letter? A sinister voice sounded, and Snape, dressed in black, appeared next to him. Hermione covered her mouth violently to prevent herself from screaming. Snape had a weird smile on his face. Just a reminder, if you dare to run around after lights out, I will personally expel you. Harry felt that Snape must want to do this, because they were the only ones in the school who knew about Snape's conspiracy. Now! Snape raised his voice, everyone go back to your dormitory. Under Snape's threatening gaze, the group returned to the Gryffindor common room in panic. Snape watched the four young wizards go away until their figures disappeared. He could feel that Quirrell had been acting strangely recently, becoming smellier and weaker, and shunned him like a mouse when he saw him. But there was excitement in his eyes that was eager to try, and malice that was almost overflowing. No matter what Dumbledore's plans were, it was clear that Quirrell couldn't wait as the holidays were approaching. These stupid and reckless little things can put themselves in danger at any time. Lauren glanced back at Snape one last time. He was looking at them deeply in the dim candlelight of the hall. He realized that Snape's series of actions were to protect them. So, it must be that Dumbledore, the Riddler, was not angry with Snape? The four of them returned to the Gryffindor lounge and found a stool in a remote corner to sit down. He will definitely do it after the lights go out, Harry said with certainty, and what Snape just said confirmed his suspicion. Hermione looked at Lauren, who had been avoiding Lauren as much as possible when they talked about Snape. What do you want me to do? Lauren shrugged, I won't tell anyone, but I still insist that Snape is not a bad person. Harry stared at Lauren with burning eyes, full of hope. Lauren, you don't have to deal with him with us. If you can, please help us keep an eye on Snape. If he comes out of the office, follow him. Okay, sir, I promise to complete the mission. Lauren smiled, of course he was happy and relaxed. He was not worried about the safety of the three people. Unlike the trolls, Dumbledore had arranged the scene of the Iron Triangle's fight with Quirrell for a whole year, so there would definitely be no mistakes. Quirrell could only use the fire dragon egg to trap Hagrid, and Professor McGonagall dropped the book stiffly. These were all guarantees. It would be best if he could hide and relax. If he got involved, he might end up in the school infirmary and lie down for a few days. Harry then made an arrangement, after the lights go out, we will go to the 4th floor and try to take out the Sorcerer's Stone before Snape. The three of them began to plan their actions tonight. They planned to use invisibility cloaks to sneak into the 4th floor and play a short piece of music for Lu Wei. They discussed over and over some possible accidents, such as what to do if they met Nick on the road, or how to avoid Mrs. Norris. Lauren sat on the stool like a superfluous person. It was not as relaxing as he had imagined. This feeling of being alone and doing nothing was not wonderful. Why would he want to get involved? Damn it, Dumbledore must have influenced him. The sound of the three people discussing continued until the lights outside the corridor were quietly extinguished, the little wizards in the lounge returned to their dormitories, and the lounge became empty. Harry stood up first and returned to the dormitory to take out the invisibility cloak. As the invisibility cloak enveloped them, the three of them disappeared in front of Lauren's eyes. Then the sound of the fat lady opening the door sounded, and the lounge became completely quiet. Lauren also stood up and walked slowly towards Snape's office. Harry and the others successfully arrived at the room where Lu Wei was on the 4th floor. Harry uses the piccolo that Hagrid gave him for Christmas to put Fluffy into a deep sleep. Hermione and Harry jumped into the hole under the trapdoor. Ron landed on it alone, looking at the pitch-black, bottomless hole below. He wondered if it would be too impulsive to jump directly. But they both jumped, and Ron had no choice but to grit his teeth and jump in. At the bottom is a network of black plants and vines, which catches the three people who fell. Ha, luckily there are these plants. Ron touched here and there, and soon his eyes widened. Black vines crawled along their hands and feet, wrapping and binding them tighter and tighter. Harry and Ron struggled in horror. Relax, this is a devil's net. The harder we struggle, the faster we will die. Hermione lay down on the vines, her voice relaxed and even sounded a bit leisurely. The sooner you die. Then we should really relax. Ron was like a fish that had just been caught ashore, his whole body was straining. Hermione looked helpless, and her body slowly sank, as if being swallowed by an unknown monster. Hermione! Hermione! Harry panicked and shouted urgently. Relax. Don't struggle, trust me. Hermione's voice came from below. Harry did as he was told, and his body slowly sank. Ron was immersed in his own world, unable to hear the sounds outside at all, and watched helplessly as Hermione and Harry were eaten one after another. Ah! Harry! His scream broke. Below, Harry looked helplessly at the squirming devil's net vines above. He can't hear us, can he? Devil's net, devil's net. Hermione kept recalling the content in the book, that's right. Devil's net is afraid of light and heat. Burning Flame she used a variant of the fire spell used for heating in winter. Several blue bellflower-like fireballs erupted from the tip of the wand, slowly floating up to loosen the vines wrapped around Ron's body. Ron fell straight to the ground, flat on his butt. He stood up and rubbed his butt, smiling. Ha, luckily I relaxed. Fortunately, Hermione is good at herbology. Harry shook his head. He felt that he was nervous and worried about the Sorcerer's Stone, which seemed a bit inappropriate for the current atmosphere. I didn't expect that this kind of flame would be useful in summer. Ron still didn't answer, looking left and right at the surrounding environment. The space below was much larger than they thought. It was a one-way stone corridor with a wall on one side and gentle rustling and tinkling sounds coming from the other side. They walked along the corridor until they reached the end and came to a brightly lit room. There were 4 broomsticks in the middle of the room, opposite a closed door. Under the high vaulted ceiling, countless birds as dazzling as gems flapped their wings, leaving golden after-images. These are the countless golden-winged keys. Apparently, this room requires them to ride a broomstick and catch the correct key flying in the air. Harry sat on the broom neatly, his figure bumping around in the air. Hermione gave up immediately. Ron took a look and chose to give up after seeing the flying speed of the key. They walked to the opposite door and waited for Harry to succeed. Why are there 4 broomsticks? Ron discovered the blind spot. Hermione didn't answer. She tried the unlocking charm on the door lock, but it didn't work. I thought that if it was Lauren, there should be a way to open this door. Harry lived up to their expectations and quickly grabbed the only silver key among countless golden keys. Opening the door, the dark room suddenly lit up as 3 people entered the second room. They stood next to a huge chessboard. The chess pieces were huge stone sculptures, the soldiers' swords and the knights' horses were all lifelike. They are on the black side, and the white chess pieces on the opposite side are densely packed in front of the door. If you want to get past, you have to win the game. Giant wizard chess. Ron murmured. He walked around the black chess pieces, inspected them, and then began to direct. Under his command, Harry took the place of the bishop, Hermione took the place of the castle, and Ron mounted the knight's horse. The chess game progressed quickly, and Ron grasped the opponent's chess style and quickly ended the battle. The White King took off the crown from his head and threw it at Harry's feet. The white chess pieces bowed and retreated, making way for them. Ron was very proud of this game. Maybe I can only sacrifice the night before Christmas, but I am no longer the person I was before. Continuing forward, the back room was filled with a stench, and the corpse of a troll lay in the middle, larger than the one they had dealt with before, with a bloody mass on its head. The 3 of them were no longer in a relaxed mood. The murderer who stole the magic stone was right in front of them. At least we don't have to fight the troll. Harry whispered, "Come on, we need to speed up." They carefully stepped over the troll's body, and as soon as they stepped onto the threshold of the next room, purple flames rose from the door behind them, and black flames rose from the door opposite. They are stuck in the middle. There are 7 bottles of different shapes and a roll of parchment in the room. The content on the parchment showed that there were 7 bottles in total, 2 of which were fireproof potions. 1 pot could pass through purple flames, and 1 bottle could pass through the black flames in front. 2 bottles are nettle wine, which will be fine if you drink it, and 3 bottles of poison will kill you if you drink it. 4 more clues. 1. The poisons are all to the left of the nettle wine. 2. The 2 bottles on the edge are not the same liquid, and there is no forward magic potion in them. 3. The largest and smallest bottles are not poison. 4. The positive number and the penultimate bottle are the same thing. Harry thought to himself, we just have a bottle of poison each. Hermione took the parchment and read the clues several times. She reached out and took out the smallest bottle first. This contains the magic potion that can move forward through the black flames. Then he pointed to the bottle on the far right and said, "This is the potion that goes back through the purple flame." Harry looked carefully at the 2 bottles of potion. In the smallest bottle, there were only a few drops of the potion that passed through the black flames, less than a sip. There was a full bottle of potion on the way back. He quickly uncorked the smallest bottle and poured a few drops of the cold potion into his mouth. The potion penetrated his whole body like ice cubes, calming down his body and mind. Before Ron and Hermione could react, Harry threw the empty bottle to the ground. "You go back and go to the professor for help. The trolls have been killed, and they will believe it." Harry said in a calm voice, "I may be able to contain him." Hermione's voice trembled, "What if Voldemort is in there too?" Harry forced a smile and pointed to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, "I am the boy who lived. I can deal with Voldemort a second time." Harry and Hermione grew up in Muggle society and could call Voldemort by his name without any scruples. But Ron couldn't. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to lighten the atmosphere, tell a joke, and pulled Harry to go with them. But he couldn't say anything. "Go find the professor quickly." Harry turned around and stepped resolutely into the surging black flames. Hermione and Ron suppressed their sadness, steeled themselves, and were about to drink the potion. But Harry flew out of it at a faster speed and hit the table, smashing the table and the potion on it. The two hurriedly helped Harry up. Ahem! Harry clutched his chest and gasped in pain. Why did Hagrid act as if nothing happened when he was hit? He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Before Hermione and Ron had time to ask what happened, thick black mist came out of the front door, and the burning black flames met the black mist and melted like snow. The black mist filled the door of the purple flame, and the purple flame was quickly melted. In the direction of the source of the black mist, a strange person slowly walked out. His face was as white as plaster powder, his scarlet eyes were gleaming, and his nostrils were as slender as a snake. "Let's go," Harry said, suppressing the sharp pain from the scars on his chest and forehead. Without enough time to take a closer look, Hermione and Ron pulled Harry and fled in the direction they came from. But Harry was seriously injured and they couldn't run fast. Voldemort didn't chase him. He took a deep breath and felt something he hadn't felt in 10 years, the human body. "Master, they are about to run away." A flattering, cowardly voice came from behind. Voldemort felt a sense of disgust. This voice reminded him every moment that this was not his body. Without giving the servant an answer, he moved forward slowly but unstoppably. On the way, Harry was helped, and he told what happened. "It was Quirrell, I got the Sorcerer's Stone, he couldn't touch me, so he knocked me out." There was the mirror of Ariste at the door of the room in the black flame. As soon as he entered, he saw Quirrell looking in the mirror for the Philosopher's Stone. Then his reflection in the mirror put the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket, and Harry actually felt the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket. Harry took the Sorcerer's Stone and turned around to run away, but Quirrell knocked him down from behind and grabbed his neck with both hands. But as soon as Quirrell's hand touched him, it seemed as if it was burned by fire, and he screamed in pain and struggled to move away. His scarf then falls off, revealing a face on the back of his head, and Quirrell calls him his master. Harry realized that his body could cause harm to Quirrell, and rushed towards him with a cry. As a result, the two faces changed places, and the devil-like face was blown away by a spell. "Now, as long as we run out, tonight will be a success," Ron said, holding back his voice that wanted to cry. Harry and Hermione were silent. Seizing the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell's master, they all guessed who it was. They escape all the way to the room where the chessboard is, and this time they can get through without playing chess. The chess pieces on the chessboard are sparsely scattered and cannot block the path at all. The three of them staggered across the chessboard. In front of the door, Ron let go of Harry's hand and stopped. Harry and Hermione looked at him confused, wondering why he stopped. "You go first, I'll cut off the queen." Ron turned to look at the chess pieces. Hermione didn't say anything, but also stopped Harry, who wanted to speak, and helped him escape. Ron walked back to the center of the chessboard, picked up the White King's crown, and straddled it across his body. Then he rode on the horse of another Black Knight, and he said loudly, "Reset." The young voice was serious, echoing in the empty chessboard room. The base of the stone statue made a rough scratching sound on the chessboard, and the black and white chess pieces fell back into place, waiting solemnly. Chapter 109. The chess pieces carved out of stone were motionless, and neither was Ron on the black stone horse. His mind began to replay memories about the mysterious, wrong, Voldemort. According to his parents, he was born in a turbulent era, when he always had to run away from Death Eaters. But he was too young at that time and had no memory. When he remembered, the turmoil had ended, and his brothers would not mention what happened back then. Sometimes George and Fred would be scolded by their mother if they mentioned that name. Father, Mother, and Aunt Muriel, these adults always look horrified when they hear the name Voldemort. Aunt Muriel would still look around, just in case anyone heard her. As time passed, even he felt that that name was some kind of vicious curse, as if he would die if he uttered it. But now, as he sat on the cold stone horse, waiting for the arrival of Voldemort, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Ron watched as the wisps of black mist continued to dissipate, spreading across the entire chessboard and getting thicker and thicker. Voldemort stepped into the room unhurriedly, holding the wand between the first knuckle of his thumb and the second knuckle of his index finger, with his elbow slightly bent in front of him, his posture elegant and dignified. He stood outside the chessboard and glanced between the chess pieces. As Ron sat on the horse, he could hear his heart relaxing, then contracting hard, pumping blood into the stiff blood vessels and muscles. Thump! Thump! The magic power in the body is full like never before. Voldemort slowly opened his mouth, as if talking to himself. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration is still so superb. Even I can't compare to her in the field of transfiguration. Ron sat on his horse and said nothing. It turns out that these chess pieces were made by Professor McGonagall using the transfiguration technique. Unfortunately, I probably won't have the chance to learn it again. Voldemort twisted his neck, turned his scarlet eyes to Ron, and said softly, "Oh, poor fool, you were abandoned by your friends. They left you here alone to die, right?" He spoke with great interest. Anyone who spent a few years in the forests of Albania, talking only to snakes all day long, would have become very talkative. Ron still said nothing. "Come, join me, I will bring you infinite glory." Voldemort grinned. The moment he stepped onto the chessboard, Ron gave his answer. "Attack." For a moment, no matter the black chess or the white chess, whether it was the queen or the soldier, except for the black knight on the edge, all the stone statues on the chessboard came to life, and all the chess pieces rushed towards Voldemort. "Stupid." Voldemort still maintained his dignified posture and sneered hoarsely. He waved Quirrell's wand, shattering a stone statue with each swing, and walked towards Ron unstoppably. The soldier swung his swords and was shattered. The bishop raised his scepter and it was shattered. The chariot struck and was shattered. In the end, Voldemort walked across the chessboard unscathed and stood in front of the Black Knight, the only surviving piece on the chessboard. Ron was riding on the horse, looking down at this ugly face with a firm voice, "Knight! Charge!" The black stone warhorse raised its hooves high and was about to step down. Voldemort tapped the base of the chess piece with his wand. Countless small cracks spread from the base of the stone statue and gradually covered the whole body of the stone statue. "Damn it, it's really scary." Ron grinned and said softly, "General." Boom! The stone statue exploded, and Ron's body was thrown away, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. His whole body was covered with wounds caused by flying stones, and blood was flowing along the ground. Blood oozed from the ears, eyes, nose, and mouth, and there was only a buzzing in the ears. Various colors merged in front of his eyes, and eventually all the colors faded away, and nothing could be seen clearly, it was dim and blurry. Ron's hands trembled and he pulled at the ground, trying to support his broken body to stand up, but he only lost strength and fell down again and again, splashing in a pool of blood. "Stupid Gryffindor!" Voldemort looked at this scene and smiled happily. Without stopping, he walked into the next room. The door was pushed open and closed with a bang. Ron's eyes were unfocused, and the movement of his struggle gradually became fainter, until he no longer had any strength and lost consciousness. Broken stones were scattered on the chessboard, and the lights in the room went out and suddenly became dark. A bright red flame lit up on Ron's shoulder, and a phoenix with intertwined gold and red feathers emerged from the flames. Fawkes looked at the little man in the pool of blood, and pressed his face affectionately against Ron's, tears streaming from his eyes. Phoenix's tears touched Ron's body and melted into his wounds. Ripples spread out like water, and each wound emitted a soft red light. Some mysterious changes are taking place in the new blood and muscles. Fawkes raised his head and screamed towards an open space for a while, as if he was accusing someone of being unreliable. "Okay, hurry up and bring Lauren. Harry and Hermione need his help." An old voice sounded. Fawkes became even more angry, and after teaching an old man a lesson for a while, flames rose from his body and disappeared. Dumbledore appeared, looking at the rubble and blood scattered on the ground. He gently shook his sleeves. Some invisible force made Ron lean against the wall and clean the blood and dust off his body. Dumbledore looked at Ron's red hair with gentle eyes, and then fell into some worry, muttering, "I wonder if Arthur and Molly will scold me." Hogwarts basement. Lauren was hesitating outside Snape's office, wondering whether to talk to Snape. This dilemma has been going on for quite some time. Not far in front of him, a flame suddenly appeared, with gold and red intertwined. Lauren leaned in curiously, observing the flames. The flames surged with a pop sound, wrapping him in the fireworks and disappearing in an instant. The door to the potions office suddenly opened, and Snape looked at the place where Lauren had just disappeared, with a gloomy expression. "Dumbledore, what on earth are you playing?" On the other side, Harry and Hermione were in despair. At the end of the corridor, where they jumped down, a large net of plants and vines tightly covered the exit, covered with black mist. Neither the gentle blue flame nor the fiery flame spell can open a way out. The black fog in the room gradually thickened, not only the vines above the head, but also the black fog around the corners of the corridor. There are various signs that Voldemort is coming. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Harry fell into self-blame. He suddenly thought of something and looked up at Hermione. Leave me to Voldemort. He was full of hope. Give me to Voldemort, and hurry up and inform Professor McGonagall. We still have hope before he is completely resurrected. Hermione listened to Harry's plan with an expressionless face. She helped Harry to the corner and put him down. What you said may make sense. But I'm a Gryffindor. The first grade little witch stretched out her hand and tucked her loose and fluffy hair behind her ears along her neck. She held the wand made of grapevine wood and the core of the dragon's nerve wand, and stood in the middle of the corridor. Watching the black fog getting thicker and thicker, waiting for the arrival of the most powerful Dark Lord. Although she was always ridiculed for being a book reader, no one in the entire Hogwarts, from students to professors, could deny that she was always smart. Smart people certainly know which options are more beneficial and which ones make sense. After the Halloween troll incident, everyone was saying that Hermione had the quick wit to trap the troll with planks of wood and flames. If the planks hadn't been insufficient, she could have dealt with the troll by herself. She saw Ron dying recklessly to attract the troll's attention and trying to open a way out for them, and she saw Harry dying towards death and breaking through the troll's defense. Only she was hiding in the back. Afterwards, Hermione looked through all the troll-related books in the library. She knew that the troll was clumsy, knew that the troll's nostrils and eyes were the weakest in protection, and knew every weakness of the troll. But the clearer it becomes, the more profound the scene from that night becomes. She was afraid of facing the troll, but facing the Dark Lord who was comparable to Dumbledore, she stood up. Hermione's mind went over every spell she had ever learned, every key point in a duel, attack, avoidance, breathing and rhythm. They heard slow footsteps in the empty corridor, and Voldemort gradually came into their sight. The corners of Voldemort's mouth split open, like a snake splitting its mouth, as if a forked tongue would spit out at any moment. He was laughing, laughing at the witch's overestimation. But he didn't speak. The Mudblood didn't deserve to speak. Hermione asked herself, Gryffindor? Who isn't? Hermione tried to smile, but couldn't, and finally gave up on the idea. She stood sideways, raised her arms, and pointed the wand directly at the opposite side, all petrified. The tip of the wand lit up, and a white binding spell beam roared out. Quirrell's body was weak, his soul and life had been sucked away by evil spirits for a long time, but under the stimulation of unicorn blood, the last bit of potential was squeezed out. And the one who controls this power is him, the most powerful dark wizard in hundreds of years, Voldemort. Voldemort raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth and flicked his wand. The invisible shockwave shattered the light of the magic spell and hit the little witch with undiminished power. Armor protection. Hermione only had time to hurriedly open an iron armor charm to block it in front. The transparent barrier was instantly shattered, and the wand flew out of her hand. The huge force penetrated the girl's weak body, and her whole body was lifted up. Snort! Hermione groaned, and her vision blurred for a while. When she came to her senses, her legs and feet were already stuck in the devil's net above the corridor, and her upper body was hanging upside down. Thanks to her previous sideways position, Hermione was not directly facing the center of the shock wave and was not fatally injured. The devil's net was contaminated by the black mist and had long since lost its vitality. But even with such a dead branch, Hermione couldn't break free. She closed her eyes and couldn't bear to look at the scene below. Voldemort walked straight towards Harry without looking at the witch above him. Harry Potter, don't seek death. I can give you a chance. Voldemort stopped to ensure that Harry could not suddenly leap up and attack, and looked at Harry from a distance. Be my lord, and give me the Philosopher's Stone. Don't even think about it. Harry scolded. He took a breath and stood up with one hand on the wall. Ho ho! Voldemort's smile seemed to be emptying the air from his lungs, hoarse and unpleasant. Be brave, just like your parents. So, tell me, do you want to see your parents again? This sentence completely ignited the anger in Harry's eyes. He gritted his teeth and stared at Voldemort's ugly face. He hid one hand behind his back and squeezed the fingers of the wand until his flesh turned white. You and I join forces, and I can bring them back to life for a small price, right in your pocket. Voldemort kept his distance and paced back and forth. Don't be fooled by Dumbledore. There is no good or evil in the world. There is only power and people who are unable to seize power. Harry waved his arm vigorously, anger and hatred poured into the wand along with the magic power, all turned to stone. The tip of the wand emits a blazing milky white light, a thick beam of light, whizzing towards Voldemort. Silly trick! This kind of sneak attack was indeed just a trick to Voldemort. He raised his wand casually and built a colorless barrier in front of him to resist this beam of magical light. The continuous milky white beam impacted on the colorless and transparent barrier, and bits and pieces of energy escaped, flashing pure white light in the dim corridor. The power of Harry's spell is far beyond the level of his peers. Brilliant, just like I was back then. Voldemort looked at the spell Harry cast and was very satisfied. He advised, "Don't be bound by Dumbledore's hypocritical face. Together, you and I can accomplish earth-shattering things." Severe pain tortured Harry's head, and he felt like someone was using a chisel to dig into his skull at the location of the scar on his forehead. "Delusion!" Harry shouted. "Stupid!" Voldemort stopped holding back and increased the output of his magic power. The barrier turned into a colorless and invisible force that collided with Harry's curse beam, and sporadic sparks burst out where the two met. Harry watched the light of the curse gradually approaching him, the wind stirred up by the collision of magic blowing on his face, and his hair was messy. The pain in his forehead and body tortured his nerves all the time. The pressure of the curse was getting bigger and bigger, and he was about to be unable to bear it. "I asked you to play together without me." A joking voice sounded. "Tong tong petrochemical." Immediately afterwards, another beam of magic light lit up and merged with Harry's, temporarily withstanding the impact. "Lauren!" Hermione exclaimed in surprise as she was being hung, holding back tears. Harry turned his head and watched with equal surprise as Lauren slowly walked up to him from behind. Lauren was very confused. As soon as he came out, he saw two people playing against each other, and Harry was about to lose. Shouldn't the correct plot be that Harry rushes forward, slaps Voldemort in the face and wipes him out? Did Dumbledore change the script? Without thinking too much, he just pushed forward. Voldemort was a little surprised as to how Lauren had appeared. He looked around and found no other adult wizards around him. A ferocious smile appeared on his ugly face. "Do you think you have a chance of winning? Although the life offered by the unicorn is cursed, anything involving life and death contains powerful magic." As Voldemort's words fell, the collision of magic escalated again, and the collision point that sputtered sparks approached them. Harry felt the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket getting hot. Without thinking, he subconsciously stretched out his left hand and pressed it on Lauren's back. The surging magic power surged out from the Philosopher's Stone, passing through Harry's body like a wave and entering Lauren's body. The two of them felt a warm current envelope their bodies, and their blood, muscles, and bones all glowed with powerful vitality. The pure white cursed rainbow light became thicker at the same time, crushing towards Voldemort. Harry had a feeling that if his body hadn't been unable to bear it, the energy of the Sorcerer's Stone would have been even more powerful. Damn it! Voldemort looked like he was going crazy. He squeezed out every bit of energy, magic, flesh, life, and soul from this body. "Lord, Master, I can't bear it anymore." Quirrell's painful moans came from behind. "Give everything you have to me and I will give you eternal life." I don't know if Quirrell agreed, but Lauren and Harry on the opposite side saw a burst of black smoke coming from behind Voldemort. Quirrell's voice disappeared. The surrounding black mist gradually closed in, and Voldemort's colorless spell power turned into pure black. The little advantage Lauren and Harry had just gained was instantly overturned, and the intersection point of the magic beam slowly approached the two of them. The surging energy splashed onto the surrounding walls like magma of different colors. The white light hit the wall, and the masonry was shattered into pieces. The black light hit the wall, and the masonry was corroded and turned into liquid. Dying? Harry saw the curse getting closer and closer. He gathered some strength and stretched out his hand to push Lauren away. Lauren on the side didn't think too much. He just felt that he had suffered a big loss this time. He should have stayed in the infirmary for a week without running away. As for whether he will die, he still felt that Dumbledore must be watching somewhere and would not put their lives in danger. Harry's hand reached for Lauren and felt some kind of stiff fabric that didn't look like clothing. He looked down and saw that the Sorting Hat had appeared between him and Lauren at some point. He was putting his hand on the brim of the Sorting Hat. Lauren remembered something for a moment. He turned the Sorting Hat over with one hand, revealing the hilt inlaid with red gems. He reached out and took out the sword. Gryffindor's sword. Voldemort seemed amused. "Are you going to throw it over and kill me?" The two sides were several meters apart, and Lauren couldn't fly a sword at 100 steps. Throwing it was basically equivalent to giving up the weapon. Seeing the curse coming, danger is approaching. Lauren threw the sword upwards, Hermione. At this moment, the rich black magic power and the milky white petrification spell collided in the not-so-spacious corridor, and the light of magic light illuminated the dim corridor. The escaping energy easily destroyed the stone walls on both sides. Hermione heard her name and raised her eyes to look at the sword. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The whole world slowed down in her eyes, became silent, and became dim. Only the sword shone faintly. Ruby inlaid on the hilt, silver blade, Godric Gryffindor engraved under the hilt. The sword is the sword of thousands of years ago, and the man is the man of today. But this person is just a first-year little witch who dares to take action against the most powerful dark wizard. Brave and fearless, regardless of one's own safety, Baogian upheld the will passed down for thousands of years and recognized this witch. Hermione stretched out her hand, waited for the hilt of the sword to fall into her hand, and then held it tightly. The sword suddenly glowed with silvery white light. She had read the history of Hogwarts. In that distant and ancient history, the sword forged by goblins achieved immortal feats in the hands of Godric Gryffindor. Kill so that the Goblin Kingdom does not dare to covet the sword, kill so that evil wizards do not dare to invade Hogwarts, and create a clear land for young wizards to study without worry. She had heard about this sword, but she didn't know its power or what magical effects it had. Before taking the sword, she didn't know what to do, but when she held the sword in her hand, all her confusion disappeared, leaving only one thought. This sword must have killed many people like Voldemort. Thinking of this, a strange force flowed into Hermione's body along the sword, like the sun shining on her body, and she could no longer feel the pain on her body. Naturally, as if she knew how to use a sword, she twisted her wrist and used the sharp edge of the sword to cut through the surrounding devil's net. Only one leg was left clamped in the devil's net, hanging her body from the ceiling. The downward gravity and the sinking feeling of her body were insignificant, and Hermione's other foot fell on the vine. When she held the sword upright in front of her, silvery white light covered her pupils, as if the light of the sword was reflected in her eyes, or as if it was emanating from the eyes themselves. Taking off with bent legs, the girl held the sword and shot towards Voldemort. Cut! The sword made of silver trembled slightly, flashing with silver white light, and passed through instantly without any hindrance. This was followed by Lauren and Harry's surging pure white spells, which knocked Voldemort away. Quirrell's body flew in the air and began to shatter along a diagonal line from his neck to his waist. No blood flowed out, it was scattered on the ground like fine sand. Hermione squatted on the ground, holding the sword horizontally by her side. Seeing that the enemy had dissipated, her tense nerves relaxed and she breathed out, no longer able to hold the sword. Let it fall to the ground with a crisp sound. Lauren! The little witch stood up and hugged Lauren. She hugged Lauren tightly and had too many things to say. A black soul emerged from Quirrell's remains. It was incorporeal and passed through Harry's body like a ghost. It passed through the devil's net above and disappeared. Harry's head felt as if it had been pierced by a chisel. Severe pain spread from his forehead throughout his body. He fainted on the spot before he could even cry out in pain. Chapter 110. Hermione hugged Lauren tightly, buried her head on his shoulder, and kept chanting in a humming voice, "Lauren, Lauren." She had countless things to say to him, about her experiences along the way, about her thoughts when facing Voldemort. In the end, it all became a name in my heart. Lauren saw the black soul disappearing from the corner of his eye, as well as the unconscious Harry next to him. He patted Hermione on the back and said, "We have to see Harry first." Hermione raised her head and woke up from her gentle state, her face blushing. "By the way, there is Ron too." The two hurriedly went to check on Harry's condition. As soon as they squatted down, they both lost consciousness and fainted on the side. Dumbledore walked out from the end of the corridor, with Fawkes the Phoenix on his shoulder, and the unconscious Ron floating behind him. Squeak! Fawkes denounced this sneak attack on the little wizard. Dumbledore's old face covered by his beard blushed. "Their emotions and magic are unstable. It will be better if they sleep." Squeak! Out of control? How can this be considered out of control? The Philosopher's Stone has been saved, and they have grown astonishingly, even beyond expectations. Squeak! That's right. How do I explain it to Lauren? He seems to have seen through my plan. Squeak! Lie? How can you say it's a lie? Hot, so hot, my whole body felt like it was on fire. Lauren kicked off the quilt and woke up suddenly from the hospital bed. He was feeling hot all over, the majestic magic power in his body was flowing, and his body temperature kept rising. He quickly held the wand in his hand. The wand was like an ice cube, calming the raging magic power. The cool feeling slowly subsided the burning sensation. Lauren felt the magic power in his body and realized that it seemed to be awakening again, even more fierce than last time. His body returned to normal and he looked around. Harry and Ron were lying next to them. Their bodies were shining with magical light, and they must have experienced an awakening. The 3 beds are separated by high-hanging white linen curtains. This should be a large ward. The small cabinet at the end of the bed was filled with flowers and various snacks. The little card in the bouquet read, "To the great warrior of Gryffindor." Outside the window, the golden sunset cast a divine light, illuminating the entire ward in a golden light. Lauren poured himself a glass of water to moisten his dry and sore throat, and then slowly sorted out the memories before he fell into coma. He first saw a flame outside Snape's office, but was consumed by the flames and teleported behind Harry. He saw Harry playing against Voldemort and was about to lose, so he went ahead without much thought. With Hermione's handsome sword, Quirrell was eliminated. What happened next was hugging Hermione, checking on Harry, and then passing out. The curtain next to him was suddenly opened, and on the other side of the curtain, Hermione was lying on the hospital bed looking at him. It turned out that Hermione's hospital bed was separated from him by a curtain. The little witch seemed to have remembered something. 2 wisps of red rose quickly on her cheeks, her lips moved, but her voice was weak. Lauren only saw Hermione's lips moving but couldn't hear any sounds. He simply got out of bed and leaned over. "How do you feel?" Like a frightened little squirrel, Hermione quickly shrank into the quilt, covering her hot cheeks and forehead, and her voice came through the quilt, "I'm fine." Before Lauren could do anything, Harry and Ron woke up one after another behind them. Ron blinked and looked at his surroundings. Finally, his eyes focused on the 3 friends, and he showed an ecstatic expression. "Hey! Harry, Lauren, and Hermione! Ha 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 ha!" Ron kept laughing, then buried his face into the pillow and cried, "I thought I was going to die." His last memory was that every part of his body was in pain, he couldn't hear anything clearly, couldn't see anything, and then his head became more and more dizzy until he lost consciousness. Lauren didn't know what happened. Hermione and Harry remained silent, and the 3 of them waited quietly for Ron to calm down. "In fact, I think you played the best game of chess at Hogwarts in many years." Dumbledore walked in from the door and looked at them kindly. "Headmaster Dumbledore! Headmaster Dumbledore!" Harry and Hermione called out, but their hanging hearts didn't relax until they saw Dumbledore. Ron also slowly raised his head. "Good afternoon, fellow Gryffindors." Dumbledore wore a large red wizard robe embroidered with various golden patterns, mysterious and elegant. But his snow-white hair and beard were scattered, reflecting the soft light under the sunset, and he looked close and kind. He looked at the candies piled up like a hill at the end of the bed and said in an envious tone, "I think these are gifts from your admirers." "Admirer?" Harry asked doubtfully. The Philosopher's Stone was originally a secret, but the secret of bravery should be told. Therefore, all the teachers and students in the school know about your brave behavior. Dumbledore smiled at them and said, "As far as I know, your friends George and Fred originally gave each of you a toilet seat, but unfortunately, it was confiscated by Madame Pomfrey." Oh! The 4 of them felt chills at the same time. They believed that George and Fred could do such a thing. "Headmaster, what happened to the Sorcerer's Stone?" Harry asked, finally fainting, unsure of the outcome. "It seems that I couldn't distract you." Dumbledore seemed to be regretful that he couldn't fool a few people. He waved behind him, and a bench came bounding over. Dumbledore sat between Lauren and Harry's beds. "Okay, let's talk about the Philosopher's Stone. Thanks to you, Professor Quirrell couldn't take it away. Severus arrived just in time to see you all unconscious in the corridor." "Snape!" Harry exclaimed. Lauren looked like he was watching a good show. He reached out and opened a box of Bibby's strange flavor beans, eating and listening at the same time. Dumbledore also found it very interesting, and he said with a smile, "Yes, Professor Snape." Hermione's tone was very apologetic. "We all wrongly blamed Professor Snape. We thought he was the one who wanted to take the Sorcerer's Stone." Harry and Ron obviously still couldn't accept this fact. Harry asked, "But Hermione and Ron saw with their own eyes that Snape cursed me during the Quidditch match and tried to throw me to death." "Well, I think it is Professor Quirrell who wants to kill you, and Severus is reciting a counter-curse to protect you," Dumbledore said. Hermione recalled the scene. She sneaked under the stands and set Snape's robes on fire. Her eyes lit up. "I remembered that Professor Quirrell was sitting behind Professor Snape, and his view was blocked by Professor Snape who was putting out the fire. But, Harry looked confused, but doesn't Professor Snape hate me very much? He is a professor at Hogwarts, and professors have the obligation to protect every student at Hogwarts. As for the hate you mentioned, maybe it is due to his grudge against your parents." Dumbledore couldn't stop looking at the snacks in Lauren's hand. "Severus and your parents are classmates. They have some grudges. The inside story is very complicated. Only they can explain it clearly. He and you dad's relationship is a bit like you and Malfoy." So Harry probably understood. "In the 6th year, Snape fell into a dangerous situation and your father James saved him. For this, Severus owed your father a life debt. After your parents were unfortunately killed, he could never repay this life debt. So he can only protect you, and he will protect you with his own life." Lauren looked at Dumbledore and stuffed a handful of Bibby's strange-flavored beans. Crunch, crunch. "You are very knowledgeable and don't mention anything about Snape and Lily." Snape owed Harry's father a life debt, but he would try his best to protect Harry. "I'm afraid it was more because he owed Lily." Harry fell into deep thoughts. At this time, Hermione looked at Dumbledore, with doubts in her eyes. "Professor, I feel something different about my body after using the sword." "Oh, this is a precious treasure left by Gryffindor to its students. The Sword of Gryffindor will give a gift to every student it recognizes. I don't know what this gift is." Having said this, Dumbledore winked at Hermione again. "After all, even I didn't get a gift from Gryffindor. It probably has something to do with magic. You need to discover it yourself later." "Gryffindor's sword!" Ron exclaimed. He didn't know what happened next, but he was very envious of the gift of the sword. Dumbledore looked at them and said, "In addition, several of you have awakened your magic power to varying degrees, which will be of great benefit to your future growth. Of course, I don't encourage you to do such dangerous things again. If there are any special circumstances in the future, try to report it to the professor." Lauren rolled his eyes. "It would be strange if you didn't encourage me. Why did Fox take me there if you didn't encourage me? He just fought with Voldemort for a while, and then threw the sword to Hermione. He would faint." He didn't believe it was not Dumbledore. Speaking of this, he had a question. "Principal Dumbledore, why didn't Voldemort use any advanced magic from beginning to end? If Voldemort had used the death curse, he didn't believe things would be so complicated. Because he is just an evil remnant soul. This body belongs to Quirrell, although Quirrell is willing to show everything he has. But the curse is achieved by the combination of a wizard's life, magic, and soul. Voldemort has no way to control Quirrell. My body uses profound magic, and I can only use the magic to make rough collisions." Lauren understood. No wonder Dumbledore was relieved to let them face Voldemort. It turned out that the other side was silenced. "Sir, where is the Philosopher's Stone? Has it been returned to Nico Flamel?" Harry asked, remembering that it was thanks to the Philosopher's Stone that he helped them withstand Voldemort's attack. "You actually know Nico?" Dumbledore pretended to be surprised. "Yes, but after Nico has dealt with some things, he will go explore another great adventure, death. The Philosopher's Stone will also go where it's supposed to go." This statement sounds like it will destroy the Sorcerer's Stone, and Harry and the others think so too. "Death!" Ron exclaimed, feeling incredible about this choice as he almost experienced that. "I know, to young people like you, this may seem weird. But for other people, death is actually like finally going to bed after a long day. And for a very clear mind for them, death is just another great adventure. You know, the Philosopher's Stone is actually not such a wonderful thing. With it, no matter how much wealth you want or how long you want to live, you can get it. These two things are what human beings want most, but the problem is, human beings just like to choose the thing that is least beneficial to them." Lauren raised his head and met Dumbledore's gentle gaze. He felt that Dumbledore should have said this specifically to him. Several people fell into silence. In the quiet ward, the only sound was the sound of Lauren crunching Bibi's multi-flavor beans. Hermione thought this was rude, and she reached out and tugged on Lauren's sleeve to remind him of the impact. Lauren glanced at Hermione with a look of understanding on his face. He reached out and opened another pack of Bibi's strange flavored beans and handed it to Hermione. you eat too. Eat a ghost. Is that what I mean? Hermione laughed in anger. Why could this person do something she didn't expect every time? But as Dumbledore watched, she could only take the snack stiffly and show an apologetic smile to Dumbledore. Just as the girl was thinking about whether to defend Lauren to Dumbledore, Lauren also handed Dumbledore a bag of snacks. Hermione watched helplessly as the greatest wizard in her mind took the box of cockroaches with a smile and ate it happily. At this moment, a certain filter was broken in her heart. Soon, Ron joined the snacking party. There was only Harry, still thinking, reviewing his memories. "Sir," said Harry, "I have been thinking that even though the Philosopher's Stone is gone, Voldemort, I mean you know who." He turned to look at Ron, who had always refused to let him call him by his first name in the past. Dumbledore interrupted him, "Just call him Voldemort, Harry. Always use the correct name for things. The fear of a name will strengthen the fear of the thing itself." Harry felt relieved. "Yes, sir. Will Voldemort try to resurrect in other ways? I mean, he didn't disappear, right?" Dumbledore slowed down in eating the pile of cockroaches, and he sighed heavily. "Yes, he has not disappeared, he is still hiding somewhere, maybe looking for someone willing to give his body. He is not really alive. So it is impossible to be killed. He has no humanity, is ruthless to his enemies, and is equally ruthless to his followers. And one more thing." Harry hesitated when he said this. After all, Hagrid was always secretive and unwilling to reveal more to him. "I want to know the truth. Voldemort said that he killed my mother because she tried her best to stop him from killing her. Me. But then again, why did he kill me?" "It was because of Professor Trelawney's irresponsible prophecy," Lauren said silently in his heart. Dumbledore sighed heavily again. "I can't tell you, not today, not now, you will know one day. Harry, wait until you grow up. Maybe you don't want to hear this, but when you're ready, you'll know." He told Harry that Quirrell would be hurt when he touched him, precisely because his mother used a profound ancient magic with love. It left a mark on Harry, not a scar, not a visible mark, an invisible talisman, on Harry. Voldemort would suffer unbearably if he touched this amulet. Chapter 111. After saying this, Dumbledore leisurely piled cockroaches into his mouth one by one, his eyes narrowed to slits, showing an expression of enjoyment. Lauren, Hermione, and Ron stared at Harry, especially the scar on his forehead. Although Dumbledore said that the amulet left by Harry's mother was invisible, they still looked at the scar. Harry raised his hands in front of his chest, looked at the palms, then turned them over and looked at the backs of the hands. It turns out that his mother has always been with him and protected him. A strange warmth flowed in his heart. After Dumbledore finished eating a box of cockroaches, he glanced at the candies on the table with nostalgia, and left quietly without disturbing the little wizard's thoughts. As the sun set slowly, Lauren finished a box of BB's all-flavor beans and realized that Dumbledore had actually slipped away. The other three people slowly woke up from their meditation. "Lauren, I'm sorry. You are right, Quirrell is the Dark Wizard, and we did not believe you." Hermione's voice was soft and soft. "Sorry. Sorry." Harry and Ron quickly followed. "Well said." Lauren snorted coldly, "But I won't forgive you unless you each eat 2 cockroaches." He took out a new box of cockroaches from the pile of candies, opened the seal, and handed it to the nearest Hermione first. Hermione was furious and turned her head to avoid talking to this person. It seems that Lauren's attitude is very determined. Lauren plans to skip Hermione, a difficult nut to crack, and first deceive Harry and Ron, 2 idiots. He was about to retract the hand holding the candy box when he suddenly felt a resistance from above. He looked up and saw that Hermione had taken out 2 cockroaches and stuffed them into her mouth, chewing them viciously. Feeling Lauren's gaze, Hermione gritted her teeth even more. "Are you satisfied now?" "Hey!" Lauren didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore, fearing that Hermione would actually pounce on him and bite him. He rolled out of bed, walked over and handed the cockroach-stuffed candy box between Harry and Ron, signaling with his eyes that they were aware of it. Ron looked at Lauren with strange eyes. He really couldn't understand this bad taste. When opening presents at Christmas, Lauren lied to him that the secret of magic was among the cockroaches. He foolishly ate a few boxes before he realized that Lauren had deceived him. "Why do you always want people to eat cockroaches?" Ron muttered, but with his previous experience, he could easily accept cockroaches. He took out a handful and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Both of them accepted it, but Harry couldn't accept it. He had only heard of this kind of candy and had never eaten it. No normal person can accept this. Harry roared in his mind. His scalp tingled as he looked at the cockroach swinging its red limbs in the box. He shook his head crazily to indicate that he couldn't accept it. Seeing Harry's resistance, Ron suddenly became excited and shouted, "Let me do it." He jumped directly onto Harry's bed, grabbed a handful of cockroaches and stuffed them into Harry's mouth. One didn't want to eat, and the other insisted on eating. The two started fighting on the hospital bed. Ron held Harry down and tried to stuff the cockroaches into his mouth. Harry jumped and struggled, trying to kick Ron off the hospital bed. Lauren was afraid that it would affect him, so he hurriedly left the battlefield and returned to his own hospital bed. He and Hermione next door looked at each other, not daring to say a word, and silently watched the two fight. In the end, Ron won. He stuffed the pile of cockroaches into Harry's mouth and covered it tightly. Harry's eyes widened, his pupils full of fear, tiny arthropods scratching on the mucous membrane of his mouth, and cockroaches kept digging into his throat. It wasn't until the chocolate finally melted, revealing the fruity candy core inside, that Harry's discomfort subsided. Ron released Harry's hand and happily returned to his hospital bed with a smile on his face. "Lauren, I understand you. It feels good to force others to eat piles of cockroaches." Lauren felt perverted when looking at this smile. "Don't talk nonsense, you and I are not the same person." On Harry's hospital bed, the sheets and quilts were messy. He was lying on the pillow, his face dull and his eyes unfocused. "I swallowed the sweet candy in my mouth, but my heart felt even more bitter." He felt forced. After a while, Harry recovered and got up to teach Ron a lesson. Just like that, the two of them stuffed piles of cockroaches into each other's mouths, and the fight was chaotic. When Madame Pomfrey came in, she was so angry that her nurse's hat was sticking up from her head when she saw this scene. "No. In the school doctor's office. Fight." Madame Pomfrey's roar made Lauren's ears ring. She separated the two and gave them a good lesson. But the anger never subsided. When feeding Lauren the medicine, he roughly poured a whole bottle into his mouth quickly. Lauren felt that he almost choked to death. As Madame Pomfrey slammed the door and walked out, the ward fell silent again. After playing around for a while, Hermione finally remembered and asked, "Lauren, how did you appear next to us when we were under the trap door?" "Fox took me there," Lauren replied. Although the phoenix was not seen, the flames could be transmitted within Hogwarts Castle. Only Fox could satisfy these two characteristics. Hermione was very confused when she heard this answer. If Dumbledore was too late to come back to deal with Voldemort, then Fox should also ask the professor to help us. Why did he ask Lauren? Questions were raised, and others were aware of the problem. "Tell me, did Dumbledore mean to let us do these things?" Ron said, "I will give you your father's invisibility cloak, and all this." Harry thought thoughtfully, "I think he probably wanted to give me a chance. He seemed to know more or less about everything and what we planned to do. But he didn't stop us. He seemed to think, I have the right to face Voldemort if possible." Harry still had many doubts, why Voldemort must kill him, why the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest thought he should be killed by Voldemort. Lauren listened to the conversation between several people and realized that they were not just people who were kept in the dark and had no idea. Being in the center of the vortex, they could clearly sense that something was unusual and aware of Dumbledore's arrangements and plans. Lauren wondered if he was right in wanting to avoid everything. Even without his participation, when Harry and Quirrell met, the situation of the fight was completely different from what he knew. Be it the troll or Quirrell, it seems that he should be an indispensable part of the incident. Perhaps the growth adventure story of the Iron Triangle that he knew had already turned into another story about the Big Four, in which he was also one of the protagonists. Lauren put Bibido's strange flavored beans into his mouth one at a time, thinking a lot in his mind. Suddenly, the snack bag in his hand was taken away. He raised his head blankly and watched Hermione take away his snacks. "You have eaten enough snacks today. We are still in the hospital and should take good care of ourselves." The little witch resealed the bag carefully and put it back on the table at the end of the bed. Lauren looked at Hermione's little face, and the messy thoughts in his mind melted away like bubbles. He took out the pile of cockroaches that he had just finished eating from the side, and finally ate some more. Hermione saw that there were only 2 or 3 pills left in the bag, so she let him go without confiscating them. "Lauren, eating cockroaches." "Hermione, no. Have a taste." Don't want. Gee, this one seems real. Go away. Before you know it, the sun has completely set, the sky is filled with night, and the stars and moon are bright. The next day, Madame Pomfrey woke up a few people early, checked their bodies, and poured a bottle of grass-flavored potion. Watching Madame Pomfrey exit the ward, Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief. The angry Madame Pomfrey was terrifying. Just as several people were complaining about when they would be discharged from the hospital, Madame Pomfrey's voice came from afar, "Someone is here to see you again." Before he finished speaking, Hagrid walked sideways through the door. His eyes were dark. He probably didn't sleep well last night. His beard and hair were messy and dirty. "Hello, Hermione, Lauren, and Ron." He greeted a few people, moved a big stool and sat beside Harry's bed, his huge body curled up, actually looking a little humble. "Hagrid, are you okay?" Harry was surprised, but looking at Hagrid's not-so-good face, he was a little worried. Hagrid cried sadly, "It's all my fault, I'm a fool." He covered his face with his broad hands, and a voice came from inside, "I told that Death Eater how to get past Lu Wei. For a fire dragon egg, you almost died." Big tears flowed down between his fingers and soaked into his beard. Hagrid cried so hard, "I will never drink again. I should be kicked out, never allowed to use magic, and be a muggle for the rest of my life." Hagrid. Several people looked uncomfortable and offered words of comfort. But Hagrid just kept crying and seemed unable to hear them. "Hagrid!" Harry finally yelled, loud enough for Hagrid to hear. Hagrid wiped his face randomly with his rough palms, smearing his nose and tears onto his beard, and looked at Harry with humble eyes. The giant was begging for his forgiveness. Harry handed over tissue after tissue and said, "Hagrid, he is Voldemort." Seeing that Hagrid trembled obviously when he heard the name, Harry's voice became louder, "He is Voldemort. Even if you don't tell him, he will always find out." Hagrid straightened his back a little. Harry's tone softened and he said, "I think you quite like your little pink umbrella, don't you?" Hagrid's eyes widened with surprise. Harry felt a little proud and a little amused. He had been suspicious since he heard that Hagrid had his wand broken. When Hagrid met him for the first time, he made his fat pig cousin grow a pigtail. When Hagrid was fully armed and patrolled the Forbidden Forest, he saw Hagrid's small pink umbrella hidden in his coat, which confirmed his guess. When Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts and broke his wand, someone should have secretly repaired his wand. As for who it was, Harry thought he had guessed it. Seeing Hagrid's stunned expression and the unwiped tears on his face, Harry thought to himself, what harmful things would such a person do? It was all Voldemort's fault. "Eat something, we have all kinds of snacks here." Lauren handed over a small pile, then quickly opened a box and ate it. Hagrid wiped his nose with his hand, "Just so I brought Harry a gift." As he spoke, he took out a book with a beautiful cover and handed it to Harry. Harry opened it curiously, and it was filled with pictures of wizards. A man and a woman, the wizards on every page of photos were smiling at him and waving. Those were his father and mother. "After hearing what Lauren said about you always looking at your mother's photos, I sent an owl to deliver a letter to your parents' old classmates and asked for their photos." Hagrid observed Harry's expression and asked expectantly, "You like it?" Harry was speechless. The warm and boring ward life soon ended, and they said goodbye to Madame Pomfrey happily. On the way back to the Gryffindor lounge from the corridor, Harry and Ron were walking in front, jumping up and chasing each other from time to time, venting the energy they had accumulated over the past few days. Lauren and Hermione were having a heated discussion. Hermione believed that they should respect the Hogwarts staff and say goodbye as a basic courtesy. In Lauren's opinion, Madame Pomfrey is a doctor, and if it's not good for them to see each other again, they shouldn't say goodbye. The end result was Lauren holding her arms and massaging the muscles to ease the pain. In the morning, the group said the password in front of the fat lady's portrait and walked into the Gryffindor lounge. As soon as they climbed out of the cave, they saw Seamus Finnegan staring at them on the bench in the middle of the lounge, his eyes burning. There were many other little wizards in the lounge, looking at them as well. For a moment, Seamus raised his hands and cheered, "The warriors are back." "Warrior!" Then, Seamus led a group of young wizards to rush up, intending to surround them. "Quiet!" Percy, who came out of nowhere, got in front of the crowd and stood in front of them. He looked at Seamus and a group of young wizards with a straight face, "I have something serious to do with them." Percy, as a prefect, quickly dismissed the enthusiastic group of students and took Lauren and others to a corner. This is the Hogwarts Student Holiday Code of Conduct. You need to sign it and give it to me. Percy handed 4 pieces of parchment to them. Code of Conduct. The 4 of them looked at the parchment in confusion. Like the notice to parents before the holidays in the Muggle world, this document details what little wizards should and should not do during the holidays. But the most important one is the last paragraph. Underage wizards are not allowed to use magic outside of school. If there is such behavior, the Ministry of Magic will give a warning. Repeat violators may be expelled from the school. Act for the Reasonable Restraint of Minor Witches, 1875, Section 3. International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, Article 13. Ministry of Magic. No misuse of magic office. Hermione's nose immediately turned red, feeling aggrieved. She plans to practice magic for the next school year in advance during the holidays, and plans to use magic to help her mother with housework so that they can also experience the convenience of magic. But now these plans have come to nothing. Harry's face didn't look good either. He had always wanted to teach the Dursleys a lesson in magic, but he couldn't do it now. But he soon thought that he would be with Sirius during the holidays and would not even see the Dursleys, and he felt happy again. Chapter 112. Lauren looked at the parchment in trance, but the ordinary parchment looked different in his eyes. The paper exudes a mist of light, and the words on it are flowing with magical light patterns. This is a magic contract. When the little wizard signs his name, it means that he has signed the contract and the contents of the contract will take effect. One party to the contract is the young wizard, and the other party is the Ministry of Magic. According to the above regulations, after the contract is signed, the Ministry of Magic will be able to detect the spells cast by the little wizard, the place where the spells were cast, and the specific time when the spells were cast. This kind of contract that implies surveillance makes Lauren feel very uncomfortable. Even if he doesn't break the law, he doesn't want to be monitored all the time. Don't worry about it. George and Weasley abuse magic every year during the holidays, and they haven't been expelled. Ron signed his name at the end of the page nonchalantly. That's because Mom, an adult wizard, is at home, and the Ministry of Magic can't tell whether the person casting the spell is a young wizard or an adult wizard, so it won't issue a warning letter, Percy said. Percy was worried that they were violating ministry regulations by taking Ron's word for it. Lauren and Hermione looked at each other without comment. They were the last ones who hadn't signed the paperwork, and since Percy was nearby, it wasn't easy to keep him waiting too long. Harry, Hermione, and Lauren signed their names one after another. As the last letter of Lauren's name was written, his magical perspective opened, and he saw the mist on the parchment magic contract separate a golden filament of light, swim around his arm, and finally wrap around his on the middle finger, converge the light. Looking up, he saw that several other people were in the same situation. Tiny traces are attached to the fingers, and the light is dim. It is hidden under the light of the little wizard's own magic power, and it is difficult to distinguish it without looking carefully. Percy folded the parchment neatly and looked at the people with a smile. Okay, warriors, enjoy your cheers. Simo and others rushed up all at once, pestering them with questions. Tell us quickly. Lauren managed a few words and quickly pulled Hermione out of the crowd. Ron was left enjoying the cheers, and Harry was left to endure the torture. Ron picked out some exciting parts for artistic processing, which caused the little wizards to cheer from time to time. Harry looked so pathetic. Lauren looked back at the crowd. Hermione blushed and took her hand out calmly. I have to go back and pack my things and take a shower. I'll see you at lunch. The little witch lowered her head and held her breast in her arms and ran away quickly. The retreating figure of the Lauren girl was confused. Is she in such a hurry? He returned to the dormitory slowly and leisurely. Hermione needed to pack her things and sort out the books to take home. Tomorrow night is the year-end banquet. They were delayed in the hospital for too long and were pressed for time. Lauren recalled the contents of the previous parchment contract, and always felt that the role of Trace Silk was very strange. After signing this agreement, any other creature with the ability to cast spells that uses magic within the range will be detected by Tracer, and will be considered as a violation of the rules by the little wizard, and a warning letter will be sent to the little wizard. In the original book, the house elf Dobby used magic next to Harry and received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. Harry blew away his aunt in anger, did not use his wand, and was quickly detected by the Ministry of Magic, who issued a warning. Zongxi does not detect whether the little wizard has cast spells, but detects signs of magic in the surrounding environment, and uses them as a basis to determine whether the little wizard has violated the regulations. But if there are adult wizards around the young wizard, Trace will not react, or the Ministry of Magic will not issue a warning letter. No matter how I think about it, it feels very wrong. Lauren opened the curtains on his bed in the dormitory. Even if he didn't come back for a few days, the bed was still very clean and free of dust. He turned over on the bed and took out the comprehensive interpretation of hieroglyphics from under the pillow, and his consciousness entered the space in the book. Flamel, do you know Zongzi? After listening to Lauren's question, Flamel looked complicated. After thinking for a while, he replied, Trace silk is a magic that was dug out of old papers. In fact, the use of trace silk by the Ministry of Magic is both legal and legal. There are many loopholes in technology. As Flamel told him, Lauren learned something. Since the early 15th century, Muggle persecution of witches and wizards has taken steps across Europe. Many witches and wizards were imprisoned and sentenced to death, beheading, burning, for engaging in witchcraft activities and showing traces of magic. Some wizards enjoy teasing Muggles and take pleasure in doing so. For example, Wendelin the soothsayer liked the feeling of being burned, so she deliberately disguised herself in various disguises and allowed Muggles to capture her and burn her 47 times. Similar to Lisette de Lopin in 1422, she was able to use magic to escape even if she was caught. But as the struggle between the two sides escalated, the Muggles seemed to have summed up some experience. In the later stages, some wizards were not so lucky. For example, in 1492, Sir Nicholas Demoncy Porpington was the almost headless Nick. After his wand was taken away, he was imprisoned in a dungeon, so he could not use magic to escape his fate of execution. The struggle is becoming more and more fierce. Adult wizards are occasionally injured and killed even though they have the ability to protect themselves, while underage wizards are more vulnerable to danger. Wizarding families are particularly vulnerable to losing their children, because children cannot yet control their magic, often attracting the attention of Muggles who hunt wizards, and are unable to resist. As Muggles persecuted wizarding children more and more Muggles forced wizards to use magic for them, and witch burnings increased day by day, including the number of Muggles who were mistaken for witches and burned. The newly established British Ministry of Magic sent a special delegation to contact the Muggle monarchs William III and Mary II, hoping that Muggle laws would recognize and protect wizards. The failure of this attempt to gain official recognition and protection forced the wizards to voluntarily go in the opposite direction, to go underground and keep their secrets. In this regard, the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy was introduced. The original intention of trace silk began with the protection of underage wizards. The magic detects all magical behaviors, not the individual who cast the magic. In turbulent times, if magical fluctuations occur around minor wizards, a warning letter will be sent to their homes. But instead of warning underage wizards to use magic, it is giving an early warning to wizard families, reminding them when and where their children may be in danger of revealing their identities. After the parents of the little wizard see it, they will sort out the situation at that time. If there is no danger, they don't need to pay attention to the warning letter. If there is a risk, move as soon as possible. This tradition has been preserved to this day, but has deviated from its original intention at that time. The persecution of wizards by Muggles decreased, and early warning letters lost their effect. For a while, parents of Hogwarts students found themselves receiving a letter from the Ministry of Magic when they used a little magic. For a wizard housewife, she can receive up to hundreds of warning letters a day, which is extremely annoying. At that time, the secrecy law began to take effect, and wizards began to stay away from the Society of Touch Melons and gathered in some famous secluded spots. The gathering would create a market and bring benefits. This common phenomenon has been noticed by pureblood families. With the financial resources accumulated over generations, they have gradually taken control of some underlying industries. This is all well and good, but Muggle-born wizards are an exception. Modern Muggle society has made more progress in sociology, economics, and other disciplines than in the past few thousand years combined. Wizards who come from Muggle families can quickly exert their ideological advantages in business and politics. The elites in the pureblood family discovered this sign, but their arrogance disdained learning Muggle knowledge and instead curbed Muggle wizards. Pureblood families unite. Economically, pureblood business is only done with purebloods. Politically, pureblood families spend a lot of political donations to put their spokesmen in important positions. In terms of education, they also came up with ways to curb the growth of Muggle-born wizards. Under the control of pureblood families, the Ministry of Magic revised the trace warning letter regulations. If children from wizarding or mixed-race families use magic, their parents will not receive warning letters. However, if you are from a Muggle family and only young wizards in an area know magic, you will be warned. At this point, Zongxi and the Reasonable Restraint of Minor Wizards Act have become pure-blood persecution of young wizards from Muggle families. This is a regulation that curbs the growth of Muggle wizards from the source of education. They cannot practice magic spells during holidays and can only increase their magical knowledge by reading very few books. But their books will not be more than those of wizarding families. It is difficult for wizarding students from Muggle families to be better than students with wizarding backgrounds. During the entire student life, you can't practice magic during holidays. After returning to school, you have to spend time reviewing what you have learned before, and you also have to learn new knowledge. This part of the wizards will have to work harder to catch up with the teaching progress. But Hogwarts is not very strict. Young wizards can graduate as long as they pass the exams. Many young wizards from Muggle families are unaware of their lack of abilities. After they graduate, they can only become low-level workers in the wizarding world or return to the Muggle world. Finally, Flamel concluded, this is domination. Pure-blood domination. Lauren stood aside, digesting what Flamel said. He did not investigate whether anyone had complained to the Ministry of Magic to amend the bill in the past 100 years. Nor did they investigate why successive ministers of magic, or even great men like Dumbledore, did not amend this bill. You don't need to think about it to know that this is a rule jointly established by all pure-blood families. Even wizards and wizards who grow up in Muggle families will uphold this rule, because their children will become the beneficiaries of this law. To clean up and revise it would be no less than a revolution for the entire wizarding society. It also involves the existence of confidentiality laws. After a while, Lauren came back to his senses and asked, is there any way to remove the traces? This was the key point he wanted to ask at the beginning. Flamel smiled slightly when he heard this question, as if he didn't care what Lauren thought about it. His illusory body swam behind Lauren, leaned into his ear and said, that's why I said that trace silk is a magic unearthed from old papers. Tracing back to the source, trace silk originated from the slave society and was an ancient magic used by slave owners to supervise and control slaves. Later, when slavery was overthrown, this magic was turned into paper information. It wasn't until the time when confidentiality measures were being constructed that some old scholars uncovered the magic. Because the source is too ancient and the time is too long, even the old scholars can't figure out the magic principle. Finally, they combined the trace silk with the magic contract and came up with a strange law for the reasonable restraint of underage wizards. If you want to crack it from the perspective of magic principles, this is a very huge project, not to mention that the magic contract involved makes the traces more complicated. But again, the traces restored by this descendant are not as powerful as ancient magic, nor are they so accurate. They can only be magic detection of the surrounding environment. In other words, this is magic-sensitive material. The simplest and most direct way is to directly use magic power to wash it away. Without the use of magic, the little wizard's own magic power will continue to wash away, erasing the existence of traces. If the wizard's own magic power is used, this process will last for several years without external interference. Taking an ordinary Hogwarts student as an example, a normal little wizard's magic power will continue to grow with age. Around graduation, when he was 17 years old, the naturally flowing magic power in his body was able to wash away the traces. This is why the Ministry of Magic declares that young wizards will not be supervised when they reach adulthood. It's not that it's not regulated, it's that it can't be regulated. Is there a faster way? Flamel smiled brightly, of course, do you want me to remind you, it is the most powerful source of magic in the world. Philosopher's Stone. Lauren clapped his hands and had an epiphany. What are you waiting for? Lauren rolled out of bed and went straight to the principal's office. Anyway, he had something to see Dumbledore. Passing by the lounge, Ron was still bragging about how he used chess pieces to hold Quirrell off, but there were far fewer little wizards in front of him. Harry sat next to him, looking miserable, as if there were bugs on his back, twisting and moving his butt from time to time. Principal's office. Principal Dumbledore, let me get my Philosopher's Stone. Lorenzo sat down at his desk confidently. Dumbledore was checking the Hogwarts school year financial report. Hearing this, he looked up and looked at Lauren with a smile. Oh, I think it was the Philosopher's Stone I borrowed from Nico. It can't be said to be your Philosopher's Stone anyway. Lauren poured himself a cup of tea. Just give it to me anyway. Dumbledore thought for a while, put down the documents in his hand, opened a small drawer in front of him, took out a red translucent crystal, and handed it to Lauren. Is this the magic stone? Lauren looked at the stone. The crystal blue and shadows in his eyes intertwined, and the stone gave off a dazzling light. If Dumbledore's magic looks like a little sun, this thing is really a little sun. Lauren turned his head immediately and covered his eyes, but it was too late. Ah! A bright light flashed in front of my eyes, and everything was white, swollen and painful. Tears couldn't stop flowing out. Dumbledore looked at Lauren dumbfounded. This little greedy man had learned a lesson. He gently tapped Lauren's head with the wand, and Lauren immediately felt a coolness wrapping around his eyeballs. The swelling and pain slowly faded away, and his vision returned to clarity. Lauren turned his head away, not daring to look at the Philosopher's Stone anymore. He was hopeless, and his golden finger became a debuff. If you can't even look at the magic stone, how can you refine it in the future? Okay, you can watch. Dumbledore smiled. Lauren slowly turned his head. After realizing that there was no bright light, he guiltily avoided Dumbledore's sight. I won't look at it anymore, and I won't dare to take it after looking at it. Only with Dumbledore's help could his eyes recover. If you are alone, there is nothing you can do if you are blinded. Dumbledore said, these eyes are a unique gift, and you should learn to control them rather than passively accept them. Lauren was a little confused. How should I control this? I can't control what I see with my eyes. Lauren, magic vision and real vision are two different dimensions. Of course you can control them. Dumbledore looked at Lauren's eyes. Magic power is not just about color and light. Your eyes just use this instinctive way to convey information to you. If you can control this perception, you can turn the light of the Sorcerer's Stone becoming a softer landscape. Chapter 113. What should I do? Lauren asked. Focus. Dumbledore stretched out his ancient wand in front of Lauren's eyes. Lauren first saw a cluster of red light on the tip of the wand, and his magical perception was aroused. His eyes were glued to it, and he was unconsciously attracted and immersed. Dumbledore used his wand to attract Lauren's attention, and flicked the wand suddenly, throwing the focus of Lauren's sight away. For a moment, Lauren's eyes couldn't focus and couldn't see anything clearly. The colors of everything in the office suddenly faded away, leaving only outlines of shapes drawn with white lines, like line drawings. All the lines twist and intertwine like water. Objects such as teacups and wooden tables without magic have clear outlines and fixed lines without flow. In this scene, Lauren could see more details clearly. There was a slightly raised wooden bump on the second floor of the bookshelf, and a few bubbles floated from the tea in the cup. The shape and movement of the object appeared in his field of vision more intuitively. Magical things, such as Dumbledore in front of him and the Philosopher's Stone on the table, their outlines are constantly flowing. Lauren looked down at his hands. The contours of his palms were also flowing, and there was a thin thread wrapped around his fingers. This was the trace. He used the fingers of his other hand to hook the thin thread. The lines of his fingers intertwined with the lines of the trace thread, and then passed through without affecting each other. Feel magic with your heart, not your eyes. Dumbledore's voice came. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Lauren abandoned color and vision, and the world presented itself as a two-dimensional canvas-like line drawing. Ignoring the line drawing in front of him again, Lauren entered a strange state. The magical things in this office are all exuding their own presence, and each thing has a different sense of presence. The two most powerful sources of magic are Dumbledore and the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's magic is more active, showing vigorous vitality, like a volcano. The magic power in the Philosopher's Stone is greater, but it is stable and quiet, like a dead star. This feeling is unlike any other sense. It's not visual, not auditory, it's also hard to describe, but he just felt it. Dumbledore placed the ancient wand on the table, and the hardwood collided with the tabletop, making a slight sound. Click. As the sound sounded, the white lines disappeared from Lauren's vision, all items were recolored, and he also exited from that wonderful state. Remember this feeling. Dumbledore looked at Lauren with a gentle smile. Lauren was a little unfinished. Is this the magic master's magic perception? For things without magic, all perceptions are heightened, capturing the presence and movement of objects more clearly. Something magical, transformed into another unique perception. Dumbledore pinched his beard and pretended to be thoughtful. Although I don't know the situation of other people, my perspective should be able to give you some reference. How should I enter the state just now? Lauren looked away from the wand and looked at Dumbledore. When your magical vision opens, calm down, recall the feeling just now, and feel the world with your heart. Dumbledore replied. Lauren nodded in understanding, recalling the feeling just now in his mind. Dumbledore saw Lauren lost in thought, picked up the documents on the table and continued to read. The office fell into silence again, with an old man and a young man sitting across from each other, each busy with their own things. I don't know how long it took until Dumbledore read the last page of the document and signed his name at the end with a quill. So, can you tell me now, what are you going to do when you suddenly come to ask for the Sorcerer's Stone? Dumbledore's voice awakened Lauren from his memories. Well, there's something different about the parchment that Percy signed for us, you know, and I have a different pair of eyes. As far as I know, it's not just about upholding the statute of secrecy. Lauren said, stretching out his hand and showing Dumbledore the traces wrapped around his fingers. He knew that Dumbledore would definitely be able to see it. Dumbledore did not look at Lauren's childish hands, but looked at Lauren's face and Lauren's eyes, trying to see something deeper in his expression. But Lauren had no expression and just shook his white fingers. The book Nico gave me told me that magic can be used to wash away the entanglement of traces. Dumbledore did not answer this sentence. He closed the financial report documents on the table and put them aside. He looked at Lauren seriously and said, I want to know your opinion about traces and reasonable restrictions on underage wizards. Bill. The act of coming to him to ask for the magic stone showed that Lauren already knew the relevant information about Zongzi. The previous few sentences also show that Lauren understands the connotation of Zongzi and the bill. While at Nicholas Flamel's house in Devon, Nico handed the picture to Lauren in front of Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore may not know the role of the picture in conjunction with the Book of Fantasy, the picture must be like the magical portrait, carrying many memories of the owner of the portrait. Dumbledore was unaware of Flamel's existence, but assumed that there was a magical figure teaching Lauren with Nico's hundreds of years of valuable knowledge. I'm just a kid, what can I say? Lauren muttered. What does he think? His opinion is that it is very troublesome to change. It is very troublesome to think about it. Dumbledore looked at him quietly, showing that the old headmaster was very patient. Alas! Lauren sighed, knowing that the old man would not let him go. He held the armrests of the chair with both hands and sat inside. My opinion is that the Muggle way of thinking and some knowledge will flow into the magical world on their own and transform the magical world. Oh! Dumbledore looked interested when he heard this novel idea. Can you explain it to me, an old man, in detail? Pure bloods can curb young Muggle wizards from the perspective of education and growth, but from my personal point of view, this method may not be that useful. Lauren expressed his thoughts in the gentlest way possible. The entire new generation of the wizarding world is in a state of downgrade in strength, whether they are pure blood or mixed blood, and come from Muggle families. Relatively speaking, the Muggle way of thinking and some knowledge are the advantages. This part of the content will naturally flow into the magical world through Muggle wizards and mixed bloods, transforming all aspects of the magical world. Just like Honeydukes, as a traditional candy store, it stands out from other candy stores by using discounts and promotions, packaging gift boxes and other methods common in the Muggle world. Soon other candy stores would launch similar campaigns, thinking it was a common but useful way to promote their products. But this has shown that the business model of Muggle society has had an impact on wizarding society. The Daily Prophet has changed from a normal news daily to a business daily with false content and exaggerated claims. This is also a manifestation of Muggle consciousness. It is in this environment that Muggle consciousness penetrates bit by bit and transforms the magical world. Wizards are just a minority group. Once they are connected to Muggle society, they will passively adapt and be transformed. The blockade of knowledge will also be broken. The endless stream of little wizards is the embodiment of this connection. Pure blood will inevitably decline, but it will be a long process. After Lauren finished speaking, he drank a large cup of tea for himself. Dumbledore tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes were deep, as if he was looking through Lauren, towards the future he was talking about. Dumbledore came to his senses, did not comment on Lauren's point of view, and turned to talk about another matter. Professor McGonagall seized on Old Crabbe's absurd behavior of visiting the school and asked the school board and the Ministry of Magic to increase Hogwarts' autonomy. Of the 276 amendments she proposed, 176 were rejected by the school board. Seeing that he was still inclined to go into details, Lauren quickly waved his hands and said, "Stop it, I'm just a first-year student. These things are what you adults should worry about, not me." He grabbed the magic stone on the table and put it in his pocket, then hurriedly ran out of the office. "Goodbye, Principal. Dumbledore looked at Lauren fleeing and couldn't help but laugh. As Nico's designated successor, Lauren should indeed own the Philosopher's Stone. In the hospital, Dumbledore had also warned that the Philosopher's Stone was not something that gave people what they wanted. He believed that Lauren would not be obsessed with the power of the Philosopher's Stone. What's more important is that Lauren will refine his own magic stone. No matter how much advice he gives, only Lauren can take the final path. Dumbledore had understood that children should no longer bear their shackles. From this incident with Quirrell, he noticed the difference in Lauren's mind. Not as smart as Hermione, but with a more mature mind. Lauren had more exchanges with Snape, and did not recognize Snape as the person who sought the Philosopher's Stone like Harry and others, and because of his unique perspective, he realized that Quirrell was the real culprit. Dumbledore expected this. But Lauren did not participate in the Philosopher's Stone challenge. Even if the curse was about to come, his mood swings were very small, and he did not seem to worry about safety issues. These signs indicate that Lauren has seen through his plot. Dumbledore had already known Lauren's character. He wanted to save his relatives, get along well with his friends, and get along well with Snape, who was not very friendly. Cheerful, kind, and value friendship. But he still wanted to talk to Lauren, so he had today's conversation. Lauren has profound insights into pure-blood issues, as well as issues in the wizarding world and Muggle society. I am aware of the sinister effects of laws related to traces, but I have no urge to change because I am lazy and fearful of trouble. I believe that time and trends will naturally change. What surprised him most was that Lauren showed no interest when it came to the issue of Hogwarts and the school board. There is no grand sense of mission, no pursuit and desire for power. This is not a good character, and it exactly meets all Dumbledore's expectations. Because those who always think they have a mission, pursue power, and desire to change the world will always make the world worse. Dumbledore sat on the table with his eyes closed and meditated, thinking about the school board meeting after the end of the school year. Some measures should be tougher. The old wizard's strong fingers tapped on the hardwood table, making a dull sound. Lauren walked out of the office, always feeling that the old man Dumbledore was acting strange today. But getting the crucial magic stone like this still feels a bit unreal. Forget it, it's normal for Dumbledore to be abnormal. He walked towards the room of requirement, intending to communicate with the magic power of the Sorcerer's Stone and wash away the traces on his fingers. After saying hello to silly Barnabas, Lauren opened the door of the room of requirement and entered a quiet abandoned classroom. He sat down cross-legged, took out the magic stone and looked at it carefully, ready to close his eyes at any time. This is a red amber-like crystal with low transparency. It's not any regular shape, it's about the size of a fist, like a random stone picked up by the lake, it feels smooth to the touch. He carefully input a little magic power into the magic stone. The red crystal glowed slightly with a red light, and a surge of magic power poured into Lauren's body along his hand. A warm feeling surged throughout his body, and Lauren's hair and robes were stirred and kept flying. He and Harry had felt this magic once when they faced Voldemort in the corridor under the trapdoor. Vast, turbulent, endless. There was an outlet for the magic at that time, and Lauren felt hot all over when he woke up from the hospital afterwards. All the magic power is now sealed in Lauren's body, and the warm feeling instantly turns into burning and bulging. Lauren didn't panic. The magic power coming out of the magic stone would not exceed the limit that his body could bear. This was also his previous experience. They would be at a disadvantage against Voldemort, not because the magic stone did not have enough magic power, but because the magic stone was not infused with more magic power than they could bear. The communication magic power to wash away the traces is not a complicated magic ritual. The process of magic power surging is the washing process. I just don't know how long it will take. Lauren closed her eyes, recalling the state of perception in the principal's office, and tried to get into the state. The color of the entire classroom faded, and the surrounding walls turned into white, rough lines that were twisted and intertwined. Lauren turned his gaze to his fingertips and saw that the white lines wrapped around them, which were traces of silk, instantly disintegrated and disappeared. In the natural state of the magic power in the little wizard's body, it would take 7 years or more to achieve the effect, but the communication magic stone can achieve it in an instant. He let go of his right hand and let the magic stone fall to the ground, and the surging magic power was disconnected. The swelling, pain, and burning sensation still lingered on my body. He held the wand and let the magic in his body gradually become stable. Call. Lauren let out a long breath and looked at the magic stone that fell on the ground in trance. The Philosopher's Stone is not only an endless source of magic power, but also a carrier of the refiner's thoughts. In the short time he directly communicated with the magic stone, he felt Nico's will from the magic stone. It is a kind of wisdom after many vicissitudes of life, a kind of exhaustion after seeing the world, and a yearning for death. The surging magic power and the decaying will form a strong contrast. This will communicates with Lauren's soul through magic power, and intuitively transmits thoughts to Lauren. It seemed like he was warning Lauren not to take this path. Lauren picked up the magic stone and put it in his pocket. Walking lightly, with the joy of breaking the trace, he walked out of the room of requirement and walked to the Gryffindor common room. Dumbledore is the same, and so is Nico. They always think about me. Do you care what path I take? Really? Muttering voices scattered in the corridor. Chapter 114. Great Hall, Gryffindor Table. There are no formal classes, and the little wizards no longer need to wear uniform magic robes, and most of them dress more casually. At this time, the difference becomes apparent. Students from Muggle families wear novel and colorful shirts, short sleeves, and jeans. As for students from wizarding families, except for some wealthy pureblood families, most of their clothes have a single style and simple patterns. Angelina Johnson and Alia Spinnet, two Gryffindor chasers, were surrounding a bright-looking and well-dressed little witch. Listen, we are willing to take care of your transfiguration homework next semester, just for a pleated skirt. Angelina held the little witch's hand. Alia nodded equally approvingly, but we don't want white, black, we want red, the redder the better. Similar conversations were taking place at tables in other colleges. When Hermione returned to her dormitory to pack her luggage, she also changed into a magic robe. She wears a pure white cotton short-sleeved shirt with a slightly larger and thin fabric, and wears a knee-length skirt and stockings. If it weren't for her thick and messy brown curly hair, which almost covered her entire upper body, there would be little witches placing orders from her. Lauren asked, "Does red really look good?" Hermione was still worried about not being able to cast spells during the holidays, and looked downcast. She rolled her eyes slightly when she heard this and did not answer him. "I heard from my father that you Muggles enslave a creature called a production line and make them weave clothes day and night." Ron's tone was exaggerated by hearsay. Normally, Hermione would have given him some popular science knowledge, but not this time. Hermione was chewing bread, and that piece of bread had been chewed for half an hour. Lauren leaned into Hermione's ear and said something. As if by magic, Hermione's face suddenly lit up, and she stuffed the bread into her mouth in 3 mouthfuls. "Well, eat, let's go." Hermione's cheeks were so stuffed that she couldn't speak clearly. After Lauren finished speaking, he began to eat slowly. Tear the bread into strips along the lines, chew slowly, chew each strip 15 times, and swallow in 3 bites. He was going to spend half an hour eating this piece of bread. Watching Hermione go from waiting patiently to clenching her fists tighter and tighter. Lauren looked up and grinned at her. "It's not easy to crack the trace." Hermione's fists unclenched again and she became patient again. Things progressed until the two came to the room of requirement, and Lauren took out the Philosopher's Stone and easily washed away traces of Hermione's body. In the abandoned classroom provided by the room of requirement, Hermione held her wand and felt the magic in her body stabilize. She looked dazed. She had been dazed since Lauren took out the Philosopher's Stone. "Okay. From now on you are a free little wizard." Lauren put the magic stone into his pocket and clapped his hands. Why is the Philosopher's Stone here?" Hermione's eyes were unfocused and she asked mechanically. Her head was spinning and she couldn't figure out why the Sorcerer's Stone, which countless wizards wanted and even Voldemort wanted to sneak into Hogwarts to steal, was in Lauren's hands. "I asked Dumbledore for it, and he gave it to me," Lauren said matter-of-factly. "You asked Dumbledore for? He gave it. So Voldemort and Quirrell didn't directly ask Dumbledore for it?" This was obviously a complicated question. Hermione came back from a dull state and thought for a while with her lips pursed. She asked another question, "Is this what you said is not easy?" "It's not easy to eat a piece of bread for half an hour. It's really not easy." Lauren nodded. Hermione pursed her lips again and looked at him with a strange look. After a while, she said, "Our magic power has increased. Let's have a duel to test it. Are you trying to give me some color?" Lauren was happy. In the duel between the two of them, Hermione's score had stopped at 22 a long time ago and never increased. Until the two of them stood facing each other with their wands raised on their chests, Lauren still didn't feel that there was any suspense in this scene. "Get ready," Hermione said seriously. Lauren thought about the repelling spell or the binding spell, which one would make Hermione's defeat less embarrassing. Then he watched as Hermione swooped in with extraordinary agility, quickly grabbed one of his arms and pinned it behind her back, holding down his shoulders. "It hurts. It hurts." Lauren felt like his hand was about to break. After making him scream in pain several times, Hermione let go of her hands and said with a joyful smile, 0-1, Mr. Morgan. Lauren's face turned red and he looked at Hermione strangely. The speed just now was definitely not normal, and he had never heard of such magic. He looked up and down at the little witch in front of him, finally remembered something, and exclaimed, "Gryffindor's gift." Hermione smiled with her brows filled with smiles. "What I felt after coming back from the hospital is that my physical fitness has improved a lot, and my reaction speed has also improved a lot." "What's 0-1? It's more than 100-23. Lauren muttered. He was a little unconvinced. Physical fitness cannot determine the outcome. In the end, wizard duels still depend on magic. "Come again." Lauren thought that he would just keep the distance and prevent Hermione from getting close and pull her with the magic spell. Hermione was also a little excited after the victory just now, and did not refuse Lauren's request for a rematch. Preparation. Hermione kicked her legs, and at a speed that Lauren couldn't understand, she quickly closed the distance between the two. The distance couldn't be closed at all, and there was no time to cast the spell. He could only retreat while reaching out to push Hermione away. But to Hermione, these actions seemed like slow motion. She quickly grabbed one of Lauren's arms, turned it over and pinned the arm again, grabbing Lauren. The little girl's eyes were shining with excitement, and her tone was unconsciously excited. "Are you convinced? It's like this posture is naturally suitable for asking this question." Lauren didn't say anything. It was impossible to convince him. "You win, you win." Finally, under the pain in his hand, Lauren gave up. Hermione released her grip on him and couldn't stop the smile from escaping from her lips. "A gift from Gryffindor, it enhances a wizard's close combat ability. This is completely in line with my imagination of Gryffindor." Lauren said sour words while rubbing his shoulders. The main reason is that Lauren can't use magic spells freely, and the shadowless curse of the Divine Edge is not something that should be used in a discussion between friends. Moreover, the distance between the two is still too close and they cannot be separated at all. If placed in an open field, he can directly wash the ground with flames, making Hermione inaccessible. Or when he masters apparition, he can parry it. In the original book, Harry was also recognized by the sword, so why wasn't he as powerful as Hermione? Lauren was lost in thought. The first time Harry held the sword was against a basilisk. Then Harry, who was 12 years old at the time, killed a basilisk more than 20 meters away with a cold weapon. Hiss. Lauren was silent. It couldn't be said that Gryffindor's gift didn't strengthen Harry's body. Next time, he will also hold the sword. Hermione didn't pay attention to Lauren, who was thinking about life, and said proudly, "Don't always think about teasing me in the future." The kind-hearted Hermione didn't say any more rubbish to rub salt into Lauren's heart. She had something serious to do. Hermione pulled Lauren out of the classroom and re-entered the room where things were hidden in the room of requirement. "There are a lot of notes on practicing spells here. I plan to take some back and learn some upper-level spells during the holidays." Stacks of old books, layers of shabby furniture, various metal utensils, and armor are still piled up in disorder in this room, waiting for people to dig out the treasures. Lauren saw a lot of dust and dirt, and a look of rejection on his face. Hermione was hunched over, looking around for old books and notes. The useful ones are piled in a pile to be taken away later. The useless things are piled into another pile, which can be considered as tidying up the room. The dust was flying, and close to the ground, the little girl's straight socks turned from white to yellow, and soon her fair little face became like a little cat. But Hermione didn't mind it at all, and still searched for books among the old items with great interest and sorted them into categories. The useful and useless ones were all piled up into 2 hills. "You can't read so many books if you prepare for next school year in one vacation," Lauren said. Hermione put down a book and wiped her face with the back of her hand, wiping her face even more. "Many of the senior students in Ravenclaw who exchanged notes with me complained that they couldn't cast spells during the holidays and that the books at Flourish and Blotts were too expensive. There are not enough textbooks. I think I can't show them the magic stone to help them get rid of the traces, but I can help them find some books to learn theoretical knowledge. Lauren heard Hermione's plan and looked at the little tabby cat that seemed to glow. He walked over to Hermione and helped her organize the worn books one by one. He is also a young wizard of Muggle origin. He has no shortage of ways to learn, is not familiar with those people, and is too lazy to change such a world. From the first time I heard Flamel talk about the connotation of trace silk, I thought that someone like Hermione would change these laws in the future. Perhaps Hermione hasn't noticed yet that this is the persecution of young wizards in Muggle families, but she is already using her best efforts to change the reality before her eyes. For example, a few years later, she resolutely established the House Elf Rights Promotion Association, ignoring everyone's ridicule and fighting against the ancient traditions of the wizarding world. Until the sun outside turns yellow-orange and dyes the clouds orange. The books in the room of requirement were gradually cleared from the piles of debris and neatly stacked into 2 piles. They only cleared part of the house of books, but there were enough. I plan to put it in Lauren's box tomorrow and lend it to some young Muggle wizards who want to learn during the holidays. The two walked out of the room of requirement side by side. Hermione's dirty little face was flushed. She was happy that she had defeated Lauren again. Tisk! Hermione couldn't hold back her laughter. Victory, twice. Why are you so happy when you think about it now? I'm just happy, what's wrong? The little girl jumped up and down, her brown hair swaying like brilliant flowers. Outside, insects and birds are noisy that midsummer is approaching, and their cries seem to disturb people's hearts. At night, Lauren lay on the soft bed, looking through the curtains at the moonlight streaming in from the window. The other roommates were chatting, and Ron finally finished telling his magnificent story of blocking and seriously injuring Quirrell, laying a solid foundation for his subsequent victory over Quirrell. Seamus finally had time to tell Harry some bad news. While in hospital, Harry missed his last Quidditch match, Ravenclaw vs Gryffindor. Without one of the most critical seekers, of course they lost. Ravenclaw won, scoring 150 Academy Cup points and defending the Academy Cup championship. Harry, you don't know, people in Hufflepuff hate you now, but people in Ravenclaw are praising you. Seamus spoke sharply. But Harry could only feel disappointed. He was wondering whether Gryffindor could win the Quidditch game if it got 150 points. Harry painfully discovered that they had only deducted 120 points for the night trip. If they had scored 150 more points they would really have won the championship. He closed his eyes, wanting to escape from this cruel world. At least it's definitely not Slytherin who won the championship, right? We don't have to see green-colored outfits at the year-end party. Ron can always find the bright side of things. Lauren entered the book of fantasy, tried to turn over the small bag made of linen, and drew the alchemical circle of the seamless stretch spell on the inside. He wanted to make a gift for Hermione before the holidays. Compared with the hard leather and flat inner bottom of a suitcase, the soft leather and wrinkled linen material is very difficult to outline. The unicorn glaze ink always clumps together inadvertently, or the strokes break off. This is not a matter of material or magic. There are no shortcuts, only hard practice to improve one's proficiency. Compared to the previous hard training on the inner bottom of the box, this time was even more painful. The linen cloth was smaller, requiring a more elaborate formation. Lauren's eyes were dazzled by the sight. Finally before dawn, after countless attempts, he successfully drew a double ring formation base on the linen. The remaining progress should be much faster and can be finished before the holidays. After getting up and cleaning up for a while, Lauren and his roommates went to the restaurant for dinner. After walking out of the lounge, Harry, who was standing next to a few people just now, hid behind Neville, trying to use Neville's tall body to block other people's sight. But soon, his hopes were dashed. A tall boy with black hair waved and cheered with an exaggerated gesture and voice from a distance, Harry Potter. The savior of Ravenclaw. Roger Davis, chaser on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Compared to the tacit cooperation of the Hufflepuff team and the ferocity of the Slytherin team, Ravenclaw's Quidditch team is not that strong, and the overall strength of their players is not as good as that of Gryffindor. Almost the bottom of the 4 colleges. Therefore, there have been rumors circulating in the school that Ravenclaw is a group of nerds who can only read. But Roger Davis is obviously different. He is tall and has a loud voice. He is obviously an athlete. He never dreamed that Gryffindor would lose the game because there was no substitute seeker, and Ravenclaw would become the biggest winner. Harry Potter, savior of Ravenclaw. In the corridor, other little wizards from Ravenclaw were also cheering. This was a rare moment of glory for Ravenclaw. Lauren reviewed it. From Gryffindor's lead to Gryffindor and Slytherin falling into the water at the same time, Hufflepuff's lead, and now Ravenclaw's lead, Harry really performed every time. Crucial role. What a 100% team seeker. There are ripples in the wizarding world, our reporter Harry Potter reports for you, right? Chapter 115. Click. Lauren closed the lid of the suitcase, which contained a large pile of books that Hermione planned to borrow. They are all teaching-related content, classic examples, basic magic spell practice points, etc. These were just some of the useful books Hermione had cleared out. There are also some wizards' theoretical manuscripts, notes, and more special texts that have not been included. Moving books is a physical job. Lauren took a deep breath and asked, "How do you plan to lend it out? You can't take the books from the box in front of them, right? The traceless stretching spell is against the law no matter what, and cannot be used openly. Such a large quantity is not easy to stack." Hermione had already made plans. "I plan to discuss with Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Pans to add a new bookshelf for take-out books in the library. Check them out as you normally would. How do you explain the origin of the book? After all, the number is quite large, and it is not a collection that two young wizards from Muggle families can take out. It would also be difficult to expose the existence of the Room of Requirement directly. Just say that the source is confidential and explain it to Professor McGonagall. This is for the studious little wizard. She will agree." Hermione was very confident in this. Professor McGonagall is a professor who truly cares about his students. "Let's go tonight. I'll quietly put the books in the box into the library at night." Lauren held the box in his hands and weighed it. He was very satisfied with its weight. "Okay, let's go to the library first." Hermione selected a few notebooks from the stack of books, planning to spend time practicing the spells on them during the holidays. "What spells are you going to learn during the holidays?" Lauren carried the box and walked out of the Room of Requirement with Hermione, heading to the library. Compared to when they had just received the notice and knew little about the magic world, now they were no longer worried about having a bison trample on them while chanting magic spells. That kind of situation only happens once every 10 years, and every time it makes it into the textbooks. The professors repeatedly mentioned that it was to take care of the young wizards who had just entered the school, and were afraid that they would cause trouble by practicing magic spells indiscriminately. Mainly a few spells to learn in the 2nd grade, the expansion spell, the freezing spell and the universal cracking spell. At this point, Hermione paused and smiled sweetly. "I still have to go camping with my parents, and I might not have time anymore." She glanced at Lauren secretly. "Do you remember? My mother invited you to be a guest at our house. When will you come?" Lauren began to calculate his vacation schedule. "I guess I won't be able to go back immediately after the holiday, so I'll have to use the magic stone to try to see if I can turn Nagini back. Although I have no clue, I have already obtained the hardware magic stone, so I have to give it a try. Maybe you should ask Flamel. After that, we should take the Dumbledore Express home. But speaking of going home, Grandpa Bates is still on his trip. Last time he wrote a letter saying that he was revisiting his hometown and meeting old friends. It seems that he hasn't returned home yet. There is probably no one in the ranch house. What kind of left-behind child? He might not be going back to roast lamb alone. I can't tell, I'll give you a surprise then." Lauren could only reply. "If you lie to me." Hermione clenched her fist and shook it several times, making a threatening sound from her mouth. Lauren secretly made up his mind to put the practice of apparition on the agenda. To overthrow the heretical rule of close combat, it is urgent to learn how to teleport. Lauren accompanied Hermione to the library, which was deserted with no one at all. The exams are over, there are no classes, no homework, and no little wizard will think that the library is a good place for leisure and entertainment. The little wizards of Ravenclaw also prefer to borrow books from the library and find a quiet place to read alone. "Looks like I can dump the books out now," Lauren said, looking at the empty library. Hermione gently pulled the corner of his clothes with her hand, motioning for him to look aside. Lauren looked in the direction. Then they found Mrs. Pants sitting in front of the first row of bookshelves, staring at them with sharp eyes. Her eyes were locked on them, or him to be precise, and she followed him all the way from the library door to the window seat. Lauren looked away from Mrs. Pants and felt that Mrs. Pants, who had been staring at them as soon as they came in, looked a little miserable. It was really miserable for a person to guard an empty library. Hermione planned to stay in the library and read. She would be more happy reading than watching those mentally retarded boys bathing with squid tentacles by the lake. Lauren wanted to carry out his own secret business, so he left the box in the library and left. Linen is made by twisting linen threads and is the strongest type of textile. Its surface is not as smooth as chemical fiber and cotton, but has a vivid uneven texture. Painters often take advantage of the subtle and interesting material beauty of linen. But painters painted on flat linen, rather than turning a bag over and drawing on the wrinkled inside. Looking at the magic text and magic circle shining with white light on the small pocket in front of him, Lauren twisted his neck to relieve the non-existent pain in his conscious body. Thanks to yesterday's practice, the rest of the process went much smoother. He used the levitating spell to lift up all the virtual practice materials, approached the black boiler in the center of the alchemy laboratory, threw the materials in, and burned them to a red light without ashes. After finishing, Lauren clapped his hands and looked at Flamel lying above the boiler. Flamel, I have got the magic stone, how should I understand the structure of the human body? Flamel supported his head with one hand, lying on his side, and yawned after hearing this. With a wave of his hand, the alchemy laboratory switched to a bright library. The place where he lay on his side was replaced by a bookshelf instead of a boiler. The refining of the human body is considered taboo, even more taboo than black magic. The wizards who study it secretly do not dare to spread the contents of the notes. Nico did not collect them on purpose. Flamel patted the bookshelf under him. There are only the following contents. Most of them are books from the Muggle world. Lauren flipped through the rough notes and maps, which were obviously quite old. Most were written by an author named Andrea Vesalius. In Paris in 1534, Nico met a Muggle medical student full of whimsical ideas. He was very interested in bones. 2 years later, Nico met him again in Venice. He worked on corpses. Cut it open and carefully study the function of each part. Nico regarded this as a creative work and gave him some small help in terms of money. For a long time afterwards, they kept in correspondence, and these manuscripts it's all the work of Vesalius. 6 anatomy atlases and human structure. It looked like a very old anatomy book. Lauren flipped through a few pages and put it down. Modern anatomy is more fully developed. If Flamel only had this knowledge, perhaps he should go to a Muggle medical school to study instead of reading outdated anatomy books on his own. Flamel continued to say, Nico believes that this is the way to decipher the mysteries of wizard magic. But the wizarding world is smaller and more narrow-minded than the Muggle society. Even if he is a master of alchemy, it would be inappropriate for him to make such a statement. It would be regarded as an evil dark wizard. So I didn't study it any further. You have to take this path in the future, have you really thought about it? Flamel's eyes looked strange when he said this, and he really wanted to get some answers from his eyes. The magical world is like the Renaissance, a society before the liberation of the mind, but they have extremely high productivity, so they do not have any conditions for reform. But Lauren didn't care at all about this stupidity. Of course. Lauren grinned. Dinner time, at the Gryffindor table. Hufflepuff's savior, Harry Potter seemed to have lost his soul, and his body mechanically stuffed food into his mouth. Today, Dumbledore suddenly found him, and the two had a conversation. The principal cruelly destroyed his dream of living with Sirius. But this time Dumbledore didn't act like the Riddler to deal with him, but explained to him very thoughtfully. Your mother left an amulet on you with her love. Only blood and family ties can maintain the power of the amulet. The power of the amulet can protect him from Voldemort, and he must live with the Dursleys. Thinking about Dumbledore's words, and then thinking about when he faced Quirrell, he wouldn't have been able to escape if it hadn't been for the strength left by his mother. Harry wasn't angry at all, just annoyed. I'm not even looking forward to tomorrow's year-end party. Next to them sat Lauren and Hermione. While eating, Lauren suddenly asked, what color do you like? Hermione subconsciously replied, lavender. Oh. Hermione didn't think much about it. She was thinking about the books and not on the food in front of her at all. She took a bite and glanced at Professor McGonagall at the guest of honor seat. Does Professor McGonagall look very appetizing? Lauren wondered. Hermione gave him a shallow look. I'll go find Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Pants later. You go to the library and empty the books out of the box. The sooner the better. Lauren nodded. Night tours in the library are familiar to me. Summer nights always seem quieter, perhaps because crickets and other unknown insects chirp too loudly, making the castle even quieter. Lauren pushed open the library door, and the crunching sound of loose leaves became more obvious in the dark library. He picked up an oil lamp from the shelf and lit it with ease. The box is placed by the window during the day, where it can be seen at a glance. Lauren lifted the box and dumped the books out. Wow! Wow! A mountain of messy and dirty books was piled in front of the table. Lauren frowned when he saw the pile of books. He was not satisfied. Mrs. Pants will come in soon. She will definitely curse when she sees this. He remembered the test question that asked Professor Flitwick to make a pineapple dance, and he got the idea. The wand is like a symphony baton, waving constantly, drawing a beautiful trajectory. The books piled up in disorder seemed to have come to life. They stood up one after another, moved their four corners and jumped, as if they were moving their limbs. Then several books of different sizes were lined up and laid down side by side. The remaining books jumped to the side of these lying books and lay down on them according to their respective sizes. Occasionally, he arched his body and looked straight. When the thick books have been piled up and it is impossible to lie down on them from the side, the remaining books start to take a run, and then jump to pile themselves on top. Soon, the messy books turned into neat piles after some instructions. A smile appeared on Lauren's lips, satisfied with his magic control. After the quarrel incident, his magic power increased explosively, and occasionally the power of the spell would be too great. Thanks to the repeated drawing of the magic spell circle, this kind of delicate operation made him more comfortable in controlling magic power. Books must be helpful to some students. Hermione's thin voice came from outside the door. Crunch! Lauren has moved the books in. The sound of the door being pushed open and Hermione's clear voice sounded at the same time. Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Pants came in one after another and immediately saw McGonagall holding an oil lamp. Good evening, Professor McGonagall, Mrs. Pants. Lauren greeted with a smile. Mrs. Pinsey looked at the dust on the ground, and her face sank. She quickly walked to the neatly stacked books and looked through them. Professor McGonagall looked at Lauren, but Lauren just smiled at her without seeing the result. Professor McGonagall turned her attention to the stack of books. Mrs. Pants's gloomy expression softened as she turned the pages. She flipped through a few pages of each book before putting it down, quickly classifying the books in her mind. I still want to know the origin of these books. Professor McGonagall spoke slowly. Hermione was a little anxious. Professor McGonagall, we agreed to keep it a secret. If there are only a dozen or dozens of books, I cannot ask about the source, but this is too much. Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione's anxious expression, paused, and explained, the school board may use this to investigate Hogwarts' finances. She seized on Old Crabbe's loopholes and put pressure on the school board to implement a series of measures for Hogwarts' independent jurisdiction. Now is the time to argue with the school board, and we cannot allow the school board to seize the opportunity to fight back. Every donation from school alumni needs to have a source and be documented. Otherwise, the school board can continue to review financial opportunities and postpone these matters until the next school year, or even forever. These books, Hermione was speechless. She couldn't explain clearly, and her eyes were red. Seeing Hermione getting more and more anxious, Lauren stepped forward and put his hand on Hermione's back to ease the little girl's mood. He said, "Don't worry, Professor McGonagall, Principal Dumbledore knows the source of these books, and he will give a normal source." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, her eyes fell on these worn books, and finally nodded in agreement. Mrs. Pants then said angrily, "The way the books are organized is all wrong. Can you only see the size of the books?" Her expression had turned to joy. Mrs. Pants turned her wand in a circle in her hand, and several wooden boards quickly flew out from the depths of the library and spliced together to form a bookshelf. The neatly stacked books began to be opened in half, and the pages on both sides were like wings, flapping and flying to the bookshelf. According to the account category, it is docked at different levels. Soon there was a new bookshelf in front of them. Professor McGonagall looked at the bookshelf with a gentle expression. "I will ask the prefect to inform students who are interested in borrowing books. They can come to the library to register to borrow books in the next 2 days. You need to make it clear to Dumbledore as soon as possible." Chapter 116. Night, Principal's Office. Hermione and Professor McGonagall are currently discussing some specific regulations in the library. This is what happened. Lauren leaned back on his chair, looking very tired. He told Dumbledore the process of clearing out books from the room of requirement and establishing a book corner. Dumbledore smiled. "I have looked through some of the manuscripts and books inside many times, but I never thought of using them to help students who want to learn. Lauren, you have a precious heart that is willing to share. Lauren reached out and slapped her hand. Stop, this is Hermione's idea, don't brag about it. Facing Lauren's frivolous tone, Dumbledore didn't care at all. He wore crescent glasses and smiled with his eyes looking like crescent moons. Miss Granger also has a heart like gold. In fact, most people discover wealth, there is always a preference for exclusivity rather than sharing. Just a little sorry, Miss Granger, I may have to write in the report that a friend of mine donated the books. Lauren didn't care about these false reputations, and I believe Hermione wouldn't care either. He turned to another matter. Do you need me to remove any trace of Harry? He is very unhappy about going back to the Dursleys for the holidays. It might be much easier for Harry if he could cast spells. The Dursleys. Dumbledore said the name, his smile fading. You know, when I fostered Harry to his aunt, I enclosed a letter. Dumbledore's eyes were deep. There was nothing hidden in the letter. It explained what happened to Voldemort, but they still adopted Harry. It's a big risk and I'm sure they have some affection for Harry. Dumbledore's tone gradually became firmer. Keep the trace. I hope Harry can understand the true meaning of relatives. Okay. Lauren nodded. That's right. When it comes to the family ties between the Dursleys, Lauren thinks there may be some, but not much. Now that Dumbledore has made a decision, he certainly won't be meddlesome. The next day, the little wizards from various colleges found new notices posted in the lounge as soon as they got up. Notify. Dear classmates. I hope you have had a school year full of magic and miracles. Summer vacation is coming. The library has a new book corner, and some books can be borrowed and taken home to read. Students who are interested in borrowing books can register with Mrs. Pinksy in the library. Note, limited to 3 books per person, please do not damage the books. I wish you all a fulfilling holiday. Hogwarts Library. Ron looked at the notice and frowned. I can't figure out who would torture themselves during the summer vacation. Harry was not in high spirits. Although he did not speak, he deeply believed what Ron said. Then he thought that he was going to spend a summer vacation at the Dursleys' house, a long and boring summer vacation. Maybe he should borrow some magic books, it would be more interesting than curling up in the storage room and listening to Dudley playing games. There are always people who want to read books. Hermione said in a cheerful tone. Unlike defeating the troll and Quirrell, this was the first major thing she had accomplished. She prefers this kind of thing. Instead of fighting and killing, she helps her classmates in another way. She looked around and couldn't find Lauren. Have you seen Lauren? Hermione asked. Ron shook his head. He got up early and went out. Harry slept very lightly because he was in a bad mood. Lauren got up before dawn and went out. Although he moved lightly, he still noticed. When they went to the Great Hall for breakfast, Hermione still didn't see Lauren. Only the decoration of the auditorium has been renovated, with blue and bronze representing Ravenclaw as the main colors, and patterns of eagle wings and talons are all over the auditorium. There is a banner hanging on the wall behind the guest of honor seat, which reads Extraordinary wisdom is the most precious wealth of mankind, with 2 eagles spreading their wings at both ends. This was to celebrate Ravenclaw's victory in this year's House Cup and to prepare for the end-of-year banquet in the evening. Harry looked at the brand new decoration of the Great Hall and felt so embarrassed that he couldn't eat. Just a little bit, Gryffindor was the winner of the House Cup. Ron's mouth was full. If you want to be more open to Harry, at least the champion is not a Slytherin. Most of the little wizards in Gryffindor have this idea, and so do the little wizards in Hufflepuff. Although they did not win the House Cup this year, they were happy to end Slytherin's 6-year reign. So now in the auditorium, except for the little wizard from Slytherin House, everyone else is very happy. Hermione had breakfast and went to the library. Compared to the empty library yesterday, there were obviously more people today, most of whom came to borrow books or accompany friends to borrow books. Hermione saw a familiar figure. It was the little muggle witch whom Angelina had asked to wear a dress before. She was standing in front of a brand new bookshelf in bright clothes. The little witch saw old and broken books on the bookshelf, and her beautiful eyebrows knitted together, very tangled. After struggling for a while, I finally plucked up the courage to take out a slightly less old book and read it. After turning a few pages, she discovered the precious notes inside. The little witch's eyes sparkled with joy. No longer dissatisfied with these old books, she quickly picked 2 more and happily went to Mrs. Pance's place to register. There were many people borrowing books, and there was a long queue in front of Mrs. Pinksy, most of them with happy expressions. Hermione sat by the window and read the whole process of the little witch choosing books. Although she didn't know the content of the book, seeing the little witch and other people borrowing books, she felt that her heart was filled with inexplicable things. A joy that I have never experienced before. She couldn't wait to share this joy with Lauren, and she couldn't even read the book. She put away her books and walked out of the library. It happened that Lauren was about to enter the library, and the two of them met in front of the door. Hermione took Lauren's hand and sat by the window, pointing out to him the queue for borrowing books. You don't know, many little wizards have come to borrow books, and they seem very satisfied. With some nervousness and trepidation, Lauren stretched out her hand and showed a small bag made of simple purple linen. Originally, there should be some small beads, sequins, etc. on it, but I can't get it so fine. Hermione's eyes widened. She took the small cloth bag from his hand, flipped it back and forth, and said thoughtfully, seamless stretching charm. Well, it can hold 13 cubic yards of stuff. Lauren introduced in a low voice, if you dare to mention the Ministry of Magic, I will put you in a cloth bag and throw you into the lake. Exactly 10 cubic meters, which is larger than the suitcase Lauren made for the first time. As his understanding of magic texts improves, and the progress of the traceless stretch spell, he can make it even bigger in the future. Looking at the purple linen, Hermione fell into memories. She thought for a moment and said, is this why you asked me what color I like before? Hermione's smile bloomed like a flower, stretching from the corners of her mouth to her eyebrows. In the morning, the midsummer sun has not yet fully risen. It is golden and warm but not hot. The shore of the Black Lake is filled with water vapor, which makes it a bit cool. So you went to the room of requirement early in the morning to make this cloth bag. Hermione and Lauren walked side by the lake, the small purple cloth bag slung around their bodies, jumping up and down. Last night, Lauren came back from the principal's office and immersed himself in the book of fantasy to practice drawing magic words on linen. After the test was successful, I immediately got up and went to the room of requirement. This time, because the unicorn hair was fresh and free of impurities, it was completed smoothly. If you're moved, I'll leave it to you for my stargazing report next school year. What a beautiful thought! Hermione bounced with her hair loose and said in a cheerful tone, where's yours? What color is it? I haven't had time to do it yet. It's better for boys to make a small cloth bag. Lauren kicked a small stone under his feet, kicked his left foot forward a few steps, and then switched to his right foot, as if practicing for a ball. He planned to make a ring or pendant or something, but he couldn't draw such a detailed circle yet. Maybe it can be combined with magic spells such as the expansion charm and the shrinking charm, but I don't know if the magic spell will have any impact on the magic circle. I can try it during the holidays. If that doesn't work, it would be a good idea to make a slightly larger object like a locket. What a pity! If you also had a cloth bag, I could put beads and sequins on it. Hermione wanted to put anything in the small cloth bag when she saw it, a green leaf, a good-looking stone, and walked a few steps pour it out again. It's rare to see Hermione so childish, so cute. You said that the small cloth bag with the seamless stretching charm on it will leak when it contains water. Hermione had just put a stone in and raised her head to look at Lauren with bright eyes. Lauren was stunned when he heard this, and then became eager to try. Shall we try? No, what if it breaks? I'll just make another one. That's okay, I just like this one. In the evening, the long-awaited year-end banquet finally began. The entire auditorium was filled with the rich aroma of broth, the sweet aroma of stewed pumpkin, and the salty aroma of barbecue. There are all kinds of delicacies on the table, lamb chops, roast chicken, meat pies, Roosevelt apple pie. Lauren and Hermione hurried in just before the banquet started. The auditorium was already full of people. It's all your fault, we were almost late. Hermione gasped, small beads of sweat hanging on her nose. How can you blame me? Lauren was also panting. I just wanted to try to see if the cloth bag could hold water. Hearing this, Hermione put the small purple cloth bag in her arms to protect it. If you break it, I won't let you go. They put the wizard hats on their heads. All the little wizards wore black pointed wizard hats with no brim. George and Fred are imitating a bullfight, with pointy wizard hats as their horns. I don't know what magic tricks they hid, the two of them screamed moo, and the sharp corners collided with each other, making the sound of swords clashing. Lee Jordan explained in an emotional voice, George the bull made a powerful attack, but Fred the bull was not afraid at all. He went up, up. Fred the fierce bull pushed the horns of the opposite bull. Oh, one fell out of the hat, ugh. Before Lee Jordan had time to reveal the secret, George covered his mouth and pinned him down on his seat. They formed a circle and began to discuss the simple prop. There was a similar scene on the long tables in other colleges. The auditorium was like an explosion. The little wizards in Ravenclaw were especially excited. Each of them was talking loudly. A moment later, Dumbledore arrived, and the noise in the auditorium gradually subsided. Dumbledore wore a gold and red dress with phoenix and flame patterns embroidered on it, and a small felt hat with a raised brim on his head. Another year has passed. Before you indulge in these delicacies, I must trouble everyone to listen to an old man's cliché. Lauren looked straight at the pig head meat and salivated wildly. Dumbledore has changed. He is no longer the good leader who spoke briefly at the opening banquet. We must first conduct the Academy Cup award ceremony. The specific scores of each academy are as follows. The fourth place, Gryffindor, has 332 points. Although the little Gryffindor wizard didn't care about scores, he still wasn't happy about being publicly executed like this. There was an obvious sneer from the Slytherin side. Professor McGonagall was sitting at the guest of honor seat with a very serious look on her face. Lauren temporarily turned his attention away from the flesh and signaled to George and Fred, "Bah! Bah!" The twins said the code, indicating that they understood. Third place, Slytherin, 362 points. Oh! Woo! Oh! The twin brothers and Lauren cheered one after another, as if it caused a chain reaction. The three houses except Slytherin all responded one after another. The whole auditorium erupted with thunderous cheers and stampings, and the little wizard used a fork. The goblet was banged hard, making a jingling sound, which was very lively. There was dead silence on the Slytherin table. Snape's face at the guest of honor was horribly ugly, but Professor McGonagall showed a faint smile. Second place, Hufflepuff, 392 points. First place, Ravenclaw, 416 points. Polite cheers rang out in the auditorium, which raised the atmosphere of the banquet. I think everyone has done well in the past year, Dumbledore said. However, the recent events must also be taken into account. Come on, operate in secret, collude and collude. Lauren straightened up. The auditorium became very quiet. Quirrell's matter was too big, and everyone more or less guessed it. Well, Dumbledore cleared his throat, I still have points to distribute at the end. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. He played the most exciting game of chess at Hogwarts in many years, played in the spirit of Gryffindor, and won 50 points for this. Ron's face turned red and he smiled from ear to ear. The Gryffindors cheered, and Percy was showing off loudly to the other prefects. He passed Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard array and seriously injured Quirrell with this chessboard. The cheers rang out for a while, and everyone understood that they had 4 warriors, and with so many extra points, the Academy Cup must belong to Gryffindor. Second, Mr. Lauren Morgan. He helped his partners, never left, and saved his friends from danger. He earned 50 points for this. Lauren spat a little, he actually only had 50 points. Although he didn't participate in the breakthrough or anything, Dumbledore was definitely suppressing him. 332 plus 50 plus 50. 432 points. The little wizards in Gryffindor went crazy. They got the house cup and stood up from their stools to cheer. Third, Mr. Harry Potter. He showed fearless courage and extraordinary courage. For this, I award him 60 points. Finally, Miss Hermione Granger faced the fire, she reasoned calmly. Faced with the powerful enemy, she was not afraid of danger, and wielded a gorgeous sword that I have never seen before. For this, she won 100 points. Hermione was so embarrassed that she buried her head in her arms. Her neck was red from her neck to her ears, and she didn't dare to look at anyone. In fact, Hermione might not be able to get such a high score just for the Sorcerer's Stone incident. Lauren guessed that Dumbledore took the credit for the book corner into account. Chapter 117. Harry and Ron hugged each other and cheered. The sudden extra points cleared away all his worries. Even being unable to use magic and having to go back to Privet Drive during the holidays became less difficult. Hermione Granger, the Queen of Gryffindor. George and Fred shouted, making the shy little witch even more afraid to raise her head. The little lions were so noisy that they overturned the auditorium, jumping up and down at the dining table. I declare that Gryffindor House has won the House Cup. Dumbledore had to shout loudly over the thunderous cheers, "This means we need to make some small changes to the decoration here." He clapped his hands, and the dangling blue and bronze ribbons turned to bright red and gold, and the Ravenclaw eagle on the banner transformed into a majestic Gryffindor lion. The words on the banner also changed to "Be brave and fearless, regardless of your own safety." The banquet began with cheers, and the auditorium burst into loud cheers again. The little wizards of Gryffindor threw their pointed wizard hats away and threw them into the starry sky in the dome. At the guest of honor table, Professor Flitwick clinked glasses with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall drank all the wine in the goblet in one gulp. Everyone knew that she was extremely happy. Hagrid raised his oversized beer glass and cheered along with the students. As soon as Hermione raised her head, Lauren leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Hermione Granger, the Queen of Gryffindor." "Ah!" Hermione squeaked shyly, her voice was soft and gentle, and she buried her head in her arms again. Lauren happily gnawed on the pork head meat that he had been thinking about for a long time. Seeing Hermione's shy look, he thought he could keep calling her this name until next year. Ron began to pull Seamus into telling stories again, this time looking back at the entire school year, from the trolls on Halloween to Professor Quirrell at the end of the year. "Every time, I played an extremely crucial role." He had a proud expression on his face, and his hands vividly depicted various dangerous scenes, including the trolls' flying kicks and Quirrell's black magic. The twins rarely booed, and while they ate, they memorized the dangerous aspects of Ron's story. "Guess which story Mom will like? Guess how many days little Ronnie will be in bed?" George and Fred looked at each other and laughed. Obviously, Ron didn't know at this time that he was in danger again. Hermione finally recovered. She smelled the aroma of the food and raised her head. "Hermione Granger, Queen of Gryffindor." Lauren leaned forward again, testing on the edge of danger. Hermione rolled her eyes at him and snatched all the food from his plate, except for the pig's head. The colorful ornaments reflected star-like light in the golden candlelight, and a festive atmosphere filled the air. The spaces between the clinking wine glasses were filled with joyful laughter. The magic candles on the table and candlesticks burned longer and longer, and the sweetness of pudding and cream seemed to be as sweet as people's dreams, so sweet that the moon would smile crookedly. After the year-end banquet, time seemed to have wings and flew by. One leisurely morning, Lauren and Hermione were huddled in the corner of the lounge talking, heads leaning against each other, bangs touching bangs. They were exchanging their experiences on universal cracking spells. The bangs of the two people touched together, giving each other a furry feeling. Lauren felt the smell of Hermione's body, which was a fresh mint aroma. He didn't know if it was a magical shampoo or a muggle shampoo. Hermione smelled an orange fragrance on Lauren's body, which was from the fruit he ate for breakfast. It all started in the morning. They were all lying on the window to watch the sunrise. After the sunrise, they were still lying on their stomachs chatting. Unconsciously, they went from lying against the window to huddled together in the corner. The two of them started talking about camping, skiing on the ranch, and talking about Anderson and Beetle the poet, and then talking about investing and talking about small businesses suitable for the magic world, and finally turned into learning exchanges. No one knows how long they have been chatting, but the sun is shining high outside now. There are two types of universal spells to break the spell, one is finite incantatem, and the other is finite. This is a rare spell that reduces the difficulty of casting spells by adding qualifiers. Hermione's voice was small, and her breath hit Lauren's face as she spoke. They were like spies in a joint, exchanging secret codes. Lauren's voice was also low, "I understand, but I have a question." "You say? Why do we have to speak in a lowered voice like thieves?" Lauren's breath blew on Hermione's face, making her feel a slight itch. "Have no idea." Hermione raised her head and looked at Lauren, and Lauren looked at Hermione. The calm eyes of the two collapsed the moment they looked at each other, and then they laughed together, laughing so hard. Hermione didn't want to laugh, but when she saw Lauren laughing she couldn't help it. It seemed that curling up here and talking in a low voice was some kind of joke. They laughed until there were tears in their eyes before they stopped. "Hermione." "Lauren." Neville's voice came from the entrance to the lounge, breaking up the charm between the two. They scrambled to their feet, as if fleeing from something, and ran to Neville in panic. "Why are you blushing?" Neville looked at the two men in confusion, holding a stack of parchment in his hand. Hermione said nothing and kept stroking her hair around her ears. She thought to herself, curly hair is just like that, it's just difficult to manage, there's no doubt about it. "It's nothing," Lauren said with a serious expression, "Is there something wrong with us?" Neville was still a little suspicious, but he didn't ask any questions and handed them the first 2 pieces of parchment. "The final exam results are out. You are the first, and the second." Before he could finish his words, Hermione screamed and grabbed the transcript and couldn't wait to check it. The movement here was quickly discovered by other little wizards. Everyone screamed and rushed up to surround Neville, scrambling to grab their respective report cards. "Don't grab it!" One by one. Neville's voice was drowned in the crowd. Hermione checked the report card happily. Not surprisingly, she was number 1, with an O in every subject. Hermione was hit by this sudden surprise, her face flushed with excitement. Even charms, which she was most worried about, was an O. Professor Flitwick didn't deduct points for dancing with a pineapple in his hand. Lauren glanced at the transcript and saw that every subject was O, but the specific score should be slightly worse than Hermione's, so he ranked second. Hermione was still looking at her transcript, with a smile on her face. Transfiguration, O charms, O. Are you relieved now? The Queen of Gryffindor. Lauren leaned over and said softly. Then she got an elbow from Hermione. During lunch, everyone was talking about the results. Harry and Ron passed the exams with very high scores, getting O's in all subjects except potions and herbology. Neville also passed easily, his grades in herbology were excellent. "I can't understand why even the troll Goyle could pass the exam." Harry asked this question seriously. He was not joking, he was really confused. Goyle of Slytherin is a famous idiot. Before this, Harry had always believed that he could not pass the exam and would be expelled from school. He had been looking forward to it for a long time, because Goyle was also one of Malfoy's followers. "Oh, Harry, you need to know." Ron was like a wise philosopher, "It's impossible to have everything go your way in life." Harry thought back to the Academy Cup champions in the past few days and passed the exam with high scores. Finally, he nodded solemnly and approved of this statement. Lauren listened carefully for a while. From Hufflepuff to Slytherin, there was no one who was unqualified. He began to think deeply, did Hogwarts really have any screening measures? "I'm afraid you can't graduate as long as you take the exam. I've never even heard of repeating a grade. No wonder one generation is worse than the next. Happy education is harmful to people. The magic world takes jujube pills. Report cards are the last thing left in school, and suddenly, it seems, all the little wizards are packing their bags." Notices were sent to every little wizard, telling them when school would start, what they should prepare for the next school year, and warning them not to use magic during the holidays. This morning, after breakfast, the little wizards walked out of the castle gate one after another, went to the platform opposite the Black Lake, and boarded the Hogwarts Express. There are mountains and lakes surrounding Hogwarts Castle. There is always thin fog and water vapor in the summer mornings, which is very cool. Lauren and Hermione fell at the back of the queue and walked forward slowly. Hermione repacked her luggage and put everything into a small purple linen satchel, leaving only a few clothes in the only suitcase for show. "For some reasons that cannot be said yet, I have to stay in school for a few more days and then take the Dumbledore Super Express back," Lauren said. "He wants to use the magic stone to try to treat Nagini." Hermione ignored this cold joke. She knew that Lauren had always been mysterious and secretive. Dumbledore could even give him the Sorcerer's Stone, so there must be many secrets in it. "I really don't know why, you are obviously a little wizard from a Muggle family," Hermione complained, thinking that the two of them could still have snacks together in the carriage like they did when school started. "Don't worry, I may be visiting your home soon." Lauren was a little helpless. The date of Grandpa Bates's return has not yet been determined, and he might go to Hermione to seek shelter. Summer vacation is a longer holiday than Christmas, and the sadness of separation is stronger than it was then. Perhaps it was the steamy, humid fresh air, or perhaps it was the thought that they would see each other soon. Hermione sniffed and felt much better. Seeing the platform in front of him from a distance, Lauren stood still and said, "It will be delivered here." Then, "Miss Granger, I wish you a happy holiday." Hermione's voice was muffled, "Goodbye." But soon, all the depression and dissatisfaction were squeezed out by a hug. Hermione smelled the smell of oranges and thought for no reason that Lauren must like to eat oranges. Then Hermione couldn't remember exactly how she got on the train and how she explained to Harry and Ron how many days Lauren would be staying. Suddenly, the countryside outside the train window became clearer and cleaner. They saw Muggle towns running towards the back, and the train soon stopped at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. Hermione, Harry, and Ron walked out of the wall together and said goodbye at the exit back to the Muggle world. Remember that you are coming to our house to play during the summer vacation. Ron was still chewing BB's multi-flavor beans, and his face was full of excitement for the coming vacation. I will send an owl to invite you, and so will Lauren. I'm looking forward to it. I really need something to look forward to during the long vacation. Harry said weakly. Goodbye. Have a happy holiday. Hermione had already seen her parents, pulling an empty box and running quickly with a small purple bag on her back. Harry and Ron were pushed around by the crowd, eagerly looking for their families. He's there, Mom, look, he's there. A clear voice sounded, Harry Potter. I saw him. Mrs. Weasley pulled another little girl with pink hair and appeared in front of them. Oh, it wasn't his brother that my sister saw first. Ron said sourly. But no one paid attention to him. Mrs. Weasley was chatting with Harry, and the two of them seemed like a close mother and son. It's been a busy year, right? Thank you for the fudge and the sweater. Honey, that's nothing. This is Ginny, she will also be entering school next year. Mrs. Weasley pulled the little girl next to her and introduced. Hello, Harry, very. The little girl's face was almost as red as her hair. Harry didn't hear the rest of the words clearly and thought she was an extremely shy girl. Ginny, nice to meet you. Ginny's blush deepened and she moved to hide behind Mrs. Weasley. Ron looked at this scene with a blank expression, as if he was an outsider. After a while the twins and Percy came over, and Harry watched the lively group of red-haired people slowly walk away. Are you ready? Harry, we are going to ride the motorcycle back to Privet Drive. An energetic voice sounded. Harry turned around suddenly and looked at the man in black in front of him in disbelief. Serious? Why are you here? Ha! Didn't you expect that I bought a house on Privet Drive? The first school year full of magic and wonder came to an end, and the summer vacation of 1992 began. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Dumbledore and Lauren sat across the desk from each other. The desk was empty except for 2 cups of tea and an upside-down hat. Lauren looked at some dirt on the outside of the hat and the shrunken snake inside the hat. So, she has been treating the hat as a nest. Dumbledore sipped his tea and smiled. It seems that she agrees with my aesthetics, although I haven't worn this hat much since I turned 70. Do you have any ideas on how to change back? Lauren asked. The answer given to me by someone who cannot say anything is this. Lauren pointed to the red dot between her eyebrows. Flamel only said that he was qualified to use the magic stone, and might be able to use Nico's magic stone to treat werewolves and blood-cursed orcs, but he didn't know the ritual. The longer-term solution is to take the path of biological refinement, let the magic stone belonging to Lauren play the role of biological refinement, and train Bates and Nagini. But no one knows how long it will take. In the illusion of the Book of Abraham, Lauren sought answers from the mysterious existence, Mary in the mirror, and got a blood mole on the forehead, but it was unclear how to use it. Chapter 118. Although I'm very curious about the people you can't talk about. Dumbledore's eyes flickered between Lauren's eyes and the red mole between his eyebrows, but my intuition tells me that there are some secrets that should not be explored to the end. Lauren grinned. Maybe you can try legilimency, maybe you can see it. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, took out a box of biscuits from the drawer, opened the lid and ate one himself. Some tiny crumbs fell into his beard. No professor at Hogwarts would take the initiative to use them. Legilimency to peer into students' minds. Lauren silently complained in his mind, Dumbledore might be like this, but Snape might not be. He bit into half a biscuit, and the aroma of butter instantly filled his entire mouth. He took another sip of tea, and the aroma of tea and butter filled his mouth. The slight bitterness and sweetness of the tea offset the sweetness of the biscuits, making people stop. Not coming down. He said while eating, speaking of legilimency, I need to explain something to you. Harry always dreams about some strange scenes, about the death of his parents, about wandering in the forest, and before that, in the castle. Wandering scene. Harry had very frequent dreams after meeting Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, but he usually only complained to Ron, thinking that he was not sleeping well. Lauren sat nearby and listened to it several times. His dream didn't calm down until he finished solving Quirrell's matter. Regarding Harry's collusion with Voldemort, it is always good for Dumbledore to be prepared in advance. Dumbledore slowed down in eating the biscuits. I dreamed of strange scenes, The old wizard with a white beard was lost in some kind of thought. He held the biscuit in his hand and would not put it down until he ate it. The blazing sunlight shines in through the window, illuminating the entire office. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said, "Oh, when people get old, they always have insufficient energy. You know, I think Harry might enjoy this summer vacation. You can tell with your toes that his godfather must have done something." Lauren picked up a biscuit and fed it to Nagini. The little snake hissed and stuck out its tongue without touching it. Lauren thought he must be dazzled as to why the snake could roll its eyes. Dumbledore chuckled, "I think that during the long summer vacation, Black can spend some time teaching Harry some useful magic." "Occlumency? Are you sure Sirius knows it?" Lauren reasonably put forward his guess. "Who are the people who know occlumency in the original plot?" "Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Snape, Barty Crouch Jr., and Horace Slughorn, all of them are top-notch old silver coins. Sirius is a pure fool, can it be compared to him? There is no comparison at all. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't look like someone who can do this kind of magic." Compared to this, Dumbledore looked a little surprised. "I am very curious about what knowledge Nico is teaching you. You are even familiar with legilimency and occlumency." He even had some doubts about whether Lauren already knew the truth about Horcruxes. After all, Horcruxes seemed to be within the scope of alchemy. Lauren didn't want to confess to Dumbledore what he knew about the plot. He couldn't explain the source of the information, and he couldn't fool Nico by moving him out. Telling them all would be too suspicious. He made an excuse. It is reasonable to speculate that Harry's dream was too clear, and he remembered it very clearly after waking up. The content was more like a memory. Since the memory can be put into his mind, it can be extracted from his mind. Get something else. Legilimency and occlumency are very necessary. Lauren finished speaking and stuffed the biscuits into his mouth. "If possible, I would also like to learn. Legilimency and the Oblivion spell are the rare magics involving memory. In the next school year, he might face off against the Lockhart and the Tom from the notebook. One is proficient in the Forgetting Curse, and the other is the Dark Lord who controls desires and plays with people's hearts. He must master these magics, the most important of which is occlumency. These magics are different from binding spells and repelling spells. They cannot be mastered by accumulating proficiency. They require sparring with others." Hearing Lauren's words, Dumbledore was in a dilemma. "Lauren, your situation is a bit special. You can only master these magics by yourself. Because of the cursed knowledge in that book, others will practice with you. If you accidentally spy on the contents..." Dumbledore didn't finish his words, leaving Lauren to think. "The title page of the Book of Abraham says that anyone who peeks into the book will be cursed." Seeing Lauren's understanding, Dumbledore continued, "Although I don't know the specific content of the curse, since Nico solemnly instructs you, it means that he has not found a way to break it in 600 years. Lauren called him a good guy in his heart. The memory is poisonous, and you will die if you look at it. What kind of knowledge is this? This is mimetic pollution. When he learns legilimency, pulls out his memories and makes them into a big movie, wouldn't it be a nuclear bomb in the magical world? It's very painful just thinking about it. So, if you want to learn legilimency and occlumency, you have to practice it yourself." Dumbledore said. "There is no way, Lauren can't find anyone to spar with, otherwise he will be harming others." Alas! Lauren sighed heavily. "Back to the topic, so how do we change Nagini back? This brings up your new defense against the dark arts professor for next school year, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart." Dumbledore seemed a little proud. Professor Lockhart is an adventurer and best-selling author. He once. The rest of the introduction sounded like nonsense to Lauren. He didn't believe that Dumbledore, a top old wizard, didn't see Lockhart's true face. Lauren ate a cookie with an expressionless expression, showing that he didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Dumbledore clenched his fists and pretended to cough. "Although the sources of some contents are difficult to verify, we can still find some things from them." Dumbledore happened to know two wizards who had been robbed of credit by Gilderoy Lockhart. He had long known Lockhart's true identity, and was convinced that Lockhart only needed to return to a normal school environment to be exposed. He was found to be a fake and a liar. Students can also learn a lot from it, what not to do, what kind of person not to be. In addition, Lockhart's grades as a student were pretty good, and Dumbledore believed that he was at least capable of teaching according to the book. If Lauren heard Dumbledore's thoughts, he would probably complain, no wonder Hogwarts has become worse with each generation. An old Armenian wizard came to Wagga Wagga, Australia, and successfully helped the local residents subdue a terrifying and ferocious werewolf. In the process of fighting the werewolf, he used a very complicated restoration spell. But the story didn't spread very widely. Lockhart found the old wizard and listened to his detailed account of the entire incident. After learning more about how he defeated the werewolves of Wagga Wagga, Lockhart used the Oblivion charm on the old wizard to make him forget that he was the one who actually defeated the werewolves. After that, Lockhart stole the credit of the old wizard, told the story of defeating the werewolf as his own personal experience, and wrote it into his book Wandering with the Werewolf. After Lockhart wrote Wandering with Werewolves, he accepted many werewolf-related interviews. In an interview with the Daily Prophet, he mentioned the Restore Human Shape charm, which can be used to permanently restore werewolves. Become human. Dumbledore's voice echoed in the bright office. Most werewolf experts thought this was a joke, but considering that Lockhart's method of weaving lies was to steal other people's work, rather than create something out of nothing, Dumbledore examined the curse closely. Following the clues, in a file from the 1980s, an agent named Cecil Lee from the Werewolf Capture Division of the Ministry of Magic, or the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, left precious records. Cecil Lee once used the restoration spell to forcibly turn a werewolf back into a human on a full moon night. In the record, Cecil Lee wrote, "The restoration curse only forces the werewolf to turn back into a human temporarily, rather than permanently curing it. This may be because I cannot cast the spell perfectly." Relevant records only accounted for a small part of the file. Cecil Lee and the restoration curse were not taken seriously, and the file was sealed in the file bag until Dumbledore allowed him to be revealed. Dumbledore spent great efforts to find this curse and studied its principles based on his profound knowledge of transfiguration. There's good news and bad news. The good news is that the effect of the humanoid restoration spell is not limited to werewolves. It can work on any creature transformed by a human. The bad news is that even I can't cast this spell perfectly. Why? Lauren asked in surprise. Transfiguration is a very rigorous subject. The caster needs to understand the specific characteristics of the target of transformation, rather than the general idea of restoring human form. Obviously, no one can fully understand a person except themselves, and this imperfection can cause the spell to fail. Theoretically, perfect spell casting can only be achieved if the person involved casts the spell on himself. This is impossible. In a similar way, Flamel also mentioned that the deformation imposed by outsiders will cause the body and soul to be unable to match due to deviations. The result of the inability to match is the collapse of the body. Voldemort and Quirrell are an example. It is even more impossible to cast spells on oneself. When the wizard changes into other forms, he no longer has magical abilities. This is true for sober animagus, and even more so for irrational blood-cursed orcs and werewolves. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he looked at Lauren. "Now, I need you to find an answer, a correct path." "Me?" Lauren was a little confused. "You can't even ask me." Dumbledore nodded. "From the moment you found Nagini, you already had the qualifications to use the Philosopher's Stone." He had communicated with Nico on this issue, and the qualification did not refer to the magic power of the Sorcerer's Stone. The magic is there, available to anyone with the right approach. Lauren is different from others in that he can inspire the magic stone to perform miracles beyond all possibilities. Magic is a very wonderful existence. It breaks objective laws and follows some higher-order laws. The magic stone has the miracle of breaking higher-level laws. The efficacy of the magic stone is determined by the will of the refiner, and Nico's will determines that the role of his magic stone is to turn stone into gold and refine the elixir of life. After Lauren obtains the qualification, he may be able to use Nico's magic stone to achieve other functions. "I don't know, Principal." Lauren was a little confused. He didn't know what to do. Dumbledore looked thoughtfully at the red mole between his eyebrows. "Think carefully, Lauren, the answer may be in your heart." Lauren blankly took out the magic stone, raised it next to Nagini, and looked at it carefully. The image of the red amber magic stone gradually occupied his right eye, and the figure of Nagini occupied his left eye. The red mole between the eyebrows melted like liquid. Lauren watched as the furnishings in the office in front of him kept flashing, the colors switching between color and black and white. Dumbledore remained motionless, and time seemed to stand still. The smooth surface of the metal candlestick, the blocking glass in the portrait frame, the windows on the exterior wall, and all the reflective objects in the office all vaguely revealed Mary's face, with pale skin and blood-red lips. He he he. The girl's shrill laughter echoed in his ears. The contract is completed. A large amount of completely unfamiliar knowledge poured into his mind. Lauren, Lauren. Dumbledore's voice sounded. A cool feeling poured in from the center of his eyebrows. Lauren's mind became clear, and all the illusions gradually disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Dumbledore's wand was pressed between his eyebrows, and a steady stream of coolness spread from the tip of the wand into his brain. Lauren calmed down and took a deep breath. Principal Dumbledore, I think I just learned about a ritual. Dumbledore didn't pay attention to the ceremony. He took back his wand and said with a serious expression, your teaching seems to be different from what I thought. Lauren understood that he was caring about himself, and he shook his head. It's okay. Compared with the previous illusion of being directly pulled into another world, the colors in this illusion have not faded completely, and Dumbledore can still pull himself out. I don't know if it's because the book isn't around, or if Dumbledore is powerful enough to influence the mysterious Book of Abraham. Lauren, you have to remember that as a student, ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. Dumbledore said solemnly. Don't worry, if there is any problem, I will come to you as soon as possible. Lauren opened his mouth and smiled. It has been analyzed before that although his interpretation of the Book of Abraham is a bit unusual, there should be no malicious intent on the part of the other party. Let's talk about the ritual. Lauren said, using the horns of the bicorn as a bond. This magic stone is Nico's magic stone after all, and its miracle is turning stones into gold and refining the elixir of life. As a user rather than a refiner, Lauren cannot perform new miracles. The ritual that Mary gave him was a ritual that made limited use of the Philosopher's Stone. It used the horns of the bicorn as a link and the two-eared grass to connect Dumbledore with another person. Breaking through the previous paradox that the restoration curse could not be cast perfectly, the curse cast by Dumbledore was converted into one cast by another person. After listening to Lauren's explanation, Dumbledore looked at the Sorcerer's Stone and said with emotion, what an incredible ritual. At first glance, this seems to be just a simple ritual, and its function is very simple. But magic masters like Dumbledore understand that this is another kind of miracle that breaks the common sense of magic. Generally speaking, a spell is a collection of a wizard's will and magic, which is unique and irreplaceable. The transformation of the curse not only changes the location where the curse is released, but also changes the initiator of the curse before it is issued, replacing one person's will with that of another. Information about Cecil Lee from Harry Potter, Hogwarts Mystery. The setting of Dumbledore knowing Lockhart's true identity was written by Rowling from Pottermore. Chapter 119. Calling God to Guard. Dumbledore drew a circle with his wand, and the wand spewed out silver light like satin. The silver light gathered into a silver and transparent phoenix. Severus, I need your help, 3 bicorn horns and 2-eared grass, come to the principal's office. Dumbledore said to the silver patroness. The purpose of bringing 3 parts is to leave a margin. Normal potion masters also prepare 3 parts of ingredients when brewing potions. If all 3 materials fail, then you should carefully check the formula of the potion or the operation when brewing it. The Phoenix patron saint flapped its wings and flew out of the window, trailing a magnificent silver trailing light strip behind it. Can the patron saint still be used to send messages? Lauren said enviously. He only knew that the patroness charm could dispel ghosts. He heard that other people's patroness were ordinary animals, but Dumbledore's was a magical creature, a phoenix. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Magic always has endless wonderful uses waiting for people to explore, isn't it? I want to learn. Of course, it is different from the spells you have learned before. The patroness charm is the most positive emotional response. Dumbledore briefly explained some key points about the patroness curse to Lauren. Lauren occasionally raised questions, and Dumbledore could quickly answer them. This ancient and mysterious spell summons a magical patroness who is a reflection of all the caster's most positive emotions. Its form is usually that of the animal with which it has the greatest affinity. Because the 2 creatures, Dementors and Voldemort bats, currently have no other defense methods and can only be dispelled by the patroness charm, the patroness charm is generally recognized as a spell specifically used to deal with these 2 creatures. But the patron saint still has many other uses. According to the records of ancient wizards, the patron saint can even be used in combat. An old man and a young man sat opposite each other, and the voices of questions and answers, old and crisp, slowly drifted away with the fragrance of tea. About half an hour later. Calling God to Guard. Lauren's wand emits wisps of silver light, but it cannot coalesce into a patroness. He was thinking back to his days on the mountain pastures. Dumbledore praised, "It's very good. Very few people can summon a non-physical patroness so quickly. All that's left is to find your most positive and happy memories and keep practicing." As he spoke, he seemed to notice something and raised his head to look at the door. Snape pushed open the door and walked in. His face was expressionless and his eyes were as motionless as a dead fish. Even in summer, he still wears a robe. "Professor Snape, good morning." Lauren greeted obediently. Snape glanced sideways at Lauren, then looked at the hat on the table and the little snake inside. His lips opened a slit and a string of sentences popped out. "I want to know, you want the ingredients for the polyjuice potion. What are you going to do?" Dumbledore waved to the corner of the office, and a new wooden chair slid out and stopped in front of the desk. "This is a long story. Let's sit down and talk slowly." He also gave Snape a cup of tea. Snape sat down indifferently, not even looking at the tea in front of him. "Because of a prophecy, Lauren and I went on a long trip during the Christmas vacation." Dumbledore recounted the process of discovering Nagini and the ritual of Nico's Philosopher's Stone, but hid a lot of content. He only said that Lauren had special characteristics and that the Philosopher's Stone ritual required his participation. Snape only raised his eyes to look at Lauren when he heard the prophecy, and kept a dead look on his face the rest of the time. "The great headmaster Albus Dumbledore, do I look easy to fool?" Snape mocked. "If you don't think so, then maybe I can ask, why can this idiot sitting next to me use the Philosopher's Stone?" Dumbledore pretended not to hear, glanced at the shelf, and drank tea by himself. Snape's expression was expressionless, and he mechanically turned his neck to look at Lauren. Lauren felt the pressure-filled gaze, and he followed suit, lowering his head like a quail, taking small sips from the teacup. "Ha!" Snape sneered, took out a cloth bag from his robe and poured out 3 materials. "The horns of bicorns are similar to buffalo horns. The black horns are bent into an arc. The surface is smooth and hard, with some dotted lines on it. 2-eared grass is a green grass seedling with 2 leaves on a rhizome, like 2 ears." Seeing the materials, Lauren tentatively said, "Then shall I start?" Snape didn't respond, and Dumbledore nodded at him. Lauren began processing the material based on the knowledge in his mind. Amphora is a perennial herb that grows in warm and humid places. Its function in polyjuice potion is to connect 2 unrelated people. He tore a 2-eared grass into 2 pieces and placed the blades on the magic stone. He slowly placed the palms of his 2 hands on the magic stone, making a grasping gesture, closed his eyes, felt the surging magic power on the magic stone, and gently moved it. The 2 grass blades were held up by a strange force, and like a mimosa, the leaves shrank and rolled up in circles until they could no longer be rolled up. The temperature above the magic stone continued to rise, causing the air to distort slightly, and the grass blades melted into 2 drops of emerald green liquid like ice. Lauren's thoughts moved slightly, and the invisible strange power carried 2 drops of green liquid flying towards Dumbledore and Nagini respectively. Nagini swallowed 2 ears of grass liquid in one gulp, and the slender snake body glowed slightly. Dumbledore gently tapped the drop of liquid with his finger, and the juice blended into his fingertips, as if being absorbed, and Dumbledore's fingers glowed slightly. Lauren let go of the magic stone, picked up 2 horns, put one into the hat where Nagini was sitting, and motioned for Nagini to put it on the plate. The other was for Dumbledore to hold. The horn of the bicorn is usually ground into powder and used, but this ritual is obviously different from ordinary potion brewing, as the whole horn is used. His eyes reflected an unknown red light, and he murmured following some mysterious guidance, "Up is down is up, dot." The 2 horns trembled slightly, as if they had a strange connection. Lauren nodded to Dumbledore, indicating that he could start casting spells. Dumbledore pointed his wand at the horn in his other hand and said, "Humanoid appearance." Fierce and magnificent red light poured in from the thick end of the horn, and the horn in his hand and Nagini's twisted horn shook violently. The wind stirred by magic blew Dumbledore's beard and hair, and the red light shone on his face, giving the old wizard a hint of heroic aura. At the same time, the other horn in the hat emits a blazing red light, and the red light wraps up Nagini on it. The bright light of the humanoid restoration spell continued to be output, and the red light on the other horn became brighter and brighter, dazzling. The wind swirling in the office caused the clothes of the 3 people to flutter. Lauren's eyes widened and he stared carefully at Nagini, who was shrouded in red light. The snake coiled on its horns gradually flew up and separated from the hat and horns. Her tail was tightly wrapped around the sapphire, and she was holding it in her hand like a fist. Nagini floated in the air and reverted into a giant python, larger than the entire table. The mesh pattern on the python's back gradually disappeared, and the scales on her body seemed to melt, gradually joining together and forming a whole black shell. The red light gradually turned into the color of blood, and the python inside was shaped and changed by some mysterious force. The huge python head gradually shrank, the bulging and split mouth gradually became flat, and the eyes, nose, and mouth moved closer to the human face. The tail changes into 2 limbs, and the upper body also differentiates into 2 limbs, which are the positions of the hands and feet. A black scaly hard shell covered it, and only a torso and limbs could be seen. The face, except for the eyes, was also covered by the hard shell. At this point, the python has completely disappeared, and now floating in the air, shrouded in blood is a human figure. After waiting for a while, it still looked like this, and the changes seemed to have stopped. Why can't it take shape? Lauren asked. All the steps followed the ritual, and the previous process was very smooth, but Nagini just shed the snake's body and transformed into a human silhouette, but it never took shape. Although Dumbledore maintained a strong magic output, he did not seem to be struggling at all. He looked solemn, because she was lost and moved in the body of a snake for decades, she had long forgotten her human appearance. Although Nagini relied on Ravenclaw's sapphire to retain her wisdom, the snake's body still had an impact on her. Decades of time had allowed her to adapt to the snake's body, which also distorted her cognition. Lauren immediately remembered Flamel's words, only he can see himself clearly deep in his own heart. What does it look like deep inside? He exclaimed, Mirror of Ariste. The Mirror of Ariste can reflect the desires of people's hearts. No matter what Nagini's current desires are, they must be participating in them in a human body. Fox! Dumbledore shouted. Hey! Fox behind the shelf cried out loudly and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a flame ignited, and Fox grabbed a huge mirror and landed in the middle of the office. Lauren used a levitating spell to bring the mirror to Nagini. See what you look like clearly. The Mirror of Ariste floated in front of Nagini, reflecting the blood-cursed orc's inner desires. Nagini, who was covered in a black hard shell with only 2 eyes exposed, saw the scene in the mirror. Tears suddenly flowed from her pure black eyes, and the tears quickly evaporated in the light of the curse. Creston! A female voice shouted in a muffled voice. The black hard shell wrapped in the red light cracked open like an eggshell, revealing a snow-white and attractive ketone body. Before the red light faded, Dumbledore quickly used a black hard shell to transform into a black dress, covering Nagini's body. The red light faded, and the body fell on the table. The newborn Nagini's eyelids trembled, and finally fell into a deep sleep without waking up. The 3 of them looked at the black-haired girl on the table. Lauren was overjoyed. Nagini's success showed that Grandpa Bates could also succeed. The werewolf's disease was much less difficult than the blood-cursed orc, and Grandpa Bates had not forgotten his appearance. He blinked and looked at Dumbledore, asking him what to do. I will ask Professor McGonagall to place her in the staff dormitory. Dumbledore, who continued to output magic power effortlessly, seemed to become a little tired after hearing the name from Nagini's mouth. He waved his hand, you can go back first. Although Lauren still had some questions to ask, he could see that something was wrong with Dumbledore's mood, so he picked up the Philosopher's Stone and turned away without saying anything more. Goodbye, Principal. Snape looked at Dumbledore, then at the black-haired girl on the table, and exited the office without saying a word. Dumbledore's eyes were deep and he said unconsciously, Creston, Creston. In the corridor, 2 figures, one large and one small, slowed down after leaving the 8th floor. Snape's face was tense. From the moment he received the notice, came to the office with materials, and then witnessed a process of reversing the blood-cursed orcs, he was full of doubts the whole time. But Dumbledore chose to hide it. For a man who came out of that era, what Dumbledore didn't say to him was something he knew he shouldn't know. So he didn't try to get any inside information from Lauren. He was more concerned about another point than this. Snape cast his gaze on Lauren. Did you learn anything from the ceremony just now? What did you learn? Lauren looked back at Snape and asked tentatively, learned how to use the magic stone to treat Amphory. Snape glanced at him with a sharp look, idiot. The ceremony just now was a standard process of achieving magic. As I said before, some fixed procedures are called rituals. The wizard completes the ritual and the magic achieves the effect. Lauren thought about it when she heard this. Both spells and potions comply with the rules of rituals. Curses have specific spells and casting actions, and potions require specific materials and brewing methods. Snape believed that potions were stricter than curses and abided by the rules, making them rituals that were more in line with the nature of magic. The ceremony just now was perfect. From the perspective of potions, the horns of the bicorn and the two-eared grass are both raw materials in the polyjuice potion. Polyjuice potion can create a connection between two people, changing one person's appearance into another, and the ritual just now can change one person's magic into another. That means that the characteristics of the two-horned beast and the two-eared grass are to replace the appearance, and replace the will imprint in the curse. If you can master this characteristic, you can use two materials to copy and capture any characteristics of others, such as memory, knowledge, and even talent. Lauren was dumbfounded. Just hearing the concept, he knew how powerful this thing would be if it were actually made. Especially the last one, taking away other people's talents. Wizards' talents include metamorphosis, parseltongue, and various innate magics. Even the magic itself, if Snape's idea can be realized, it can even make a squib temporarily possess magic power. Snape said, if you develop any kind of magic potion, your name will be recorded in the textbooks and will be praised for thousands of years. But that's not realistic at all. Lauren interrupted ruthlessly. This conceptual idea is really unimaginable. This ceremony was successful because the magic stone played a big role. At present, there is no record in the magic world of achieving the effects of using magic stones without using magic stones. I have never heard of anyone else refining the elixir of life, nor have I heard of anyone else successfully turning stone into gold. And now it seems that the effects of the two materials are time-sensitive, and both the polyjuice potion and this ritual have very large limitations. To sum up, Snape is once again promoting his theory of the supremacy of potions, while giving him a thumbs up. Understanding the nature of magic, Snape stared at him, as if he wanted to carve these words into Lauren's heart. The words in that ceremony are truly Hebrew. The spell to restore the human form is homorphous, which is a compound word of the Latin word homo and the Greek word morph, which means person and the latter means form. I couldn't find a standard Chinese translation, so I took it upon myself to write one. Chapter 120. The Nature of Magic? Lauren paused and looked at Snape blankly. Making the impossible possible. Snape felt guilty and stopped looking into Lauren's eyes. Ah, what then? Snape tried hard to make his voice sound calm, and said in a reserved manner, if it's impossible without the Philosopher's Stone, then lend me the Philosopher's Stone, and it will be in the textbook. Okay. Lauren's clear voice sounded. What? Snape was a little surprised. I said I agreed. Lauren said seriously, but I have to wait until I cure my grandfather's werewolf disease. Lauren's pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone is to cure werewolves and blood-cursed orcs, and now only Grandpa Bates' werewolf disease remains. At other times, the magic stone is just an energy stone in his hand and plays no role. Lending it to Snape can play a greater role, so why not? Snape fell into silence. Lauren's cheerfulness was beyond his expectation, and he didn't even hear his price. No one understands the attraction of the elixir to a potion's master. The important thing is not immortality, but brewing this potion and getting in touch with the true secrets of potions. Truth over effectiveness. The magic stone can create the elixir of life and allow the potion master to see the truth. Snape had thought that he would have to pay some price for the assets to allow Lauren to share the Philosopher's Stone. But he agreed too quickly, so fast that Snape felt it was unreal. After all, this is the magic stone that countless people dream of. By the way, there are limits to the effectiveness of the magic stone. You may not be able to research anything. Lauren vaccinated him in advance. Although I don't know the criteria for redeeming desperate souls, if the requirements are not met, the magic stone will only be an energy stone to others. Listening to Lauren's nagging voice, Snape made a decision in his mind: the research experiments will start from next semester. You will still be able to use the Philosopher's Stone. You just need to cooperate with me in doing some experiments. As a reward, you owe me. The debt is wiped off. Lauren was happy. Although he didn't know exactly how much he owed Snape, he must take advantage of the free money. When I solve the werewolf problem, you can start experiments during the holidays. You don't have to let me operate it. Don't be so sentimental, it's not for you. Snape glanced at him, then looked away. I'm going to collect some rare materials during the holidays to prepare for experiments. The rituals that Dumbledore participated in require you to use the magic stone, and I'm not sure that you can use the magic stone. Stone comes into play. Of course, these are all excuses. The materials are collected through the black market. Although there will be a premium, it will definitely not last the whole holiday. As for cracking the Philosopher's Stone, according to Snape's character, how could he give up without trying it? Lauren secretly found it funny that this man was so naughty and harsh. So, you have been talking about rituals and the essence of magic for a long time, just to fool me about the magic stone. Lauren teased. Snape didn't answer. He stared at the road ahead, motionless. Who just called me a fool in the principal's office? Lauren used the magic stone to act like a monster. I have other things to do, you can go on your own first. Before the next staircase, Snape said, flicked his robe, turned around and left. Something's wrong? This is the 5th floor. The potions master's office is in the basement. What do you want? Lauren was proud and finally spoke loudly in front of Snape. Going down the stairs to the 1st floor, walking through the courtyard corridor, I found that the sun was high and it was almost noon. I wonder if the kitchen will be cooking today. Lauren muttered. Suspicious, Lauren came to the auditorium. Sure enough, the entire auditorium was empty, and the 4 long tables that were usually filled with food were empty. Lauren was about to turn around and go directly to the kitchen to find something to eat, but when he saw that the guest of honor seat usually reserved for professors was empty, an idea suddenly came to his mind. As a student, it is normal to want to sit up and sit when you see the teacher's position. This idea took root quickly, and Lauren didn't think much about it. There was no one there anyway, so he skipped towards the guest of honor seat and slipped away. This is a row of tables that are shorter than the long academic table below, but are filled with high chairs with tall backrests. The seat cushion is still leather. The table is covered with a soft and clean yellow tablecloth, neat and tidy. Lauren touched the tablecloth and the chair cushions, they all felt soft and smooth. He was satisfied. In addition to professors and principals of various disciplines, there are also positions for other faculty members. There are more than 10 or 20 benches, which are not much shorter than the long table below. Lauren grinned, and if he wanted to play, he would play something exciting. He strode across the seats on both sides and went straight to the middle to sit down. This was the position of the Hogwarts principal. Lauren moved his butt and twisted his shoulders. The adult seat was still too big for him, so he could only put his head above the table. At this time, Lauren, whose sight was blocked, did not see an old wizard with a white beard, standing by the side door wall to the right of the guest seat, watching the little wizard's performance with interest. Lauren was in high spirits, put his hands on the table, stood up with his feet on the chair, and looked around at the 4 long tables below. Ahem! Lauren's face was serious. He raised his hand and pressed twice to suppress the non-existent scream. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words. That is, idiot. Cry. Residue. Screw it. Thank you everyone. Lauren sat down gracefully and applauded himself. One action was enough to satisfy the principal's addiction. Was I like this? The old wizard's voice sounded, and Dumbledore didn't know when he sat down next to Lauren. He put his chin in his hand and looked thoughtful. Lauren turned his neck stiffly and stayed where he was. What is social death? This is called social death. Lauren yelled in his heart, Fox! Take me away! He showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Principal Dumbledore, when did you come? Dumbledore smiled slightly and said, I came early in the morning. I always felt that my speech at the opening dinner was very English. Now it seems that it should be shorter. Dumbledore looked at Lauren with gentle eyes, what do you think? Lauren felt nails in the chair digging into his butt. He wanted to take out his wand immediately and give himself a big melon to chew on, but he still smiled and said, I think it's good now. Dumbledore suppressed a smile and observed Lauren's expression. He was worried that if this topic continued, Lauren might not return to school next semester. Hogwarts is on holiday, but there is still enough food in the kitchen. He suppressed his smile, turned his head and tapped the table twice with his wand. Puff! A dinner plate squeezed out of the air and landed on the table, making a muffled sound under the cushion of the tablecloth. Then the fork and knife clattered onto the dinner plate. Shout out the food you want to eat. Dumbledore took away the fork and knife and showed him, fry the steak. Boom! A piece of fried steak appeared on the dinner plate. Dumbledore stretched out his hand and motioned for Lauren to try it too. Although the nail on his butt was still there, Lauren finally didn't want to die now. He also tapped the front twice with his wand and said, fry the steak. The two began to enjoy lunch, and the strange atmosphere made Lauren not want to say a word. He just wanted to finish eating quickly and run away. The only sound in the entire auditorium was the sound of a knife swiping a dinner plate. Dumbledore was in a happy mood. Today's events originally made him feel complicated. When he came to the auditorium, he just wanted to settle the matter as soon as possible and send Lauren home. But looking at Lauren's series of actions, he unconsciously relaxed and his mood became less tense. "That's right," Dumbledore said suddenly. Lauren raised his head and looked at him, holding a whole piece of fried steak in his mouth. The fastest way to eat it was to eat it directly, so that he could escape from this social death place as soon as possible. "Want something to drink?" Dumbledore winked at Lauren. "There is juice, tea, pumpkin juice." Dumbledore looked hesitant and said, "Well, butterbeer doesn't suit you very well." Lauren bit off a bite of meat and said decisively, "Apple juice, thank you." After saying that, a goblet filled with apple juice appeared on his right side. Dumbledore's glass was yellow-orange, like orange juice, pumpkin juice, or maybe butterbeer. Lauren didn't look carefully. After a small episode, Lauren felt that it was not so difficult here. He slowed down his eating speed. "Principal, you just heard that name in the office and it seemed something was wrong. Do you know that person?" Dumbledore slowly cut off the steak piece by piece and put it into his mouth to chew. "This is a story from a long time ago. Maybe I can tell it to you later, but not now. In fact, it wasn't that long ago, it was about 70 years ago, about his story." Lauren didn't ask about this matter again. "How is that blood-cursed orc?" "In the school infirmary, Madame Pomfrey will check her body. After she wakes up, I will have a chat with her and she will decide whether to stay or not." Dumbledore's voice was unhurried. Lauren thought for a moment and had no objection. Although he saved Nagini, he never thought of getting anything in return. His idea of saving people was more out of his unbearable desire to see a normal person turn into a beast that drinks blood, be refined into a Horcrux, and finally be killed with a sword. "When are we going to cure Grandpa Bates of his lycanthropy?" Lauren asked. Dumbledore was very considerate. "If you are in a hurry, we can leave at any time." Lauren thought about it carefully. He still didn't know where Grandpa Bates was. This year Hogwarts summer vacation is on June 15th, which happens to be when the moon is full, so I guess I won't be able to make it in time. After today, there will be another month, and I don't seem to be in a hurry. This discovery made him a little stunned. He bit into the beef and murmured, "Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry." Dumbledore said, "If you are not in a hurry, I want you to accompany me to do some things first." Lauren came back to his senses. "Thing? What happened?" "Well." Dumbledore swallowed the last piece of steak. "Regarding the Ravenclaw diadem, I made an appointment to talk to Ms. Grey in the Transfiguration classroom this afternoon." "You know, that Ms. Grey?" "Should I know?" Lauren let go of the half of the steak left in his mouth and glanced at Dumbledore quietly. Dumbledore met Lauren's gaze and smiled gently. "If you look like this, you know it. After only 1 year at Hogwarts, I already knew that he was indeed suitable to be the principal." Lauren was angry. "This person obviously ate so slowly, and he finished it before me." Transfiguration classroom. This is a classroom without windows, hidden deep in the castle, full of darkness. Only 3 or 2 candlesticks were lit with fire and shed a sparse light. On the first table to the right of the podium, there is a crown and a blue gem quietly placed. The front of the crown is engraved with an eagle spreading its wings, and a groove is exposed on the abdomen, which is exactly the size of the blue gemstone next to it. Dumbledore took the diadem out of the room of requirement, and Lauren witnessed the entire process, all levitation spells, without any physical contact. This old wizard is obviously super powerful, but he is too cautious. Lauren and Dumbledore sat on one side, and a ghost who looked like a young lady in classical clothes sat on the other side. She is Ms. Grey, who was Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Ms. Grey looked at the blue gem with fascination, immersed in the light that symbolized wisdom. There was a long silence. Dumbledore spoke first. "Ms. Grey, I think you have seen that Ravenclaw's diadem has been tarnished. I would like to ask if you have any way to remove the evil soul attached to it." As a sacred object of Lady Ravenclaw, Dumbledore did not want to destroy it directly. Ms. Grey looked at the crown with a look of disgust. "Thousands of years ago, I thought my mother's wisdom was the crown. I wanted to be smarter and more famous than my mother, so I stole the crown and ran away with it. Thousands of years later, I mistrusted that student and brought shame to Ravenclaw. She seemed to be saying to herself, I did not inherit her wisdom. This was true during my lifetime, and it will be true after my death. Dumbledore wanted to comfort him, but Ms. Grey gave him no chance and continued, you are the greatest wizard of this era. Even you can't do anything, let alone me. Destroy it together with the crown. In this case, the crown will be considered valuable. Don't be too sad, Ms. Grey, said Dumbledore. Ms. Grey turned her gaze to the blue gem. I'm not sad. The wisdom of Ravenclaw is in the gem. The dark wizard obviously missed it. He also has no wisdom. Pass it on, right here at Hogwarts. Ms. Grey said, without looking, she stood up and floated in the air, disappearing through the wall. Who will this blue gem be passed on to? Lauren asked. To be honest, he also wanted to experience what it felt like to experience wisdom. Lauren, Dumbledore said in an erratic voice, what is passed down is not gems, but wisdom. The small words engraved on the crown shone brightly under the light of blue stones. Extraordinary wisdom is the most precious wealth of mankind. Chapter 121. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the crown and sapphire on the table disappeared. A bit handsome. Lauren blinked, pulled up Dumbledore's sleeve and looked again and again, but couldn't find where the space equipment was. How did you do it? He happened to be planning to refine small, close-fitting space equipment, and he also wanted to make it so handsome. Dumbledore smiled and said, you will understand when you grow up. He took Lauren's hand and walked out. Principal, how are you going to destroy the crown? A clear voice sounded in the corridor. I'm not going to destroy it just yet. Let's not talk about the significance of these founders' relics to Hogwarts and their various extraordinary uses. When Dumbledore preserved the Horcrux, he wanted to find a safe way to separate the evil soul attached to the Horcrux and destroy the soul, but preserve the container. Whether it's the pain from Harry's scar, his Parseltongue, or his strange dreams, it's proven that Voldemort has also left a mark on Harry. Dumbledore already had a plan to remove the mark, but it was too risky. He wanted to find a better, safer path. Fortunately, Voldemort has not yet been resurrected, and there is no hope of resurrection in the short term, so he has plenty of time. Lauren knew that the Horcrux was to be kept for experimentation. What should we do with the blue stone that represents wisdom? He was wildly hinting that he wanted to experience the extraordinary wisdom of Ravenclaw. Dumbledore heard it, with a smile in his voice, I don't know, but just like Gryffindor's sword, wisdom will come when someone needs it. Lauren stopped talking. He understood that this sentence meant, look at the arrangements made by Director Dumbledore. The two slowly walked out of the hall. The sky outside has darkened, the stars and moon are bright, and the night is silent. Lauren looked back at Hogwarts Castle, the black exterior walls showing a kind of majesty. Myrtle looked at the deserted castle again and huddled up in a corner of the bathroom ceiling. In the underground secret room, the sleeping basilisk exhaled a long breath and blew away some dust in the cave. In a brightly lit and ornately decorated study, Gilderoy Lockhart had just finished writing a reply to the reader, and looked at an invitation letter with the Hogwarts School emblem on the envelope, showing a delighted expression. The raid was sealed in a bag signed by Cornelius Fudge on a desk at the Ministry of Magic. The story of 1 year is over and the story of the next year is about to begin. Where are we going? Lauren asked. He had already mentioned to Dumbledore that he could not find Grandpa Bates in a short time and could not treat him. As for whether Dumbledore could find a Muggle, Lauren thought it was possible, but not necessary. Dumbledore took Lauren out of the castle and away from the scope of the ancient defensive magic. Let's go see Harry. He waved his wand with one hand and held Lauren's hand with the other. Lauren once again felt his navel being hooked, his whole body being pulled and inserted into the rubber tube, and then squeezed. The breeze ruffled the neat hedges on both sides of Privet Drive, and the street was silent and spotless under the dark sky. In front of the single-family house, the Dursleys blocked the door, and Harry stood outside the courtyard. The two sides stood facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Harry got off the train and followed Sirius directly. Uncle Vernon did not pick up anyone and stayed at the train station until dark. Combined with Harry's horrifying life experience and the mystery and danger of the wizarding world, Vernon Dursley thought something had happened. He returned home and was worried with Aunt Petunia, but it turned out that the boy ran off to play by himself. The uncle stared like a bull and exhaled, "This is your home. What do you think this is? A motel? This is the Dursleys' house. This is not a place where you can come and leave whenever you want." Harry looked at the Dursleys coldly, and the breath was stuck in his chest, as if it was going to explode. This is a breath of depression, resentment, and anger that has lasted for 10 years. If it had been the past, Harry would not have spoken back. He should have gone into the storage room silently, huddled in that small place, and fell asleep listening to the Dursleys' curses. Tomorrow is a new day. But today was different. Harry didn't want to do this in front of Sirius. Enough! Harry yelled back, "What do you think I am? I'm locked in a storage room. When guests come, they have to hide me. I'm not even allowed to breathe. What am I? Your pet? Not even as good as a pet." After shouting these words, tears were already covering his cheeks. "If you go out to play during the holidays, you have to lock me in the storage room. I will always obey your orders. I will always wear this fat pig's old clothes. He will lead people to chase and beat me at school." He never remembered being here. Didn't he think of this place as his home? Where can a child who has just become sensible belong? Many nights, he endured the pain of bruises all over his body and fell asleep with a pillow soaked in tears under his head. Why does he have no parents? How much he wants his own parents. "I wish I could have a home where I don't have to eat leftovers, I don't have to be beaten, and I can talk happily." Such dreams have been filling Harry's head since he was a child. Uncontrollable anger rose on Sirius's face, and he was trembling all over. "How dare you, how dare you!" The wand was pointed at the Dursleys, and a red light as thick as a thumb was directed towards them. "Stop!" A majestic voice sounded. Dumbledore's figure suddenly appeared in the path of the magic beam. His wand touched the red light and flicked upward, causing the curse to fly away. The red light flew upwards, exploded in the sky, and scattered into scattered rays of light, like fireworks. Petunia and Vernon watched this scene with mixed thoughts. Hiding Harry in the first place was indeed out of concern for him, fearing that others would discover his existence and the family would be implicated. Later, as Harry grew older, they slowly let down their guard and sent him to school. Their hiding of Harry turned into abuse. They don't understand why it's like this. Other houses in the community gradually turned on their lights, and rustling people woke up from the quiet night to see what was happening outside. Dumbledore was silent, took out the silver deluminator from his arms, and opened the lid. Outside the house, the lights on the street were like candles, swaying and being sucked into the lighter, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness. In a flash of light, Lauren saw Sirius for the first time. A thin but energetic middle-aged man, his cheekbones almost protruded, and the skin on his cheeks stuck to the bones, as if there was no flesh underneath. On the other side, Sirius did not notice Lauren hiding behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the frightened Dursley family, and then at Harry who was crying in tears, and said gently, "Mrs. Dursley, I will give Harry some good advice. You talk to yours first. Family, calm down." He turned to look at Sirius. "Come on, Sirius, take us to your house." Sirius and Harry walked in front, leading a few people along the road to the side. The house he bought was right next to the Dursleys. Mrs. Dursley watched them go away, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. The tears came so quickly and so full that they fell from the corners of my eyes in an instant. The high cheekbones blocked the chance for it to touch the face, leaving only shallow watermarks outside the corners of the eyes. "Mom." Dudley, who was tall and mighty, was a little at a loss. What happened today scared him. Auntie put Dudley's head in her arms. "It's okay, none of them can hurt you." The uncle said in a rough voice, "If these evil guys don't leave, I will let them taste the taste of bullets." He took his aunt in his arms, sandwiched Dudley between them, and his fat body led them tremblingly towards the house. Sirius bought his house next to the Dursleys. The yard was unkempt and there was an old Muggle weeder. The walls are neatly painted, the living room is spacious, the lights are bright, and there are 2 game console handles under the big TV, as well as various game cartridges. Refrigerator, microwave, everything. Like a perfect home. Several people were sitting on soft and comfortable sofas. Dumbledore spoke carefully, "At that time, I left a letter and told them everything. For Muggles, adopting you is a very dangerous thing, but they still raised you until you entered Hogwarts." Sirius looked angry. "Harry, they are your family." Harry was silent. "Your mother's love for you, the power of family affection, they are also your relatives." Sirius finally couldn't help but ask, "Is that to raise him like a family member? His life is worse than that of a house elf." Dumbledore sighed heavily, "This shouldn't be like this between relatives, Harry. Harry was still silent. He didn't want to forgive. He had been beaten all over with bruises for many nights, lying in the cramped storage room unable to cry out in pain. How many times have I fallen asleep looking at the wood grain in the storage room? If the price of survival was this, he would rather die with his parents. Without Hogwarts and Sirius, he could still endure that kind of life, but once a person sees the light, he can no longer adapt to the darkness. The hatred that turned over many nights could not be smoothed away by Dumbledore's words of affection. But this was Dumbledore, and Harry could only express his attitude in silence. I'm going to talk to the Dursleys. Harry, think about it carefully, even if it's to deal with Voldemort and continue Lily's amulet on you. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. The next sentence made Harry raise his eyelids, but he still didn't speak. Click. The door is closed. If you ask me, you should turn the Dursleys into hamsters and raise them so that they can be considered as being by your side. Sirius seemed to really regard this as a feasible plan. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore is right. Although I don't want to recognize them, he is my mother's sister. Even if I don't want to forgive them, ever. Lauren huddled on the sofa, thinking about everything about Harry. He is extremely talented and should be happy and flamboyant. Even if he is not as arrogant as his father James, he should never be like this now, submissive and with a sense of inferiority hidden in his heart. No one knows how long this inferiority complex will remain hidden in his heart, perhaps for a lifetime. If it weren't for the lack of family affection since childhood, Harry wouldn't be so obsessed with everything about his parents. The affection and love Dumbledore talked about were too broad, at least not enough to make up for the scars in Harry's heart. Harry wiped his face, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. Let me introduce to you, this is Lauren Morgan. I told you, thanks to him you can escape from Azkaban. Come out. He turned to look at Lauren, looking a little embarrassed in front of his friends. This is Sirius, my godfather. Sirius suddenly became warm, with a friendly smile on his face, and almost wanted to stand up and hug Lauren. He danced and thanked Lauren for revealing Peter Pettigrew's true identity. Lauren always had a strange feeling in his heart, but he couldn't remember what it was, so he dealt with it absently. After a moment, Dumbledore re-entered. I talked with your aunt and uncle for a while, and they will never treat you like that again. Dumbledore paused, and then said, I hope you can realize the true meaning of family love, and if not, at least stay until you are an adult. Sirius is around you and you can use your magic. But I hope you will use them in the right places. Harry's smile disappeared again. He nodded and walked out towards the Dursleys' house. Looking at Harry's disappearing figure, Dumbledore sighed. There are some truths that can only be understood by personal experience, or may never be understood. He looked at Sirius and warned, teach Harry occlumency during the summer vacation. Why did Harry need to learn that magic? Sirius was full of disdain. Only shady pureblood families would let young wizards practice occlumency to prevent people from discovering the dirty and evil thoughts in their brains. The Death Eaters are probably also glad that Harry's brain is defenseless. Dumbledore's words silenced Sirius. Sirius was silent for a moment, then sneered, unfortunately, I also happen to come from a dirty pureblood family. Dumbledore was relieved. Lauren, let's go. The sound of the door closing sounded again, and Sirius nestled on the sofa. The lights dimmed. Only a pair of eyes glowed in the darkness. In the dim light of the Dursleys' house, Petunia's face was stained with tears and the tip of her nose was red. She stood behind the lamp and looked at Harry with a sad and unfamiliar look. Harry looked at her and said nothing. Seeing that the kitchen utensils were still placed in the pool, he waved his magic wand, and the dishes floated up through the water. They were cleaned and placed neatly on the countertop. Won't you be sent a warning letter like this? Auntie's eyes showed nostalgia and envy. Lily was always like this. Every summer, her family received several warning letters, but she never cared about it. Yet. Harry turned around, walked into his storage room, and closed the door. There is no light in the silent night. The grudge cannot be eliminated, there are endless contradictions, and I have seen the ugliest face of the other party. This is family. Lauren's memory still has to be revealed in the 2nd grade, so here's a little cue. Regarding the issue of the Dursleys and Harry, abuse is real abuse, parenting is real parenting, childhood trauma is real trauma, let's just leave it at that. Chapter 122. Dumbledore. Lauren pulled Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore lowered his head. What do you think about what just happened? Lauren hesitated slightly. I don't think Harry has to forgive them, nor does he have to treat them as relatives. Lauren, I always believe that family love is beautiful, and this beautiful emotion contains great power. Dumbledore smiled very gently. But, Lauren said, the hurt caused by loved ones is the most profound, isn't it? After hearing Lauren's words, Dumbledore fell silent. Many years ago, his parents left Dumbledore, his 3 siblings, and his sister Ariana was seriously ill and needed care at all times. He was so gifted that he was tied to Godric's little valley by his family ties. He always found that kind of life boring, and boring. I don't think I should be locked in that little place. Was Ariana also hurt by him at that time, because he caused Ariana's death, and how much harm did this bring to Albus Ford? We always realize the preciousness of family ties only after we have caused harm. Dumbledore's voice seemed to be suppressed. I sincerely hope that Harry can gain true family affection. Lauren found it difficult to agree, but ever since Harry could remember, he had lived a life that was worse than that of a cat or a dog. He looked at Dumbledore seriously. This kind of harm will follow him for the rest of his life. When he sleeps in a big bed at Hogwarts, he will think of sleeping in a storage room at the Dursleys' house. When he sees Professor McGonagall transforming into a fat pig, he will want to turn Dudley into a fat pig. When I see the cream cake on the dining table, I think of the cream cake left over from Dudley's birthday, and I throw it away without giving it to him. This kind of thing has been going on for 10 years since he can remember it. When he sees cream cakes, game consoles, and countless other things, he may be reminded of the pain, sadness, and resentment of these 10 years. Why did Harry have to tolerate all the abuse when they adopted him? It makes no sense. Harry owes them, but he also has the right to hate them. Dumbledore held Lauren's hand tighter. But if they really become a family that loves each other, then all the beautiful actions will become a medium to induce painful memories, but then he can't hate them. Wouldn't it be more painful? After Lauren finished speaking, he felt Dumbledore's little finger twitch slightly. Dumbledore said, "You are right, I should respect Harry's choice." The topic ended here. Lauren was not a party involved. He just expressed his opinion and quickly put these things behind him. After Harry learned magic, it would be difficult for the Dursleys to bully others. Besides, now that Sirius was backing him up, there wasn't much to worry about. There was silence on the dark streets of Privet Drive. 2 figures, an old man and a young man, walked out of the street of Privet Drive, and bunches of firefly-like lights returned to the street lamps, illuminating the dim road. He looked curiously at the deluminator. As an alchemist apprentice, he was very interested in this kind of thing. Deluminator? I read about that in the book that introduced you. Is there a limit to the light source that can be absorbed? What will happen if we don't put them back? The chirping questions made Dumbledore come out of his past memories and reflections on Harry's education, making his depressed heart feel a little more relaxed. He replied, "It's a trivial little invention. I didn't know that books today are written in such detail." Ha! Lauren had long wanted to complain about the books that introduced wizards in the wizarding world. Speaking of which, the book that introduced Nico even listed where he lived in seclusion. Dumbledore chuckled twice and restrained all his bad emotions in front of the child. Lauren continued, "If the place of seclusion is written down, is it still called seclusion?" Dumbledore did not answer the question. He held Lauren's hand and walked forward. "Your poor Grandpa Bates is not back. Where are you going to go next?" Hogwarts does not allow students to stay in school during the summer vacation, except for Minerva and Feather. Other professors will leave the castle one after another. I thought the professors had their homes in the castle. Professors have their own lives. Where's Professor McGonagall? Doesn't she have one? Dumbledore seemed not to have heard this and continued walking forward holding Lauren. Minerva enjoyed her life at Hogwarts. We have left the Muggle community, why don't we teleport back to Hogwarts? Lauren noticed something was wrong as he walked. He looked at Dumbledore warily and asked, "You want to buy Muggle candy again?" Dumbledore nodded calmly, "When you are in a bad mood, you should eat something sweet." Lauren shook Dumbledore's arm, "Then your idea is going to fail." He had an expression on his face that you didn't understand. "You are a wizard. You don't know that Muggle shops rarely stay open until late at night. You can't buy candy now." "Actually, I know Muggles better than you think." Dumbledore said in a show-off tone, "I have a scar on my knee. It's the shape of the London Underground route map." Lauren didn't react for a moment and was a little confused. "What? A subway map engraved on your knee?" There were so many flaws in this matter that he didn't know where to start. Lauren looked at Dumbledore like a fool. Just say you don't understand Muggles. You also came into contact with something as modern and industrial as the subway. Say you understand Muggles. You have the London Underground route map carved into your knee. Isn't this something that every website has? Lauren felt that for wizards, something like the subway might be very shocking. He thought for a while and asked, is there any story in this? No story, I just want to explain that I also know Muggles very well. Dumbledore winked mischievously, so I know where to buy sweets late at night. Their figures flickered in the darkness of the London night, disappeared on the street, and appeared at the end of the street the next moment. After taking a few steps outside, the figure began to flicker again. 1 second, Lauren saw a cricket field on the right, and the next second it turned into a medical school. Lauren once again marveled at the power of Dumbledore, an old wizard. Apparition over short distances was as easy as drinking water, and it also took care of his passengers' physical senses. He didn't feel any discomfort at all. Dumbledore's Express, good reviews. I feel that the way you look at me is not polite. Dumbledore stopped on a street. Just as Lauren was about to retort, he noticed the strange building in front of him out of the corner of his eye and was stunned. There is a strange-shaped building standing in front of it. 2 pillars support a 2-story curved arch structure, with various strange and rare animals carved on the wood. This is Chinatown. Dumbledore took Lauren to a small shop with a red lantern hanging at the door and an electric light bulb inside. He bought some halva, toffee, and small twists with syrup in authentic London English. Lauren was silent all the way, looking at this strange place, which was incompatible with the painting style of London. But it was such an incompatible style that suddenly made him feel a strong, indescribable emotion. Until he was brought out by Dumbledore, Lauren was still immersed in the street scene for a long time. This group of people from the Far Eastern countries always keep their shops open late into the night, even deeper into the night. Dumbledore chewed the small twist in his mouth, and his teeth did not look like those of a man who was over 100 years old. Elder. Seeing that Lauren was a little distracted and didn't even notice the twist he handed over, Dumbledore asked, "Are you okay?" Only then did Lauren come to his senses and pretended to yawn, "I'm a little sleepy." He picked up a piece of mahua and chewed it, feeling that a certain part of his soul was being filled bit by bit. Dumbledore continued to talk about the previous topic, what a hard-working group of people. Lauren looked back and saw that the night in Chinatown was brighter than other places. Yes, they are a really hard-working group of people. Accompanied by the unique physical sensation of long-distance disembodiment and the itching in their belly buttons, Dumbledore and Lauren returned to Hogwarts once again. Since it's not Fox's transmission, they still have a ways to go. There is no light in the wilderness, but the bright light shines softly, and the footsteps rustle on the grass blades. This road is not difficult to walk. Dumbledore was eating snacks and walking around, very leisurely. He obviously enjoyed this kind of night very much. The cool and silent summer night made people unconsciously calm down and dissipate the emotions in their hearts. Lauren had something on his mind and couldn't wait any longer. After saying that, he ran to the dormitory. "Goodbye, Principal. I'll go back to sleep first." After washing up as quickly as possible, Lauren jumped on the bed and projected himself onto the bed. Without looking, he felt his fingers touch the fantasy book under the pillow. A flash of silver light flashed, Lauren's consciousness was immersed, and he opened his eyes again and found himself in a bright library. "Flamel!" Lauren shouted at the top of his lungs. Flamel's erratic figure emerged from behind Lauren. "You look very excited. Is there a magic school in China?" Lauren asked impatiently. Chinatown triggered some deep memories in him, and he kept thinking about this issue on the way back. Maybe after graduation, I can go there and become a foreign teacher or something, and I can also learn traditional magic. Yu Yanjadam sword Leviosa Jutsu makes me very excited just thinking about it. Why do you ask this? Flamel was very interested. Lauren tried his best to suppress the smile on his lips and appeared less excited. "Just ask, ask." Flamel looked at him suspiciously. "On the high mountains in the east, there is an ancient magic school, but it has almost no contact with the outside world. On the other hand, there is another school called the Magic Institute, which has recently applied to join the International Federation of Wizards. Meeting. But that doesn't mean there are only 2 schools. The situation here is complicated." Lauren's interested and attentive appearance served Flamel very well. He spoke slowly. "In the 16th century, Nico traveled to the east and came into contact with some eastern wizards. There is no school like Hogwarts in the east. Their teaching model is more like traditional wizards. The teacher leads the apprentice, and the teacher teaches the apprentice what he knows. Lauren listened and grinned again unconsciously. Master, apprentice. He recalled the shortcomings of the traditional master-disciple tradition and asked worriedly, isn't this incomplete development and easy to annihilate generations? That's not entirely true. They don't have schools, but they have another model, divided into different factions. Flamel was a little confused. It's hard for me to explain to you what kind of model it is, but the quality of their teaching is also very good. Very good. Lauren's smile grew wider. I see. Flamel stopped talking about the school's problems, and instead talked about what impressed him. Unlike us, they handle the relationship with Muggles very well, and there is no conflict between pure blood, mixed blood, and Muggles. Lauren felt proud and proud. After entering the new era, Eastern wizards and their governments seem to have reached an agreement similar to the Secrecy Act, just like us. Lauren thinks this is right. Muggles have their own civilization and their own way. What is the magic of the East like? Lauren asked immediately. Is it what he thought? Spells correspond to enchantments. The magic weapon corresponds to alchemy. The elixir corresponds to the magic potion. Flamel said, just like the magic in Africa is very different from ours, the magic in the East is also completely different from ours. They are used to using their fingers as magic wands. Ha 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 ha. Lauren couldn't help laughing after hearing the first sentence. Those are pinch secrets, Madra. What does it mean to use your finger as a magic wand? Flamel stopped talking and looked at Lauren indifferently. Stared at by such eyes, Lauren's laughter slowly stopped, and finally stopped completely. There are some travel notes compiled by Nico in the library. You can read them yourself. After Flamel finished speaking, he turned around and drifted away. In the distance, Lauren heard a faint mumbling sound. It's not nice to ask people questions. What's so funny? Just like those Oriental people, they laugh when they hear the finger wand. I haven't been active in studying lately. Hogwarts is on holiday, and the Book of Fantasy is not on holiday. Lauren stared intently, pretending not to hear anything. Recently, because Grandpa Bates's werewolf disease has been cured, he has indeed had much less time to study with Flamel. What's this? Why can't fantasy books take a summer vacation? Hogwarts headmaster's office. It was pitch black, with only part of the moonlight filtering in from the window. The sound of thumping echoed in the room, and the noise made the quietness more obvious. This is the sound of teeth-crushing twists in halva. Oriental candies are so special. Dumbledore was suffering from insomnia again. He sat behind the desk and kept talking. Harry's experience and Lauren's words jumped out of Dumbledore's mind when he was alone and played repeatedly in front of his eyes. No pensieve would be clearer than this. Dumbledore was actually a little confused, not only about Harry's family relationship, but also about his reflection on himself. With Tom's example in front of him and his own experience, he naturally believed that letting Harry feel family affection and love was the right path. Placing Harry in foster care with his aunt and uncle also involved this consideration, but he underestimated the complexity of people. Chapter 123. In the early morning, bright morning light illuminates a single-family house in northwest London. A 3-story house in suburban Hampstead Gardens isn't cheap, but it's not too difficult for the Grangers, who are both doctors and have their own dental practice. Hermione opened her eyes from the soft little bed, her long eyelashes flickering, and the snow-white ceiling and sky-blue walls came into view. Not the familiar curtains on the beds of Hogwarts students. She was in a daze for a moment. Next to the windowsill is a small desk with snow-white paint, and a 2-story short bookshelf is placed in the corner. On the walls are scattered picture frames, some of which are her handiwork. The bright and fresh colors are nothing like the dormitories of Hogwarts. Hermione blinked, belatedly realizing that she was already on holiday. Hermione. Mrs. Granger's doting voice came from downstairs, get up and have breakfast. Got it. Hermione lifted up the white printed quilt, stuffed her feet into her slippers, opened the door and stomped downstairs. Mr. Granger sat in a chair with his legs crossed, covering his entire head with the Daily Mail in his hand. Good morning, Dad. Hermione's voice was sticky, and she was still a little lazy as if she hadn't woken up. Mr. Granger's head poked out from the side of the newspaper, and he winked and said, Who's starting her summer vacation? Wendell Granger was not a serious father, even after graduating from medical school. Even some are not stable enough, but they are always full of fun. Patients say that their teeth no longer hurt when they spend time with him. Seeing such a funny father, Hermione couldn't help laughing. Maybe it's Mr. Wendell Granger and Mrs. Monica Granger who closed the clinic for 2 weeks. Mr. Granger put down the newspaper and smiled. Isn't this because Miss Hermione Granger wants to camp in the Forest of Dean during the Christmas vacation? Hermione's smile became even happier, and she went into the bathroom to wash up and brush her teeth while humming a staccato melody. Different from the habit of most people who have breakfast first and then brush their teeth, because both husband and wife are engaged in dentistry, Granger's family has always brushed their teeth first and then had breakfast. During the night while you sleep, bacteria and food particles in your mouth can accumulate and produce acid. Soon, a family of 3 sat around the dining table, chatting and eating breakfast. Do we have any plans today? Mr. Granger carefully spread cranberry jam on the slices of bread without raising his head. Hermione tore the bread into pieces, put them into a glass of milk, and drank it like porridge. It was the first time Mrs. Granger saw such a strange way of eating. She hesitated slightly and asked, "In the magical world, do wizards eat breakfast like this?" Mrs. Monica Granger was an outstanding woman who defied tradition and always had a positive attitude toward novelty. Even though her daughter is different from others, Monica feels very proud. However, she was a little worried that Hermione would become the typical wizard in storybooks and TV series who acted crazy and dressed strangely. Hermione put down the cup, licked the milk on her lips with her pink tongue, and was stunned when she heard this. There is no such custom in the wizarding world. Lauren always did this when she was in school. After trying it, she found that it really saved time and made her a habit. This way of eating is indeed a bit vulgar. Her cheeks were slightly hot. No, it's just that it's faster to eat like this. Monica felt relieved after hearing this. The episode was revealed, and Mr. Granger continued, "What are our plans for today?" Monica was still surprised and said quickly, "Let's go to the mall to buy some clothes for Hermione." She wanted to carefully check whether her daughter Hermione had been distorted by wrong aesthetics after studying at the mysterious wizarding school for a year. Check out Hermione's mental health by buying clothes. Wendell Granger kept nodding, agreeing with his wife's suggestion. It's just that his starting point is completely different from Monica's. In the past, his daughter would have several new sets of clothes every quarter, but because she went to Hogwarts boarding school, closed management and school uniforms, Hermione came back wearing the clothes she bought before the start of school last year. For a growing child, the cuffs, trousers and other inconspicuous places are already somewhat ill-fitting. How can this work? Wendell couldn't accept this situation. Dressing his lovely daughter in beautiful clothes has been his long-standing hobby for the past 11 years. He even felt a little regretful that he didn't even think of buying some clothes for Hermione when his family went out to play during the Christmas holidays. Just like that, before Hermione could say anything, the first day of her summer vacation was decided, and she spent most of the day in the mall. Not just summer clothes, but autumn and winter clothes too. Skirts, short-sleeved shirts, jeans, sweaters, down jackets, all kinds of clothes are available. Monica discovered that Hermione's aesthetics were normal and she had no psychological problems, so she let Wendell's father play the cross-dressing game for nearly a year. Hermione felt helpless, very helpless. She accepted the purchase of clothes at first, until they tried on sweaters and down jackets in the mall. Hermione tried to resist, but was suppressed by her old father. In the midsummer weather, a family of 3 was looking at sweaters and down jackets. The shopping guide looked at them with an indescribable look, as if he thought they were some kind of adoptive family, or that a long-lost child had finally been found. What's even more strange is that there are actually businesses selling winter clothes in this weather. Large and small bags of clothes filled the trunk of Wendell's black car, and the family of 3 had to make several trips to move everything. It was still sunny outside, and Hermione couldn't use the levitation charm to float her clothes into the house. Although undetectable by the Ministry of Magic, Hermione consciously abides by the law of secrecy and does not want others to detect any unusual signs. Wendell Granger closed the door and muttered, "Next time we should go to that Italian restaurant on the Thames." After the chef was replaced, the food was not as good as before. No one paid any attention to him. Hermione and her mother were sitting on the sofa, and Monica picked up a hairpin from time to time and made gestures on Hermione's little head. Hermione's eyes were blank and she let Monica toss her hair. She tried on all the clothes she bought today. Nothing else, just tired, very tired. "Is the food at wizarding school delicious?" Wendell asked eagerly, sitting on the other side of Hermione. You've already asked me during the Christmas holidays. Wizards are really not like the guinea pigs in the TV series who don't have to eat live mice. Hermione said helplessly. Her father is very curious about the wizarding world and full of imagination. But the sources of imagination are all kinds of surprising rumors and absurd stories. Maybe we should have dinner in the restaurant too. Monica suggested. Jingle. The doorbell rings. Who is it? Wendell's legs and feet were still a little sore and he didn't want to move at all. Jingle. He was answered by another doorbell. He looked at his wife and daughter beside him. They looked like they were busy and not free. Wendell sighed heavily. Come on, come on. He dragged his tired body to open the door. Who are you? Hermione heard her father's confused voice coming from the doorway. The answer was an old and powerful voice. Hello, Mr. Granger, I am the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You can call me Dumbledore. Hermione's eyes widened and she ran to the door. Headmaster Dumbledore! She screamed. Dumbledore smiled warmly at her. Seeing the reaction of the two people, Wendell knew that this was indeed the principal of his daughter's wizarding school, and he enthusiastically called Dumbledore in. His eyes looked left, right, and over at Dumbledore's long white beard and white hair. Wendell didn't notice at all that there was a little tail coming in behind Dumbledore. Lauren! There was uncontrollable joy in Hermione's voice. She went up to greet Lauren, with bright eyes and a smile on her face and mouth. For some reason, Lauren couldn't help but smile when he saw Hermione. It starts from this morning. Early in the morning, Professor Sputraw from the herbology school locked the greenhouse and left the school with Mrs. Hooch from the flying course. Over the course of the morning, Professor Flitwick and a group of staff also left. There were only a few people left in the entire castle, and it was difficult for the house elves to prepare lunch. Dumbledore also wanted to return to Godric's Hollow, but he couldn't put Lauren in school. After consulting Lauren, Dumbledore brought Lauren to Granger's house. Lauren was careless at first, since Hermione had invited him to be a guest, so he was just keeping the date. But he followed Dumbledore over empty-handed, and was pulled inside by Hermione. To be honest, he started to get nervous when things came to a close. Several people sat on the sofa, Hermione, Lauren, and Dumbledore sat on one side, and the Grangers sat on the other side. This was the second time Lauren met the Grangers. When they met for the first time, he thought they were ordinary, Caucasian-looking people who he couldn't find in the crowd. I don't know if it's because I got acquainted with Hermione and had a filter, but this time I had a completely different impression. Mr. Granger is a tall, lanky man with blonde hair and some balding, and is very enthusiastic. Mrs. Granger was also thin and tall, with a neat air about her. No matter how he looked at them, Lauren couldn't see any resemblance between them and Hermione. He thought maybe it was because they were studying medicine. People who studied medicine always aged faster when they were tortured. Hermione tugged on Lauren's clothes and looked proud. This is the Lauren I mentioned before. He is my good friend. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, nice to meet you. Lauren nodded slightly in greeting. Dumbledore smiled kindly. I am Miss Granger's headmaster, you can call me Dumbledore. Being suddenly visited by the principal of the wizarding school was like being visited by the bishop of the church in their minds. The Grangers were still a little confused and at a loss. Hello, principal, Monica was the first to react. I am Hermione's mother, Monica Granger. This is Hermione's father, Wendell Granger. May I ask why you suddenly came to see us? Wendell also came to his senses and greeted Dumbledore with a smile. He got up and went to get some drinks from the refrigerator. Normally they would make tea to entertain guests, but since it was summer, chilled drinks would be more thirst-quenching. Opening the refrigerator door, he faced the milk, soda, orange juice, and coffee in the refrigerator and was faced with the difficulty of choosing. There is also Coke. As a family of dentists, the Grangers are not very receptive to acidic drinks like Coke. However, they heard from the young patients in the clinic that there are no children who do not like this drink, so they bought some to welcome back from the summer vacation. Hermione. What should the little wizard drink? Wendell subconsciously believed that Lauren, who followed the old wizard, was a pure-blooded young wizard who was isolated from the world and had never been in contact with Muggle society. Children all like to drink Coke, so what should the principal of the wizarding school drink? He turned his head slightly, looked at Dumbledore, took a small basket and took out 2 bottles of Coke and 3 bottles of soda, all in glass bottles. The soda water was for their family of 3, and the Coke was for the 2 young wizards, an old man and a young boy. There was no reason, but Wendell thought it fit the wizard's eccentric temperament. Modern carbonated drinks and mysterious old wizards go together well at first sight. Dumbledore was answering Monica's question. This student of mine, for some special reasons, has no one to take care of him at the moment. I heard that Miss Granger invited him to be a guest during the summer vacation. I would like to ask you to take care of him for a while. Wendell naturally placed the Coke in front of Dumbledore and Lauren. When Wendell and Monica heard this, they subconsciously imagined a big drama. In a backward society, their relatives are no longer around. Their eyes suddenly softened. Oh, poor kid. This has something to do with Lauren's current charming appearance. After the blood mole between his eyebrows disappeared, he still looks pale and has rosy lips. For Mary, it may be evil and charming, but for a child like Lauren, it becomes exquisite. It makes people feel good, and the Grangers will naturally love such a child. Monica looked at Lauren lovingly. Poor kid, Hermione told us about you. You helped Hermione a lot at school. Thanks to you, Hermione can integrate into the school. Wendell answered, you can even stay at our house for the entire summer vacation. Lauren always felt that something was wrong with them, but couldn't put it into words. They were so enthusiastic, Lauren could only think that he was not used to it. He nodded and smiled shyly at the Grangers. The Grangers felt even more sorry for him. Both of them are highly educated, have to treat patients at work, and have a good understanding of some people's ways of the world. They both know that people who have suffered misfortune should not touch the scars. Don't worry, we will entertain Lauren well. Monica quickly changed the subject after promising, obviously not wanting to embarrass Lauren. She looked at Dumbledore. How is Hermione at school? Dumbledore focused on the bottle of black liquid in front of him, and smiled when he heard this. If you ask me, Miss Granger is the most outstanding freshman this year. Hermione was so embarrassed that she whispered, just call me Hermione, Principal Dumbledore. One of her little hands grasped the corner of Lauren's clothes, tugging and tugging, twisting and twisting, feeling that the happiness in her heart was about to overflow. I couldn't find any official information on the names of Mr. and Mrs. Granger, not in the encyclopedia or Pottermore, but I couldn't keep calling them Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger, so I asked ChatGPT, and then searched with this answer. I was able to find some, but I couldn't tell where they came from. This is how it is used. The verification process is not rigorous. If you have official information, kick my ass with your boot. Chapter 124. When Mr. and Mrs. Granger heard this, they felt very proud, and their conversation with Dumbledore became even more lively. Mr. Granger was so curious about the magical world that he apparently forgot to open the cap of the drink bottle and insert the straw. Mrs. Granger didn't notice it either. Dumbledore was itching, but he had to maintain his responsibilities and attitude as a principal. The main reason was that he was not familiar with how to drink this muggle drink. Lauren couldn't help but feel happy when she saw Dumbledore's eyes glancing at the Coke from time to time. He tapped the table with his wand, and the caps on the 5 glass bottles popped open with a pop. Then, under the influence of the transfiguration spell, they turned into straws and were inserted into the glass bottles. The Grangers looked at Lauren in surprise, and Wendell's eyes were bright and full of curiosity. Lauren raised his head and smiled shyly, I'm a little thirsty. He picked up the glass bottle and took a sip of Coke, letting out a contented sigh. It's so convenient. Wendell sighed. Dumbledore saw the demonstration and happily followed suit and took a sip. Carbonated drinks are much more exciting than fermented sparkling wine. Densely packed small bubbles fill the mouth, and the icy sweetness slides all the way into the stomach. Delicious. The old wizard narrowed his eyes and silently added this drink to his shopping list. Your lives are equally desirable. Dumbledore said this sincerely. Several adults chatted for a while, mostly asking about Hermione's situation at school. Dumbledore praised her without hesitation, which made Mr. and Mrs. Granger unable to stop smiling. The only regret was that Wendell's curiosity was not fully satisfied. Whenever Wendell wanted to ask some weird questions, Monica would always interrupt him in time. Dumbledore finished his Coke and said goodbye soon after. Wish you a happy summer vacation. Dumbledore stood up and winked at Lauren and Hermione. He glanced at the Coke package several times, as if to remember it firmly in his mind. Then the Grangers bid farewell and left the cabin. Lauren knew without guessing that Dumbledore must have gone to a Muggle store to buy Coke after he left. He was still a little nervous when he was left alone at Granger's house, but Dumbledore interrupted him and now he relaxed. Mr. and Mrs. Granger also seem to be kind and easygoing people, and they should be easy to get along with. Monica looked at the two children, thinking that their peers should communicate better, and made a plan. Wendell, drive me to buy some things. Let's cook a big dinner and entertain our little guests tonight. She said loudly, so that the two children inside could hear. Wendell looked at her strangely. The nearest supermarket wasn't far away, so why did he need to drive? Just as he was about to ask, Monica restrained him and pulled him out the door. Hermione, entertain your friends and clean up the room on the second floor. Hermione heard her mother's voice in the distance, mixed with her father's feeble struggle. Hermione tilted her head. They went to the mall in the morning and had dinner in the restaurant at noon. It was already afternoon when they came back. It was indeed almost time for dinner. There were only two children left in the huge house. Hermione's smile hadn't stopped since she saw Lauren. She knew Lauren would come as a guest, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Why are you so fast? Hermione's excited voice paused. I mean, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Hogwarts Castle is almost deserted. Grandpa Bates hasn't come back yet, so Dumbledore sent me here. Lauren was very sad. Grandpa Bates was no longer the same Grandpa Bates who loved him before. He took a big gulp of Coke to soothe his wounded heart. Ah, this is really... Hermione tried to make a regretful expression, it's so pitiful. She couldn't help but smile, and her heart blossomed with joy. Although it was a bit immoral, Hermione sincerely hoped that Grandpa Bates would enjoy his trip and stay for a few more months without coming back so soon. Then Lauren might be able to stay at her house all summer long. She had not been very gregarious since she was a child and had few friends. After going to Hogwarts, she completely lost contact with her classmates. Although my parents are with me during the holidays, it is still less fun than the children who play wildly together during other holidays. Build blocks together, trim flowers and plants together, eat ice cream together. Hermione is very excited. This holiday, she also has her own little friend. Come on, let's clean up the bedroom where you sleep at night. Hermione took Lauren's hand and ran upstairs. The Granger family's villa is a 3-story building. In addition to the regular living room, kitchen, and dining room, the first floor also has an office, a study room and a Hermione's toy room. On the second floor are 2 bedrooms, a dollhouse for Hermione, a study room for Hermione, and an office for Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The third floor is basically used as a storage room. For the Granger family of 3, this villa was obviously too big, and many rooms were not used. Maybe the Grangers will have other children in the future, but they have no plans to do so now. Lauren saw Hermione's joyful smile and was also infected with joy. The Grangers are easier to get along with than expected. He asked, which house are we going to clean up? Hermione pointed a white finger at a white wooden door, follow me. She opened the door and said, this is my dollhouse, but my toys can be placed in the room on the first floor, so I can use it to store other things. As a girl who has loved reading since she was a child, she doesn't have too many toys. She keeps all her books in the study room. This room is mainly used to store some handicrafts. What caught Lauren's eyes was a dazzling array of hanging paintings on the wall. The brushwork was childish and full of innocence. Most of the paintings were maple leaves, trees, etc., and there were also children's paintings of a family of 3. There are shopping bags made of plastic bags folded into thin strips, cats and dogs made of wool. There's even a stethoscope. From these works, Lauren seemed to be able to see the little Hermione, with her cute little face, carefully working on her crafts. Your grade in handicraft class must also be O. Lauren admired. Although she received praise after showing her childhood works, Hermione still felt shy. Stop looking. She said, move these things to the storage room on the 3rd floor. This room will be your temporary bedroom. Lauren was very disappointed when he heard this. I thought I could sleep in the same room with you. Hermione was so embarrassed that she punched Lauren hard, allowing the two to regain the familiar atmosphere of getting along. Hermione dragged out a few cardboard boxes from somewhere and put her handicrafts inside one by one, planning to stack them neatly and move them upstairs. Lauren tugged on Hermione's clothes and motioned for her to retreat. We are wizards. Lauren waved his wand, and the handicrafts lined up and jumped into the box, but the paintings remained on the wall. Just leave the painting on the wall for decoration. Lauren thought this was appropriate. No. Shame drove Hermione to reject the proposal and put away all the paintings. Use the levitation technique to make the cardboard box fly into the storage room on the 3rd floor. With a cleaning spell at the end, a room is sorted out. Hermione looked at the empty room and clapped her hands, filled with longing for holiday life. When Dad comes back, just buy a bed and a table. Lauren felt it was not good. It was okay to live and eat for free, but it was not appropriate to buy a lot of furniture just for his short-term stay. Even if the Grangers didn't mind, the money was nothing to them, but Lauren couldn't get over it. He pondered for a while and said to Hermione, "I want to see your room. Right next to it." Hermione didn't realize what Lauren was thinking, and happily pulled Lauren to look at it. She specially chose this room next to her bedroom. After breakfast in the morning, Hermione was dragged out by her parents to be a dress-up doll all day long. She didn't have time to fold the quilt, and the bed was in a mess. After pulling Lauren in, Hermione blushed belatedly, and now it was too late to regret. Lauren looked at the style of the bed, then looked at the desk and bookshelf, and had an idea. Hermione stared at her slippers, her toes curling up. The little witch burned the quilt thinking about the fire spell, and put the learning of the forgetting charm on the agenda. After exiting the room, before Hermione could feel a little secretive in her heart, she saw Lauren using a transformation spell to transform the bed, desk, and bookshelf according to the layout of Hermione's room. Even the carpets are identical. Hermione's mood suddenly became complicated. This deformation technique was really good, but the deformation technique was not permanent and required regular maintenance. After Lauren left, the place would return to its original appearance. She still hopes to have Lauren's place here for a long time. With this in mind, Hermione brought her spare sheets and quilt. "These have to be real to keep you warm," Hermione said seriously as she looked at Lauren, then climbed into bed and struggled to put on the sheets. Lauren looked at the midsummer sunshine outside, shook his head, and climbed up to help Hermione. Maybe it's the tradition of the Granger family. Just like her parents didn't agree with Hermione using magic to make her front teeth smaller, Hermione believed that real sheets and quilts were more comfortable. Without magic, making the bed was still too tiring for the size of 2 children. Both of them also pursued making every place tidy. As a result, you moved a little and I moved a little, which only added more trouble. After being busy for who knows how long, Hermione and Lauren slumped down on the carpet and rested with their backs against the bed. A few strands of Hermione's hair were stuck to her forehead and the corners of her mouth, and she didn't bother to tidy them up. Lauren's body had not been strengthened, so he was still a little tired and was panting heavily. "Coke is coming." Lauren waved his wand and a lazy voice sounded. The unfinished Coca-Cola sitting on the table on the first floor flew up, swung a few corners, flew over the stairs, flew into the room where they were, and landed in Lauren's hand. Because he needed to summon a suitcase to carve the magic circle in the alchemy laboratory, he had repeated it countless times, and he had become very proficient in using this summoning spell. Lauren took a sip and let out a contented sigh. Hermione blinked and looked at the Coke. She also wanted to drink it, but her summoning spell was not that proficient, and she didn't want to go get it. Hermione shook her shoulder and bumped into Lauren next to her, snorting twice. Lauren looked at her blankly. Hermione stared. Lauren suppressed his laughter and still looked at her blankly. If it had just started school, Hermione would have thought that Lauren was really confused, but after having been together for a year, she had already seen this person's face clearly. Hermione didn't tolerate him at all. She just grabbed the Coke, pulled out the straw, and drank the rest of the Coke with a slurp into the bottle. Lauren looked at the empty bottle in astonishment, and Hermione looked at Lauren proudly. The two of them arched their eyebrows and laughed. This was a feeling Hermione had never experienced before. She had no brothers or sisters, and no friends to invite to her home to play. Her parents doted on her, and she could eat whatever she wanted as a child, as long as it was not excessive and would not harm her teeth. So it seems that this bottle of Coke snatched from someone else is very delicious, and even feels sweet in my heart. Hermione enjoyed this state very much and the conversation was very sexual. She took Lauren and talked about various things. They talked about Lauren staying for about 2 weeks and about going camping in the Forest of Dean. Lauren also brought up the 3 bottles of soda water below, but Hermione and the Grangers didn't touch any of them while they were on the table. From drinking with a straw at the beginning, the two of them started drinking from the mouth of the bottle. In the end, they split the bottle in half. I drank until my belly was round and my mouth was sweet, and my laughter never stopped. Hermione. "We're back." A voice suddenly came from downstairs. Hermione and Lauren looked at each other, stood up hurriedly, and prepared to go downstairs. Hermione felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach when she stood up. She made a sad face and said pitifully, "Oh no, I will definitely get scolded if I can't eat at night." Her belly was already swollen and filled with happy water. Their family had always been very restrained in drinking, but with Lauren leading the way, Hermione made a mistake without realizing it. "Your parents will definitely not scold you if I am a guest at your home." Lauren comforted him with a smile, and his stomach was full of water. "Don't." Hermione groaned as she felt her bloated belly. She didn't want her parents to think that Lauren was a bad boy and lead her to drink as soon as they arrived. Lauren came up with an idea, then stand up and walk around until the urine comes out. When Hermione heard this, her face turned red and she gave him a slap. After hiding the drink bottles, the two went downstairs to greet Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The sun outside is heading west and has not yet set. The clouds in the sky are slowly catching fire, and the light yellow is turning into orange. The setting sun will burn out a fiery red cloud. The Grangers carried large and small bags through the door and into the kitchen. Hermione knew at a glance that tonight's dinner was going to be a sumptuous meal, and her face became even more bitter. "Hermione, how is your house organized?" Monica asked loudly in the kitchen. "Wendell, go take a look and call the furniture store to order something. It should still be delivered." The two couples had discussed it on the road to take care of Lauren's feelings and prevent him from feeling the attention and not having any embarrassing thoughts. All actions are natural, treating Lauren as if she were Hermione. Wendell asked about the room and went upstairs with a smile. He was going to measure the size so that he could place an order by phone. Hermione's mind was completely gone. She tried hard to pee and empty her belly, but to no avail. Watching her father disappear upstairs, Hermione asked anxiously, "Lauren, what should I do?" Chapter 125. Lauren suppressed a laugh, compared to the know-it-all Miss Know-it-all who had always had her own opinions and plans in school. At home, the little girl who is anxious because she drank too much and couldn't eat her dinner is particularly cute. He glanced outside the house, and saw the golden sun outside, and said, "Let's go to your backyard and take a walk. As we walk, the water in our stomach will be digested and absorbed." "Really?" Hermione looked towards the kitchen. Monica has just started to process the ingredients, and it will probably take some time before the meal can be served. She nodded and led Lauren to the backyard. Bright floor-to-ceiling windows are the door leading to the backyard, with green lawns and trees outside. The courtyard is very large, more than half the size of the house. A few steps ahead of the floor-to-ceiling windows is a concrete platform, just over 1 meter wide. There is a row of low shrubs, passing through the shrubs, and in front of it is a flat grassland, with a small tree standing vertically in the middle of the grassland. There is a circle of tall green trees planted on the 3 outer walls. It is hard to tell what kind they are. Under the golden sunshine, there is a patch of emerald green, and the air is exceptionally fresh. Hermione wasn't so anxious anymore. Lauren's eyes narrowed slightly and then opened again, adjusting to the light, and asked, "Why are they all green and no flowers?" The two of them walked slowly in the yard, stepping on the soft grass, breathing in the fresh air. The sun was not as hot as it was at noon. This was the first time Hermione came back from vacation to the backyard. She touched here and there and took a look upstairs before whispering, "All the flowers my father raised died, so I planted trees and shrubs that are easy to survive." Before he finished speaking, a window upstairs opened. Hermione looked over nervously. Wendell leaned out of the window and asked loudly to the two people below, "Where did the furniture here come from?" Even though he was 1 floor away, Lauren could clearly see the excited expression on Wendell's face. Without waiting for Lauren and Hermione to answer, he waved one hand and shouted, "It's magic, right? I have to take a good look at the bed you made with magic." Wendell's figure disappeared again. Hermione coughed slightly and said, "Don't worry, my father has a strange understanding of wizards." Lauren nodded slightly, obviously. Hermione didn't want him to pay too much attention to her father, so she quickly introduced, "The small tree in the middle was planted by me." Speaking of this, Hermione's face became more proud, and the girl's voice was filled with pride. "Our family went shopping together. My dad bought a lot of flowers, and I bought a small sapling. But only the sapling survived. Yes, it is the longest-lived plant in this courtyard." "What about the trees around?" Lauren asked, pointing to a circle of trees beside the outer wall. "Those trees were taller." Hermione glanced upstairs again and whispered, my father's flowers were transplanted from outside after they were all dead. When I'm at home, I always want to prune the branches and leaves of shrubs and trees, but I can only do it on weekends under their supervision. On weekdays, I can only water. Hermione pulled out a water pipe from somewhere and started watering the water. Her eyes were bright, and she carefully restrained the urge to wave the water pipe and spray it in the distance, and said, "After I went to Hogwarts, I hired someone to trim it regularly." The water column poured over the shrubs and then onto the grass. The arc drawn in the air flickered. "Walk slowly, water slowly, everything will be fine ahead." Hermione didn't know why she was seduced by Lauren. She blocked the water outlet with her fingers, and water sprayed from one end to the other. "Higher, higher!" Lauren commanded from the side. Hermione nodded cheerfully. The water in the water pipe soon became taller than the trees, with water splashing and a slight mist filling the air. The two of them soon went crazy playing. More than half of the sun had sunk below the horizon, and there was even a shadow of the moon in the sky, but it was not completely dark yet. "Time to eat." Monica's voice startled them out of their joy. The two of them looked at the flood-damaged courtyard and looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Lauren felt sorry that he had led Hermione astray as soon as he came. Hermione felt embarrassed because of her crazy behavior. "The sun is nice in summer, so we won't water it tomorrow." Hermione raised her chin and spoke like a master. "It makes sense, as long as it rains." The two agreed not to mention it again and not to let the Grangers know. After washing their hands, they entered the house one after another. Hermione saw the dinner on the table, remembered what they had done before, and said quickly, "I'll be right back." She ran to the bathroom, leaving Lauren alone. "Sit here. Treat this place as your own home, do whatever you want." Wendell patted Lauren on the shoulder and led him to a chair at the dining table. Lauren smiled unnaturally. Monica took the fish and chips out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Treat this place as your own home." The Grangers were very enthusiastic, with a hint of awkwardness in their enthusiasm. Monica prepared a very sumptuous dinner, but they were all home-cooked dishes and the taste was very suitable. The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm with a hint of strangeness. Lauren swallowed a piece of barbecue and raised his eyes to meet the eyes of Wendell and Monica. The two quickly looked away. Lauren ate another piece of pie and looked up. This time they didn't meet their eyes, but their quick turns left after images. Lauren felt that the host was more nervous than his guest. This is indeed the case. Hermione has not had many friends since she was a child, let alone inviting her classmates to her home. This was the first time that the Grangers entertained Hermione's classmate, and it was a classmate with a poor background. The two of them were worried that there was some lack of care, and they were worried that being too enthusiastic would make Lauren uncomfortable. During the day, we had negotiated a natural relationship with him outside and treated him as Hermione, but we couldn't do it at the dinner table. So there is the previous behavior. Hermione, who had a blank slate and was completely unaware of the situation on the table, thought this was delicious and that was delicious. Lauren took a piece of beef with his fork and put it into his mouth. A satisfied smile instantly appeared on his face, "It's delicious." Without waiting for Monica's reaction, he chewed 2 mouthfuls and swallowed, and said, "The tenderness of the roast is very suitable. It is tender enough without the fishy smell of blood. This requires high heat." Monica smiled faintly, while Hermione and Wendell were a little confused. Lauren ate another piece, "It's more delicious than the food at Hogwarts. You know the wizard's food, right? Say the name of the food and the food you want to eat will appear in front of you." Hermione looked at Lauren blankly. Why was this man so strange and what was he talking about? Wendell's eyes widened as he listened to Lauren's follow-up. "Many of the menus at Hogwarts are left by Hufflepuff, one of the founders, the legendary wizard. The house elves are responsible for cooking. They use magic to cook, and the food will be cut and served by themselves. Pot. But I have to say, Ms. Granger, what you cook is 10,000 times more delicious than those magic chefs." After talking, Wendell's curiosity and desire for knowledge were satisfied, and Monica was beaming with praise. The trace of strangeness mixed in the warm atmosphere on the table was thrown away and replaced by another kind of strangeness. Lauren can find something to praise in every dish, from the heat, sauces to the selection of ingredients, and they can all be connected to the magical world. It struck a chord in the hearts of Wendell and Monica at once, and after the meal, they felt like they were being treated. Hermione was stunned, she couldn't understand, not at all. Lauren poked the rosemary on his plate as a garnish with his fork and said in an exaggerated tone, this rosemary is really used perfectly. The aroma of spices and the aroma of oil are perfectly blended, which relieves the greasy smell of oil. Monica grinned, eat more if it's delicious. Treat this place as your own home. I'll tell you what you want to eat. Tell us again about the process of using magic to peel potatoes. Wendell hadn't touched the utensils for a long time, and he listened to Lauren say that this was his spiritual food. Hermione. After the meal, the Grangers became completely unrestrained and completely fell in love with Lauren. After finishing the meal, Monica folded the tableware and smiled like a flower. You guys watch TV for a while and chat. Lauren took advantage of the situation and performed a magic washing of dishes, solving Monica's most arduous task at once. Monica and Wendell sat with Lauren in the living room. The TV was turned on to the lowest volume and only played background sound. They mainly wanted to chat with Lauren. To be honest, Hermione felt a little redundant. This feeling was very strange. Hermione, who had no siblings, felt that her parents' favor had been taken away from her for the first time in more than 10 years. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Lauren was the biological child of the Granger family, and she was the classmate who was invited as a guest. And Lauren is still improving the Grangers' favorability. The house is well organized and the cooking is delicious. I almost thought you were a full-time housewife. No, you are better than many full-time housewives. Lauren didn't even look at the 480p quality color TV. Monica couldn't hold back her smile anymore. She covered her mouth with her hand, smiled for a while and then said, like Wendell, I am also a dentist who graduated from medical school. Lauren's expression became more sincere. Girls who went to medical school in the 1970s, this is so outstanding. These words scratched Monica's itch. At that time, less than 5% of women were able to complete their studies in medical school. In the 1970s, women accounted for only a dozen in the dental industry. This figure was supported by dental nurses and dental assistants. A formal dentist like Monica is truly at the top of her time. Girls going to medical school will encounter a lot of invisible resistance, some from society and some from family. Lauren looked serious. Monica nodded in agreement. I wanted to give up many times, but... The three chatted happily, and Lauren asked them about their interesting stories in medical school, leading them to complain about their professors, and used the analogy of professors at Hogwarts to complain together. Lauren also revealed his own situation from the conversation. He was born into a Muggle family, and the orphanage helped him find his grandfather. It's just that Grandpa Bates is still traveling, so he won't be able to get home until later. Then the Grangers began praising Lauren for being outstanding, handsome, and having a good personality. Hermione huddled on the sofa and became a little transparent, her eyes fixed on Lauren's face, which was full of sincerity and happiness. It seemed like the conversation with her parents was all from the heart. Finally Monica said, Lauren, you can stay here as long as you want. Hermione felt happy and strange. Lauren put on the pajamas he brought in his suitcase and lay on the bed recalling the day's experiences. In the end, he felt that apart from being a little uncomfortable at the beginning, his subsequent performance was perfect. After 2 weeks, the Grangers were probably thinking of adopting him. But adoption was not allowed. Lauren did not want to become brother and sister with Hermione. Dong dong dong. The sound of windows being banged. Lauren looked outside and saw an owl tapping its beak against the glass. Who will write to him at this time? I paid the owl a tip with the few candies I had left, and watched it fly out of the window and disappear into the darkness. Lauren then opened the letter and looked at it. The letter was an urgent letter from Dumbledore. The letter mentioned that Nagini woke up and something unexpected happened. The treatment with the magic stone and the ritual is not permanent. Nagini said that he started the process of turning into a snake again. But this process will last for several years. Nagini is very satisfied and thinks that the effect is already very good. Dumbledore comforted Lauren in the letter and told him not to worry. Bates's situation was different from Nagini's. Blood-cursed orcs were more stubborn than werewolves. Even if the effect of the ritual is not permanent, you can still use the ritual as a periodic treatment method, just like using wolfsbane potion. Outside the window, the night is as cold as water. Lauren looked out the window at the night, folding the letter again and again in his hands, and finally crumpled it into a crumpled ball. He reassured himself that Dumbledore was right, and it was good to use ritual as a periodic form of healing. The effect of one treatment lasts for several years, which is enough. But there is a feeling of anger in my heart that cannot be dissipated or retreated. He began to recall whether there was any loophole in the question he asked Mary, and whether he did not include a timeliness qualifier. Or it could be a matter of ritual, or a spell to restore human form. Lauren couldn't figure out the result. He took out the fantasy book from the suitcase and immersed his consciousness in the book. In the bright library, Flamel sat leisurely on a stool, with books on bel canto and opera in his hands. Flamel. Lauren sat down directly opposite him and began to tell what happened. I discovered a ritual that used the medicinal properties of the bicorn and the two-eared grass through the magic stone to perfectly achieve the conditions for the use of the restoration spell. Dumbledore and I used a method on a blood-cursed orc, but... Lauren was a little anxious. The ceremony is obviously perfect, but what went wrong? Flamel listened quietly to Lauren's story, and waited until he calmed down before saying, I can't find the cause of the problem. Whether it's the blood curse or the humanoid restoration curse, these are very mysterious magics. Modern wizards have already, it's impossible to decipher the mystery. But I can show you a way, Flamel said. Lauren looked up at Flamel. Refining a magic stone that belongs to you and whose properties are made by living things. The sound echoed in the empty space, clear and loud.